across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. We'll be able to do that giveaway. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So again, wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast at over on my stack at Tarot Church and over on Spot. But before we get started today, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. We are moving into this new year with some pretty intriguing energy. We're going to talk about it. It is sensitivity central. Okay? If you tell me you're deep in your feels right now, if you tell me you're feeling extremely sensitive, yes, if you're feeling also like you're not potentially feeling at your best, there are a few things that are going on right now that may be the cause of that. And that's why I want to say, even though we're moving out of that retrograde season, even though we've got like a new year right here that we're navigating, don't get too comfortable, particularly in the realms of how you're carrying your feelings. Now, what are some things that may be causing a little bit of this energy right now? We've got some very significant things that are happening. First and foremost, I want to remind you that even though we still have a majority of the planets that have now moved out of retrograde, there are still some planets that are very important that are still in retrograde. And those are Jupiter and Uranus. Now, Jupiter often has us navigating the feeling of the self, working through the context of the self, working around how we're energetically perceived. Cancer is often the journey that we navigate in relationality or recognition to how we're navigating our own egos, right? It's a conversation. I like to point out a lot of the work that we see that occurs when we're going through Cancerian journeys is understanding what it takes to have a healthy ego, right? Because the thing with an ego, and I just wrote a whole article about this over on the stack in relationality to navigating this full moon we've got coming up. The thing about an ego is a healthy ego is one that protects the self, but isn't too large, right? It's the observation and the recognition of what it takes to be able to move through it. And you'll also recognize too, it's working through the irony of the fact that there's no way to shed it, right? Often when someone says like, oh, I've done it, I've shed my ego. No, you haven't. Like it's impossible. It's the defense mechanism of the soul. It's supposed to be there. And often in the modality by which we move away from our ego, we find a more vulnerable ego within it, right? It's a lot of the journey of being able to effectively like peel back the layers of the self to be able to articulate and understand the self in a better context. It's all about the sense of exploring or working through the understanding of the self. But the thing that we have to be very conscientious about here, okay, and this is what we need to kind of recognize and identify, is when we've got Jupiter retrograding in Cancer, it can work through that heightened sensitivity space, right? That space by which we feel extremely hypersensitive about things, right? We've also got Uranus in retrograde. And the thing is that Uranus has retrograded back into Taurus, which can make us feel frustrated in relationality to our own progress of change, right? Uranus often helps us in the space of understanding the change or the context of change that we're trying to bring into our lives. So when we've got that dual force, I like to describe this right now as like the energetic slingshot, right? Because you feel really frustrated with the self. You feel really hard on the self. You feel that stagnancy, like something isn't going anywhere. And then just to add a little bit of icing on that cake, we've got Venus tucked very squarely between Mercury and Mars, which is an amplification of the same exact work that we see is happening above with Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer, with Uranus in retrograde in Taurus, which is working through, and I keep on saying this, it's not like we're going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. I'm going to keep on articulating. We're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but if you wanted to replicate the feeling of a Venus in retrograde cycle, then may I propose that you could take Venus, stick it in Capricorn, tucked between Mars and Mercury, which is again, and the fact that Mercury is behind Mars, right? The frustration at oneself in relationality to one's own pace, right? Feeling like you're playing some kind of energetic catch up. I want you to make sure that you're utilizing, and this is really important to keep in mind, given the fact that we're moving towards a very, very vulnerable full moon. There are certain full moons that I always say we want to be very careful about. And one of them is effectively working through the context of a Cancer full moon does not necessarily help us with sensitivity, and in fact makes us feel even more sensitive. So it's very important. And what I'll tell you about right now, and I wrote a whole article about it, this type of energy is absolutely beautiful in moving through the context of the self to better understand how one feels, right? Because when we have those modalities or those moments by which we feel very sensitive about something, the introspection, right? The ability to effectively go through within allows us to be able to energetically clear something without. And it's a beautiful energy when it comes into that context of the exploration of the self, working through the feelings, having productive conversations in relationality to emotions, remembering that a productive conversation on emotions always carries directions with them as we effectively communicate or articulate through it. It's also really beautiful for doing a lot of work in relationality to setting intention or path work of purpose in relationality to what one is working on changing versus what one is working on letting go. It is also a very beautiful energy to work through the context of understanding what we need to heal within, right? Inside problems and outside problems, something that we're working on doing better internally versus something that we're working on healing from externally. What you want to be conscientious about with full moons like this are working through the context or the observation that emotions on their own don't fix things. The misconception that emotions fixes things comes from the understanding that not two emotions are alike. And that when we're doing the work when we are holding our emotions from a state of honor, right? We're carrying the energetic responsibility of our emotions, then we're able to effectively tell others not just how we feel, but why we feel it, why it's energetically important, and what we hope that another person will do with it in the communication of it, right? That's what it means to honor something. It's understanding the context by which you effectively carry it. So we see that there's a lot of this energy here. So I want to be conscientious about that, because while I recognize that this type of moon could be absolutely beautiful, particularly in relationality to a lot of those relationship lessons, we're effectively seeing the culmination of a lot of these moon partnerships that is occurring in the context of a Cancerian full moon, which makes a lot of sense. We're also seeing that there are heavy closures or there are heavy separations that may be occurring in the same energy as it relates to emotions that may be present but not having directions attached to them, so they just feel like they create spaces of pure confusion. Now, speaking towards those energetic relationship cycles, let's start first with working into the context of what we've been seeing in masculine and feminine energy and non-binary energy. Now bearing in mind, the other thing that we're reading on right now is the fact that for a lot of these energies, there's a bit of disparity in relationality to what the work is. For masculine energy, we are observing that this is a time of really, really heavy investiture in inner child healing. And also potentially the recognition of what it actually means when we talk about inner child healing. The misconception that inner child healing means doing some kind of work in terms of recognizing or trying to heal the child that you were. It's not about a childhood thing. Inner child healing specifically means healing from the person that you were when you thought you knew everything, right? Often a lot of the greatest wounds that we experience come from the modality of, again, and this is what we can understand, an ego that is too large, right? And this is often what comes through when we're going through Cancerian lessons. What happens when an ego is too large? When an ego is too large, you can't see beyond it, right? It's like a shield. You can't see beyond it. You can't see around it. It's all consuming, right? And often one of the characteristics that you have when you have a big ego is the space by which you feel like you know everything. Because you're like, but you're not, you don't know everything. You're just trapped in the egoic shell. You're like, I know everything in here, but it's like, yes, of course you do. It's all you, right? So potentially a lot of masculine energy going through that journey of understanding that the beautiful gift that we bring to the world, in the sense by which we feel like we are constantly learning, right? That sense, right? And this is what we mean by inner child healing, getting returning back into the space by which we perceive the world from a place of profound desire to know and to understand, rather than feeling like one rests on the laurels of the understanding of the self. We see that for a lot of the energy right now, this could be a time of deep catharsis, but also a space of setting intention in relationality upon what one is trying to do in order to facilitate and build into healthier relationship, right? Because when we desire a healthy relationship, we must always look to counterpart with a sense of curiosity, with a sense of deep, profound understanding, right? It's the ability to want to desire to know that allows us to facilitate and build upon healthy, invested connection. So we may see that there's either a lot of energy right now that is working through the pathwork of forgiving the past version of self that may have felt like they knew everything, right? And even in that modality, setting the intention in terms of how one chooses to move forward in a better way. Or these are modalities or experiences by which there are healthy connections that are coming together, but they're very, very vulnerable. They're potentially articulating upon what one is working on doing better, but that's also the space by which something can grow. Now we see feminine energy. Feminine energy has been working much more through this Uranus and Taurus energy, working through the frustration on how hard it is to energetically change things, right? We sometimes get frustrated with ourselves. We get frustrated by those around us. We work through the context of that frustration. But again, when we're doing it in a strong or healthy way, it allows us to be able to effectively articulate or define upon something in an even better, stronger fashion. So for a lot of the energy right now of feminine, I see that this is a lot of the feminine energy potentially working through pathwork by which they're identifying and recognizing better ways to effectively work through energetic frustration, understanding that frustration is a gift, because frustration effectively points us in the direction of what it is we're trying to do better, right? The observation of working through and allowing the frustration not to confound, but to build into the sense of energetic observation. We see that for a lot of the feminine energy, working through and facilitating upon that, they're bringing compassion back to the self, right? Allowing for that sense of energetic compassion. And it's the understanding that the compassion that we find for ourselves becomes a gift for everyone around us, because it's a space by which we are constantly working to identify and refine how we're trying to do something better, that becomes a gift not only to the self, but also in the context of the relationships that are surrounding the self. So we see that for a lot of the energy right now, this could be feeling like a productive time, but working through a lot of external frustrations. And I'll also point out potentially navigating others' misconceptions or projections, because it's a continuation of the understanding that for a lot of the feminine energy, releasing the fallacy of comparison, understanding that comparison itself is a blocker, because when we're working or focusing too much on comparison, we avoid or we miss our own sense of exquisiteness. So we see that for a lot of that energy there, being able to effectively articulate or work through frustration by which they felt like others energetically compared of them to things instead of seeing them truly, we see that there's a lot of those relationships that are building into the healthy understanding by others who are able to share the empathy with them. Now this brings us to non-binary energy, and what's hard or difficult right now for a lot of the non-binary energy is working into the context of what it takes to be in within one's authenticity. The hurdle that we often experience is that the energy feels that to a certain extent, that the hard part about, and then it's continuation of that egoic journey that we spoke about, right? Because when you are in your authenticity, it will become something that feels like it is effectively a space by which energy that's too deep in their ego will have their shadow work come up, right? Because often the space, how does it help? How does a big ego form? A big ego forms when you're building into the anxiety or trying to effectively meet the expectations of things outside of the self. And often those who feel like they're energetic trapped in their egos feel like they can't be their authentic self. This is why when someone who's deep in their ego sees somebody in their authenticity, it becomes projection central, right? It's the observation of feeling a lot of that volatility. But even in the space by which they feel that volatility, the observation of doing one's shadow work properly, understanding why something bothers the self, right? Understanding and moving deeper towards it. So for a lot of the energy going through that, it's the understanding or recognition of work that often happens by which they may have felt like they were in relationship models wherein another person's ego prevented a healthy partnership from occurring, right? Those modalities or experiences that feel like another person is trapped within themselves that doesn't allow them to effectively build into the context of relationship fully. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, it's a conversation in relationality to how cautious they are as it relates to building healthy partnership, because they have had experiences by which another person came towards them articulating the desire to build on a manifestation goal with them, but because they hadn't done the internal work enough, it just became a relationship where all the shadow work came out. Because that's what happens when we're not working on knowing ourselves. When we move into relationship, when we don't know ourselves, then it becomes the space by which we project the shadow work instead of the ability of effectively arriving to it. So for a lot of the energy right now working through those modalities or experiences, it's potentially being able to articulate to counterpart the full depth of intensity of the relationship that they have come into fruition with. That, or they're effectively articulating in the context of the trepidation that they maybe discovered or bring to partnership, helping others understand that that isn't a space of aloofness, right? That is an energy that is reserved because they choose to. It's the state or space by which they feel that need to be able to be energetically reserved because of experiences that has shaped them to have to be energetically careful in relationality to who they build proximity to. For all of this energy right now, this is continuing journey that we may find as we move closer to that Cancerian full moon. If you're feeling a lot of that sensitivity right now, I want to stress this. It's going to get more intense, potentially as we lead into the full moon tomorrow. So make sure if you're feeling that, you're practicing grounding practices. Make sure that you're feeling energetically nourished. I will also point out, I always like to stress this, if you are someone who has issues with substances, make sure that you steer clear of them. We always want to steer clear of them when we're looking at the modality of Cancerian full moons, as well as Aquarian full moons and Piscean full moons, because it's very easy to get carried away in the space of the emotion. That is our daily collective. That is a recap of what we've been seeing in the energy over the last few days. But if you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also invite you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we will be hosting in August. We will be traveling to Italy, the place where the tarot was first discovered, to learn more, to sharpen our connection to the cards while also understanding more the context of the culture that allowed the tarot to be able to flourish and thrive. I would like to invite you to join me on a tour of Florence, Tuscany, and Rome, where we'll be studying the cards and the culture. And for anyone who participates in that retreat, you will also be receiving complimentary a free mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you prior to beginning that retreat to understand closer your connection to the cards, to be able to facilitate building the best relationship to the cards possible as we continue in our studies. All you need to do, if you learn to find, and also I have a $200 discount to that retreat that will be expiring shortly. So if you'd like to claim one of those discounts, make sure that you sign up sooner rather than later. You can find you can find more about that over on my stack. I'd also like to invite you over on my stack to learn more about our next tarot class. We will be meeting again in our Tarot Church class program on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card, the final arcana. I'm very excited to be able to teach this class for you. We will be studying the history of that card, the symbology of that card. We will also be going through and understanding. I'll also be providing you a unique spread that will help you channel those messages of the World card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you'd like to become a part of that class program, is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have experienced in the card I've been reading for prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also be receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will let you know what we've been experiencing energetically. I just released one yesterday on navigating this full moon we've got coming up tomorrow. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Annabella? Happy New Year's, good vibes. So good to see you today. Welcome, Bridget. Grand Rising, Estevan. Good to see you. Good vibes. Happy 2026. Grand Rising, Dada. Hi there, dear. Good to see you today. V, thank you for sharing the live. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Grand Rising, maybe rebirth in the spring. Tap to claim. I know it's very emotional. Good vibes. It's going to get more emotional, at least as we move towards that full moon, right? Just make sure that you're grounding as you go, as those feelings come up. No, Bridget. Oh, please be careful, my dear. Oh, I hope you're resting up. Yes. Absolutely. Yep, it's all right. Good to get it out of the way. Understood. And welcome, Per. Good to see you. This is going to be our year. Tap to claim, dear. And thank you, Hannah, for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reading today. And Denise, thank you for those gifts as well. Adam, thank you for the gifts. Good to see you today, Denise. Grand Rising. And thank you for joining my fan club, Adam. I appreciate you. How are you doing today? WM, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You will be the second person read for. And Per, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Lynn, thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for those heart me's. Bridget, I'm trying to navigate people's intentions and if they're genuine. That's going to be a lot of the work that we're seeing with this full moon right now. Hold on a moment. Just bear with me a moment, too. Thank you. And thank you so much, Adapt, for the follow. You're so welcome, Brandy. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, V. Absolutely. Hannah, yesterday was so heavy with drama and issues in my family. What a way to start the year. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Happy 2026. I did put up boundaries and I did self-care, so thankful to be able to exercise that. I'm very glad to hear that you're doing that work, Hannah. Like the major message that we have right now with this Cancer full moon, don't internalize an external problem. Don't internalize an external problem. I know it's very tempting to do so. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Very happy to be here to help you, support you through those journeys. Key, thank you for reposting. I really did. I was like, whoa, what the heck? Lots of hurting. Oh, sending you so much support, Hannah. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Friends, we're already at 13.4K. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. And we're doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, that spot is reserved for Bridget. Thank you so much for those beautiful gifts, Bridget. I appreciate you. Wishing you a lot of luck in winning that prize. Hannah, I'm reminding myself it's not technically the new year yet. That's a very good thing to keep in mind as well. I know the energy doesn't feel incongruous for the new year. I saw a meme recently that said like New Year on a Thursday. Like, what's that? You know, it makes a lot of sense. But here's the thing, even though it's not like, I want you to think of it more as an energetic reset, right? Particularly and especially in the realm of the emotions. What we do see that's happening right now is we see that there's a culmination of a lot of those moon relationships that are occurring. And so that's going to be different, particularly, especially for energy and solitude right now, right? And it's a continuation of the understanding that the best gift that we bring to counterpart connection is the ability to know the self, right? Because when we know ourselves, we become each other's safety nets. When we know each other, when we know ourselves, we become each other's sanctuaries. It's the state or space by which we understand that investiture into ourselves is the greatest gift. And I need to stress this too, and I'm sure that this is going to be coming up right now in the collective. The difference, like one thing that's been coming through very strongly, is the difference between self-centered and centered in self, right? And we're probably, I'm not even gonna get into the space of talking about it yet, because I can already feel like the collective kind of winding up and allowing that to be the space by which we work through a lot of this energy, because it's going to be, it's like this is, and I want to describe it. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the energetic conflicts that are coming up during this time are amplified or articulated in relationality to disparities in terms of situations of that nature. We are going to get started in just a moment, but before we do, I do need to step away for a second. We'll get started on the daily collective. However, if you want to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to step away. We're going to come back and we're going to get started on that collective. Be right back. All right, we're back. Thank you guys for your patience. That said, before we do get started on today's Daily Collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you. We will do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this live is here to receive it. And just reading over. Oh, exciting, Bridget. Oh, looking forward to it, dear. And Jaylee, I'm not sure what you're asking about in terms of it's not. Absolutely. Thank you. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, January 2nd, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 7 of Pentacles, cups in its upright in combination with the 6 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're working through right now as we move into this new year. One of the things that's very interesting about the energy that we're currently experiencing is it's not ideal as it relates to the perception of the self. I would not be surprised right now if you're working through modalities or experiences by which you may feel that you're being very energetically hard on the self. There's a reason for that right now. And the thing is, and I want to describe it because it's working into it's happening twice is what I keep on seeing. And the first thing I want to articulate is, and I want to just describe what we're seeing here. We've got Jupiter still in retrograde in Cancer and Uranus in retrograde in Taurus. Now, that can work through, right? This is a culmination of a lot of the moon lessons that we see that's been happening in relationship right now. And the thing about it is there's almost a point of distortion as it relates to the perception of the self that occurs with just those planets that are effectively in retrograde, right? Jupiter retrograding in Cancer can often create a feeling of hypersensitivity, right? And I need to stress this too, hypersensitivity is not necessarily a bad thing, right? So long as one is fortified in the energetic standards by which one holds the sensitivity point. So we've got Jupiter retrograding in Cancer, which can often work through the feeling of personal vulnerability. And then we've also got, and where do we see that vulnerability is coming through from? Uranus stationing retrograde in Taurus. So potentially feeling vulnerable in relationality to one's manifestation goals, not coming towards oneself at the proximity or the speed that one would effectively idealize or aspire it to come towards the self, right? It's often those moments, like this is a type of energy that is literally attenuated to making one question the self, right? Is it me? Like it's that's what Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer with Uranus in retrograde in Taurus, like you put them together, it's like, is it me? Like that's the is it me in the Jupiter in Cancer. And then the Uranus in Taurus is, am I the problem? Like the Uranus in Taurus is like, am I doing something differently? Like it's a lot of that slingshot energy because it's working through the energetic reliability or consistency that we need to find within ourselves, right? It's building into that pathwork of fortitude. Now, to add to that energy right now, because that's not enough, right? Because that wouldn't be enough. Like that's not enough. We've got to add to it the fact that we've got Venus in Capricorn tucked between Mercury behind it and Mars before it, right? And I'm going to keep on saying this right now, okay? If you're being hard on yourself right now, I want you to ask yourself, is your perception distorted? Because while we're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, I'm going to keep on telling you this, we're not technically going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but if I had to energetically replicate the feeling of going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, I would put Venus in Capricorn with Mercury before it and Mars ahead of it, right? Feeling the frustration of, and because it feels confused, right? Mercury should be ahead. So it's a feeling of, again, being upset at yourself because you're not moving fast enough, right? Making sure that you're navigating things with a sense of patience right now. And I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if it feels like your patience is like here, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, because patience is the amplification and the articulation in relationality to progress. Make sure, and I'm just stressing this right now, my friends, because we've got a Cancer full moon coming up. Cancer full moons are all about working through the well of the feelings, right? Working through the well of the feelings. But when we work through the well of the feelings with a sense of purpose, we find energetic blessings within them, right? It's moving into the well of the self to be able to understand the reasons why. It's allowing for the space. It's a step back so that we can step forward, right? It's a setting of the energetic intention that allows us to be able to convey something in a greater fashion. So if you're feeling like that right now, right? If you're working into the context of navigating circumstances or situations by which you're working through calibrating upon that weight, make sure that your emotions are proportional to the situation that you're navigating. Because the one thing we want to make sure that you're not doing right now is what can often happen when we're going through a Cancer full moon cycle, which is letting yourself get carried away by emotions. Okay. And here's the thing about it. We don't get carried away by emotions when there's healthy directions attached to the emotions. Just remember that. This is having a big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. Center card for today's spread. We've got here the Knight of Swords in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing with that Knight of Swords? And this is what I mean in terms of saying understanding emotions are not things that are meant to carry us away, so long as we are able to put clear directions to our emotions. And that's not to say, right? That's not to say that you dismiss emotions, right? It's the ability or the observation of being able not to rush through things right now, okay? Slow and steady energy. And if it bothers me, and if it bothers you, if me saying that bothers you, that's exactly what I mean, okay? That's exactly what I mean with this type of energy right now. I would not be surprised if you're going through those emotional waves. Now, we are also seeing at the same time, we're seeing the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships. Now, remembering that the moon relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde that we had over the fall in September up until the present. I've got 3 different modalities here that are happening for a lot of that energy and solitude. We're going to go through them. And for some energy right now, I wouldn't be surprised if you're going through both at once. We see one of the things about these new relationships is it's understanding. A lot of these relationships are working through the understanding of the difference between being self-centered and centered in self. What is the difference between being self-centered and centered in self? Self-centered is when you only view things from the perception of the self, right? It's the ego that is too big that acts as a wall and being able to see anything or anyone else, right? And it's also the observation, there are signs that you can sometimes have that you're going through those experiences. One is a lack of empathy, right? One of the most surefire signs that your ego is too deep is when you have a lack of empathy for things. But also when an ego is too thin, it's too much empathy for everything. And it comes at the cost of the self, right? So a lot of the work that we see that's been happening right now with these moon relationships is understanding the healthy balance in navigating what feels like, I keep on hearing empathy, right? Empathy with energetic standards. They are not incongruous to each other. When we're understanding and we're working towards balance, you don't need to sacrifice one for the other. You can have both. And this is what we see is happening right now for a lot of these relationships. The observation of the work of building into, and I keep on hearing, healthy vulnerability with high standards. Healthy vulnerability and high standards. The observation of being able to be energetically vulnerable, but still be able to articulate upon what those standards are. Now, for some of these relationships, the gift that we see, this is either energy that is in solitude, that's working on that path work. Healthy empathy with high standards, having empathy, but also not to the space by the empathy effectively like makes one feel energetically helpless, but the ability of being able to effectively identify or articulate upon those standards that allows something to be energetically effective or impactful. For a lot of these relationships, that's what I keep on getting, the energy and solitude, slow and steady on that journey, right? Not getting too ahead of the self, taking this time and opportunity to effectively chart progress or to see accomplishments or to feel that sense of vitality as it relates to how much one has changed. And that's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy and salt in the hard part with some of this energy right now is not getting too far ahead of the self, right? Not getting overwhelmed in relationality to the perception in terms of what needs to be done, but taking that moment or opportunity to really feel that sense of confidence in relationality to all that you have done so far. So I feel like I see that for a lot of these energies or experiences working through that capacity, that ability to effectively come into a space of energetic stability, right? It's allowing for this energy to be a modality or moment of healthy grounding, being able to literally, and I want to say this right now, potentially energy and solitude, seeing ridiculous situations and in the past would have had them completely, like completely carried away, but just energetically observing them, right? Just being in the modality of observing something and going, there it goes. Like, oh, there it goes. There's it, there it goes. There's that thing that would have happened that would have had the past version of self in a tizzy, right? I also see that there are new relationships that are coming together during this time. They're articulating to each other the peace that they find in one another. And I want to describe this. These relationships have not been easy, right? They've been going through that journey since they've been coming together during the retrograde season. Since September, they were going through all of that nonsense that we saw that was happening with those retrograde cycles. Everything that could go wrong going wrong. Like scheduling issues, the things that feel like they're stacked on top of each other, potentially even, and this is the hard part too, Chiron and Eris, which have been in retrograde in such close proximity. Chiron's now getting out of that. Now it's stationing direct in Aries, which will actually be helpful. The observation of not only experiencing something, but experiencing something that feels very, very, experiencing something coincidental that feels very similar to something that happened to you that hurt you that was intentional. Going through that type of stuff in relationship, but just working through it. It's the understanding that a healthy relationship is the emotional refinement center, right? We move through the emotions and they bring us closer together. We move deeper into alignment as we effectively process them. And those modalities by which they're articulating to each other, the ease by which they feel that they can bring forth their emotions to each other, and it doesn't create a difficulty. It allows the context by which they're just able to effectively do something even finer, right? These are fine. I keep on hearing this is the refinement. These are relationships by which they're I keep on hearing they're remembering what true fineness is, right? Fine was never supposed to mean whatever. Fine was supposed to talk about, fine was the word that you would put on something by which you understand the delicacy and care by which one works through something. So we see that this is the energy that feels like they're coming into relationship and they're getting fine back because it's the space by which they articulate fine, but not in a way that feels like it is dull or numb. The space by which they understand how beautiful that word is or how lovely it is because it's connected to refinement, right? The ability of doing something over and over again by which one is able to make something look energetically effortless. I also see some separations that are occurring during this time. And the modality by which we observe that separations are occurring potentially have to do with the observation that emotions don't fix things unless they have healthy directions attached to them. That we don't come back to something with emotions expecting that to be the space by which something is resolved, but rather the space by which we're able to effectively understand that emotions, the work that we do when we're being responsible with our emotions, we don't just give them to anybody, right? They have clear directions attached to them. It's the observation of understanding what we, not only what we feel, but what we aspire for another person to do with those feelings that allows something greater to occur. And what doesn't happen, if these are modalities or experiences, I keep on seeing this, I keep on getting this ever since Saturn and Neptune went direct in Pisces, right? The observation and understanding too that relationships are emotional refinement centers, places that we go to work our emotions, to understand our emotions deeper. If there was energy that articulated the desire for a relationship, but then felt they had to take a break to navigate the emotions that were coming up being within one, there may be a lot of energy that is articulating to another the fact that while they understand the desire that one may have for a relationship, they're articulating as to another person's readiness to be able to facilitate building a consistent space within one, because it's the observation that our emotions, like working through our emotions, shouldn't move us further from connection. They should move us closer towards it. Some energy right now potentially going through all of those things at the same time. Continuing to get clarification, moving on to the temperance relationships. Our temperance relationships were the relationships that were coming together between Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period of this summer. So that was between about September to this summer. One card to clarify, two cards to clarify. We've got the Nine of Swords in its reversal. Love seeing a Nine of Swords in its reversal. And we've got the Judgment card in its upright. So I like this because this is saying to me that a lot of the temperance relationships right now are building a point of appreciation for each other because of the gift of espousing good judgment. And what do we see that happens in the modality or experience of being able to articulate or espouse good judgment? There's a lot of this is the highest gift that we find when we're with counterpart connection, right? And I feel like the thing about it, and I keep on saying this, the hard thing for some of these temperance relationships is being too hard on the self right now, right? Working through this energy, getting frustrated by which something isn't happening at the speed by which one would aspire or desire it to. What is this energy saying to one another? You have to go easy on your journey, which is the space by which they may articulate a tendency that they're very hard on the self. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships or situations, working through those modalities by which they're trying to tell each other how they feel, but not just how they feel, the ability of being able to communicate exactly the space by which they're helping to build that energetic stabilization point for each other. The difficulty we're experiencing with Venus between Mercury and Mars right now, and also with Jupiter in retrograde, with Uranus in retrograde, is having a faulty perception of the self. Either a faulty perception of the self or a perception that you recognize in another that is completely out of place, right? Navigating a unclear perception of the self or navigating another's unclear projection towards the self. And that's why I keep on seeing the energy that is articulating upon, like, I feel like the energy effectively says to one another, if there was something different that you could be doing, I would tell you, right? The modality by which they build into that point of clarity by saying to each other, by acting and facilitating as that clear mirror, right? That's a continuation of the moon lesson that's moving into temperance, which is the articulation of saying to one another, some energy you just need to be steady through, right? Especially if it's not coming from you, right? Sometimes we just need to be energetically steady through difficult energetic cycles. And it doesn't mean that we push too hard in relationality to changing things, but we're able to be, I keep on hearing, purposeful and patient as it relates to what we put our effort towards. So I've got a lot of that energy that's like working through, like I keep wondering what it actually means to come into perfection. And the interesting thing about perfection is the only way you come into perfection is you don't look for it. You work through perseverance. You work through patience, right? You work through through tiny actions that lead to perfect moments, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to move towards the energy that is deep within divine union. And these are the effective magician relationships. And the magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period this summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which was around March. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Between our 7 of Cups in its upright and the 6 of Wands in its reversal. Come on. Ooh, we've got lots of 6 energy here. We've got the 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. And the 6 of Pentacles, like, let's talk a little bit about that. That 6 of Pentacles in its reversal talks to us about working through, talks about working through the energetic squeeze. And the thing about it that I keep on seeing, and this is really important because, and I'm not sure why this keeps on coming up, because I know that there's not a lot of energy right now in Leo, but there's something about this energy by which I keep on getting this feeling like it feels a little bit Leo in here. And I need to try to, I'm still trying to figure that part out. But it has to do, it has to do with the understanding of what another person does when they see us energetically squeezed, right? And it says to me, it's the difference between squeezed and wrung out, right? Because the observation, right? The observation of not building into, and this is what I meant about a continuation of working through this energy that articulates and understands. Like, it's like, I feel like the gift that's happening in this energy is the ability to observe the difference between self-centered and centered in self. Okay, and we're going to get into it again, because what we're effectively seeing is the and often, and this is why it's coming out, and I need to point this out. Often someone who is energetically self-centered will look at someone centered in self and will articulate to them that they're being selfish. I'm going to say this again, okay? I want you to listen very carefully to what I said. Very frequently, someone who is being self-centered will see somebody centered in self and will articulate upon the fact that that person is selfish, okay? But here's the thing you have to understand about that, and it has to do with the energetic irony of it, right? Because the space by which we articulate that another is selfish is the space by which we've put a desire in relationality to what we are energetically demanding from them, right? So it's like, look for the selfish is what I keep on hearing, because the observation, right, when somebody articulates that another is being selfish, the thing you need to immediately articulate is say, what were you expecting from them? Right? It's the recalibration of, and I feel like that's what this moon is doing to a certain extent. It's recalibrating where the selfishness is coming from. Does the selfishness come from the person by which another person sees them and wants something from them and is not getting it, and then going, you're being selfish, and being like, well, why are you being selfish? Because you're not giving me what I want, right? It's the selfish that tells on the self. It's the selfish that tells on the self in the space by which they energetically articulate upon it, right? it's the space by which we see, like, it's the space by which we see the energetic demand behind the wall of the selfishness that another person is projecting onto us. And often what happens, right? This is why, right? This is why there are times by which relationships fall apart in the modality of another person who heals, right? Who heals from the energetic fallacy of selfishness. Because the space by which, right, and I keep on hearing something is not selfish if it is energetically reciprocal, right? Something is not selfish if it is energetically reciprocal. If there's something that we do for the self that we would eagerly, excitedly like give to another, there's nothing energetically selfish about it. That's being very centered in self. It's the observation of how one moves that one feels the space by which you would eagerly give another. So we see that for a lot of that energy, like, I feel like it's hard, and I want to stress this right now because it feels like it's coming through specifically for some energy in solitude, right? And I keep on, and I have a feeling it has to do with some observing another person that feels like they come towards them not in the space of being committed, but rather when the energetic mood strikes, right? You can't have a relationship built on mood. You can't have a relationship built on mood, because a relationship built on mood, like, mood is like the energetic phases, right? They come and go, and in the space in between, like, it feels like there's that energetic disconnection. So I feel like there's a lot of those energies that we're observing and recognizing. And what's beautiful about it, and I want to describe this, just moving through the three different modalities I'm seeing right now for the energy in solitude. I've either got energy that is potentially working through a situation by which someone is coming back towards them, hoping for that new relationship vibe, right? Someone who's addicted to the beginning of relationship will always move away from things when it gets too heavy, because they love that. I keep on hearing they love that spring, is what I keep on hearing. They love that false spring of a new beginning in a relationship, but then they talk about the fact that they don't feel it anymore when it becomes real, because it talks about looking at relationship like an addiction, right? Someone observing another's addiction to the spring of partnership, which is related to that feeling of excited like that, the excited anticipation of what could effectively happen, but not having the effective sense of energetic stability in order to energetically work towards the space of maintenance. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, that observation, somebody in solitude going through that observation of seeing someone saying they only come towards me for the spring, right? The observation of someone seeing someone going, they only come towards me for the spring, but leave when it's time to start doing the things necessary to make the relationship something that is solid. Then this is the energy that's saying to someone else, like, I keep on hearing them say to somebody, you are addicted to the spring, right? Like, they're literally, I see some relationships that are reaching a point of and I keep on hearing healthy ending, potentially, by another person articulating and saying to another who's come back. I keep wondering, this isn't the first time that may have even happened. Someone saying, it's not that I don't think that your emotions for me are true, but I think that you are addicted to the spring, which is the space by which when someone says you're only excited to be here when you're not sure what's going to happen next, but you leave when it starts to feel energetically stable or consistent. I keep on seeing that a lot of those relationships are coming, like the energy in solitude, like that is the big lesson that's coming through in the moon relation, like in the moon lessons, right? The observation of recognizing that healthy relationship does not just stay in the spring of the relationship, but is there for all of the energetic seasons of it. Now, this brings us to the energy that's building into relationship. And what are they saying to each other? With you, it is always spring, right? Because when you work towards a relationship, and here's the thing about it, the spring never ends, right? But it doesn't, it's something that you put energy into, right? It's the space by which you put work into. It's a space by which you constantly feed into it. And some days it's hard, right? Some days it's easy. Some days it's as easy as breathing. Some days it takes everything. But you return to the energetic spring of the relationship, because then it becomes a space by which it's always there. It becomes the space by which you feel the energetic stabilization. And that's why it becomes beautiful, because some days you might not necessarily be at your best. Some days you're amazing, but the modality by which we work to understand the self, and this is a continuation of the lesson that we see, and this is what the energy is saying to each other. Even at your worst, because when we work to know ourselves, the gift is who we become. This is energy that says, even at your worst, you are at your best, right? That is the gift of healthy shadow work. The gift of healthy shadow work is even when you're at your worst, you are at your best. The modality of the gift that we find in another who has put that investiture into themselves, not self-centered, centered in self, doing the work to understand the self, by which we become each other's energetic blessings. So I see a lot of those relationships moving deeper into partnership with the observation of energy that works so hard to be able to build that within the self. I told you, the empathy that is fortified by strong standards. And now this brings us to a lot of the energy. And I feel like, again, and what's hard right now is some energy going through both of those modalities at the same time. Both of those things happening congruently, continuing to get clarification between our Six of Wands in its reversal with the Knight of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the 7. Oh my gosh. 7 of Swords in its reversal. So 7 of Swords in its reversal. The kids are gonna love me right now. I know. I gotta. You know what I gotta say right now. Yeah, it's all 6s and 7s today. You happy? Are you happy? Are you not? Okay. All right. Anyway, getting back to it. So, but here's the thing: you have to understand. Like the thing we have to recognize with that is, and I like to describe this like when we're working through, and I want to say like, you know, when we're working through that, and we're moving into the temperance energy, right? Um, like and here like spacing through the understanding of 6s and 7s. It's like, what are you going to do, right? It's the modality by which, like, it's the modality by which one navigates or works through the energetic remainder of things, right? And the thing you keep, the thing you kind of observe, and I feel like this is coming through with the temperance relationships, is healthy relationship does not rest on a catch, is what I keep on seeing, right? Healthy relationship does not rest on a catch, which is the space by which we catch each other, right? We don't look for egress. We don't look for points of exit, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something like beautiful that I see that happens in relationality to those temperance relationships, by which I told you, these are the relationships, the prioritization point was everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And what's beautiful about that work that we effectively see is the energy that builds into healthy relationship with one another, because they're never looking, right? They're never looking for catches with each other. They're looking for portals, is what I keep on seeing, right? They're not looking for spaces by which they feel the need to energetically escape a partnership. They look for those modalities by which they can move even deeper towards one another in the understanding of that uncanny territory. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy, and this is what I like look how supportive these energetic relationships are to one another. They say to each other, they're beautiful because they're not, they don't look for catches, they look for possibilities, right? It's the modality of the feeling of saying to one another that the space by which we energetically see each other is profound. It's beautiful. It's something that effectively builds upon the observation. But I keep on getting that for a lot of those relationships, they're healing, right? being in relationship itself is triggering, because they move through experiences by which, and this is what we get, like this is a night, like this is going to ease up a little bit now that Chiron is stationing direct in Aries. They're moving out of coincidental situations that are reminding them of wounds that were intentionally created, right? And that's what's so hard, right? Those modalities or experiences by which we work through something and we feel energetically triggered, right? The modality by which one feels, and here's the thing about it, some triggers are triggers for a reason, right? The space by which we feel energetically triggered about something because someone intentionally hurt us in such a way that it caused that wound. The space of navigating, right? The intentional trigger, and then feeling the stabilization point of another who knows one completely and says, I would never do that to you. I would never cause, I would never require you to have to go through that energetic experience again, right? I would never require you to have to navigate that point of pain over, right? This is the gift that we find in those relationships. And what I keep on seeing that's happening in those modalities is the observation of saying to one another, like the deep investiture on each other's experience, even in the space by which we articulate what we would or would not put each other through again. And I feel like that's what's so beautiful, because these are energies that hold each other, not just out of love, but out of integrity. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Swords in its upright in combination with our Nine of Swords in its reversal. And this is the Magician energy. And again, you know, there's a lot of swords on the table, but I don't mind the swords on the table. Okay? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles in its upright. So for a lot of those Magician relationships, the hard part with some of those Magician relationships is feeling and going through an experience by which they articulate the fact that they have a right to be upset about something. And I keep on hearing their lips are blessed. Their lips are blessed. Why? Because when we know that we are in a healthy space, we don't mind talking about it, right? That's how if you want to know if you have a right to be upset, okay? If you're ever worried about whether you have a right to be upset, start talking about it, right? If you feel foolish talking about it, well, you know, like there's a good sign that it might not be a good thing to be upset about. But when you're energetically in the space, and this is the thing about it, when we like the right to be upset is a gift. Okay. Like, the right to be upset is a gift, right? Because it's the space by which you can articulate it. And even in the space by which you articulate it, it feels energetically supportive, right? It feels stabilizing. It feels grounding. It feels good. It feels good to get it out, right? And this is what we mean about it feels good to get out. But here's the thing: feels good is good, right? Feels good is what we always strive for, because the difference between something indulgent versus something stabilizing is the space by which we articulate to another, and we build that point of energetic validation. And that's all I keep on seeing that's happening in those modalities or experiences, working into the context of something in such a way that not only are they fortifying the fact that they feel like there's something that's happening right now that feels energetically projecting towards them, right? But feeling stabilized in the projection by being able to articulate to another what that energetic experience is, and feeling, and I keep wondering, the stabilization of the wounding that is allowing them to amplify upon the choices that they're making going forward, right? It's a lot of that space that we see that is being amplified or articulated by another, but not just by another, but by the force of intention by which we work not towards the space. And I keep on hearing, remember when I said that whole conversation about selfish, right? I keep on hearing the space, and I feel like it's interesting because while it was coming through, and this is why we're seeing that there's an alignment day coming, like while it was coming through the energy in solitude, I feel like it's much more relevant to the energy deep within divine union, because I keep on hearing who's selfish to whom, right? That often when another person articulates the word selfish, we immediately have to move the selfish over and go, what were you expecting? Right? Like, it's not just the space. You can't just say it, they're being selfish. Be like, well, can you, before you articulate that someone was being selfish, can you elaborate upon what you are energetically expecting? Because when somebody articulates selfish, and then you get the elaboration point of what one's expecting, then you get to figure out where the selfish energy is coming from. And I keep on getting the message that pay attention that when selfish energy tells on themselves is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification. And here's the thing about it, because it's saying to me, and this is what we keep on getting, sometimes it's selfish when you ask for something from someone that you yourself wouldn't necessarily be inclined to give. So that's why I keep on hearing there's a lot of that a lot of that clarification on what the energetic word selfish means. Now, continuing to get clarification between our nine of swords in its reversal with the judgment card in its upright. One card to clarify, please. The moon card. Now, this is just going to be your daily reminder, okay? We've got a full moon in Cancer coming up tomorrow. And full moon in Cancer often works into the space of emotions. And listen to me, I'm not saying that you can't have an emotional conversation in this energy. I'm not saying that. Emotional conversations are great. Make sure there's directions attached to the emotions you're bringing to a conversation. Make sure that there are directions. Look at this, okay? It's not just enough to create emotions. Directions. Emotions connected to directions. Emotions with directions. Amazing things can happen. What happens? You give someone just emotions. What do I do with that? Right? But don't get into those spaces by which you say, I'm really glad I got that off the chest. Another person's like, I'm not, because now you've weighted me down with it. Okay? Like, you don't create top-heavy conversations with someone being like, I want to tell you something. And being like, okay, tell me. Well, what do you want me to do with that? I don't know, but it feels good to tell you. Like, avoid that. Okay? And just trust me. Recognize that healthy emotional conversations are not the divesting. They're not the divesting of emotions, because all we do when we divest our emotions on each other, right? Often we leave a conversation and go, we then create a bifurcation point in relationality to the reality that we find ourselves in, right? Like one person going, I feel so great that we had that conversation. And another person being like, I feel like you just put a giant weight on my back, right? And the way that we effectively recognize that we don't do that is we have healthy directions attached to what it is that we're emotionally sharing upon, right? The space by which we're able to effectively amplify or articulate that allows the identification point of our purpose to help set the course of the relationship or the conversation. So we've got here, for a lot of this energy, everything I keep on seeing is working into that context, and not just working into that context, but these moon relationships. This is what's fortifying those moon relationships, right? Healthy direction sense, right? They trust each other's judgment, because I feel like what they say to each other is, with you, everything is easy, because you do the work to understand what the emotions are asking for, so that I can deliver on them even more effectively, right? I keep on, every time I read upon these new relationships, I keep on hearing easy, right? And this is why there's no greater blessing than a relationship that creates ease, because when we have the modality by which we don't have to sit there with with a calculator and a magnifying glass to sit there and trying to figure out like what's going on with another person, right? When someone knows the self to such an extent that they can just easily tell another, right, how easy it can be. This is the energy that says, when you're easy, you free me to become the person I aspire to become, right? Like that is what they're giving each other in relationality to a gift. They're saying, through you, I become me, right? Through the ease by which we're able to create the relationship, I can fully embody myself, because I don't need to spend every moment trying to do the internal calculus and trying to figure out what's going on. It's as simple as it is, right? The easement point that's just is it's like and again, this is the gift that happens when we fix our egos, right? Because when we fix our egos and we meet each other, no greater joy on the planet. Because then you meet someone and you're like, I got some really good news to share, right? I met that person. What's there goes all the way down, the whole way through. It's pretty much the same thing. It's awesome. It's actually kind of cooler, right? It's the understanding. It's the understanding of the authenticity of the self that moves through the entire space of the person. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Six of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with an Eight of Cups in its reversal. So we've got, there's a lot of slow. It's giving me a lot of slow and steady vibes. And I know if I say that right now and you're annoyed, like I know. But the thing is, we got sevens, we've got sixes, and we've got eights, which talks about, and that's what I meant. Remember when I said like a bit of slingshot energy here? A little bit of slingshot energy here. Because, and I need to stress this, like the reason I keep on describing it as slingshot energy is the observation, right? We've got Jupiter in Cancer. We've got Jupiter in Cancer, which often makes us feel very, very, very vulnerable, like working through the space of our vulnerability. And then we've got Uranus in Taurus, which is like feeling like things are moving backwards instead of forwards, right? So we feel energetically vulnerable, and then we feel like things are moving backwards instead of forwards. And that's why I said be very conscientious with how you utilize your emotions right now, because those modalities by which we feel frustrated and then we feel like things are backwards and going forward, it feels so indulgent to want to give someone else a piece of our mind, right? The modality or the experience by which we feel the energetic temptation to just effectively articulate something, not because it feels productive, but that it feels good to say it, right? Making sure that you're not doing things from the space of getting something off the chest, but rather the observation. I keep wondering, rather the observation of being able to articulate and amplify upon the stabilization by which we effectively work towards things. So I keep on hearing healthy conversations have energetic directions attached to them, right? It's working into the space by which it's not just the identification point of articulating something, but being able to articulate what you aspire to be better in the space by which you speak towards it. So I feel like I see a lot of energy working through those modalities or experiences. I keep wondering, building upon patience, but not just building upon patience, building the building blocks of the self that allow the space by which we feel energetically confident within ourselves. And so everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that is working through the energy that I keep on hearing. Like a moment, the difference with this energy is a moment by which we work through emotions that allow us to effectively set our intentions versus those modalities by which I keep on hearing no board flipper energy, right? In this type of energy, which is like getting so frustrated that you just kind of, you know what I mean? Like you just like push something away in such a way that it creates that feeling of, and I know that there's that strong inclination here. And that's why I'm telling you, that is the energy right now, right? Like that is the effective energy that we're working through. So make sure that you're navigating that with a sense of energetic compassion for the self, but also for the energy around the self. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Queen of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got the 10. We've got the 10 of Cups in its upright. So the thing we see with the 10 of Cups, in its upright is, And I want to describe this, like moving back into the temperance relationships. Um, the space by which we work, and I keep on getting the space by which a lot of the temperance relationships are working right now is the observation of potentially having to navigate, right? And this has been what's so difficult, particularly and especially working through working through Chiron, like working through Chiron and Eris both in retrograde. Now Chiron stationing direct today, but the observation of understanding the difference between something energetically coincidental and intentional is the observation of being able to recognize and articulate upon the sense of the space of the self by which one works towards energetically supportive partnership. And I keep on seeing it's hard, right? Because especially if we've gone through path work by which we felt energetically betrayed, or the space by which we feel that another person is energetically trying to take advantage of us, right? Those modalities or experiences, they want us, right? There's that inclination to want to harden your heart towards things, right? Like that's what's hard about going through modalities of betrayal is the inclination to harden the heart is never stronger than in the modality by which we've been energetically betrayed. But the important thing to recognize and identify is the vulnerability that we bring forth to situations or scenarios, right? The space by which we don't allow something to change us, but the space by which we're able to navigate something with a sense of energetic determination for the self, right? Observe, I keep on hearing, especially for those temperance relationships, observant and unchanging, right? The modality by which they work, that's the condition by which they work to navigate experiences. The space by which they work to release those experiences from the past by allowing the modality or experience of the energy around them to surprise the self, right? Because that is the sound of hope, right? The space of hope is the space by which one holds on to the space by which you can still energetically be surprised. And it doesn't mean, right, there isn't those modalities by which someone moves back into something that feels like it energetically disappoints. But you don't I keep hearing, this is the energy that doesn't allow themselves to internalize another person disappointing them, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which, like, and I keep on hearing a lot of that energy working through something and saying, um, hard to see it, glad to see it, right? Because when they say hard to see it, glad to see it, is the hard to see it is seeing something that feels expectant. The glad to see it is the observation of seeing another's patterns and not allowing it to get to not allowing it to energetically affect the self, right? And this is what we talk about this is what we talk about when we speak towards this is what we talk about when we speak towards non-attachment, right? We don't mean disassociation, right? It's not the modality by which we observe something and we try not to allow it to bother us, right? Um, it's a space by which we can articulate why it does, right? It's the modality or circumstance or experience by which we can articulate to another the shape. I keep hearing the shape of our energetic disappointments. And I keep on seeing that even in the space by which there's an articulation of disappointment, the energy holds hope that something can change. But they're also doing a lot of work not to project their sense of patience towards energy that feels rigid in relationality to what is within them that is unchanging, right? That's what I keep on seeing in relationality to the work that they're doing. Like, this is what I meant for those temperance relationships: empathy, but with strong standards, right? Empathy, but with strong standards, right? Empathy, but with strong standards. Continuing to get clarification between the Ace of Pentacles and that Moon card. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Star card. This is a beautiful row we see here. Now moving back towards moving back towards those those magician relationships. The thing about the magician relationships is, and this is what's happening in those magician relationships. Like, there are situations, and this is what I mean about, this is what we often see in relationality to a maturation process. I see energy actively letting go of something, but in the space by which they're letting go, they're acknowledging to another, why are you letting that go? They're saying, because I'm making healthier choices, right? It's like the energy that effectively is able to articulate or amplify upon what it is that they're working on doing, but not just what it is they're working on doing, the energetic choices that they're making in relationality to the observation of what those choices bring forth. Because everything I keep on seeing there in relationality to that work is a continuation of the energy that is holding themselves with a deeper sense of compassion, right? They're I keep wondering, they're loving themselves, and I keep on getting like the space by which they're loving themselves is not the space by which they feel that they're perfect, right? But they understand what their work is. They understand, and this is why we talk about the space that knowing the self is the best thing that you can do, because the space by which you understand the self helps us understand like what is an internal problem, right? Like what is something that we are actively working on getting better versus the observation of someone taking something out on us, right? And the thing about it is when we are, and this is the hard part about it, like this is the hard part about maturing or healing. When you start taking, and it's interesting too, because even as I'm trying to read for this, you can hear me clearing. But even in the space by which we know, like we know we're making healthy choices, and another person starts taking out things on us, and only in the moment that we start making healthy choices, it informs us, right? It becomes information that we effectively articulate and recognize. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, they're holding the relationship preciously, but not just holding the relationship preciously. They're scrutinizing their own energetic responsibility in relationality to what they could be doing better, right? Because I keep on hearing this energy say, I'm not perfect, I know where the work is. I am not perfect, I know where the work is. They become perfect by articulating that, because I'm not perfect, I know where the work is the energy that says, I know myself. I know that's a me problem. I know that that's something that I need to get better at. And the observation of knowing that about the self is the greatest gift that we can bring, because as soon that we understand ourselves and we know what our energetic problems are, we know what are not our problems, right? We know what we're experiencing. We know what we're navigating. So I feel like these are the energies that are moving deeper into relationship. And the gift is the magicians are becoming better navigators because they're understanding, they're recognizing and understanding themselves. So they know the proportionality between what is an internal problem, something that they're receiving that they need to work on, an internal note, versus something that informs them about the person that's giving it to them. Continuing to get a clarification between the 8 of Cups in its reversal in combination with the 10 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the 4 of Cups in its reversal. I like to see a 4 of Cups in its reversal because this is, again, this is moving through the understanding and the recognition as it relates to navigating through healthy, energetic choices. And there's something to be said. There's something to be said about reliability. And what do we see when we articulate upon reliability? Energy that is like the gift that we bring in reliability is the continuation of being able to understand and identify what we are trying to do, but not just what we're trying to do, how we energetically show up, right? And this is like I keep on getting in relationality to reliability and energetic integrity. It's often the modality and experience by which we work towards, and I keep on hearing reliability, integrity, and familiarity, right? Like these are the gifts that we have when we feel energetically safe with another person, right? That's the trio, right? That's a trio of things. Those are the trio of things that one aspires to see when you're working towards healthy energy, right? The reliability that allows one to be able to feel that sense of dependability, right? There's the energetic consistency that we work on within ourselves, and that creates integrity, right? The observation of how we know another and what we can energetically expect. And those modalities or circumstances or situations, it's not something that we're perfect at, right? It's not something we're perfect at. But here's the hard part about it. Energy that often is recognizing of the fact that they're not perfect becomes the energy with the highest integrity. Because it's only when you feel like you're perfect, never are you further from missing the mark. Because often the sign that you'll have or recognize when you're deep in your ego is the feeling that you have achieved, like you've done it, right? There's no doing anything, right? Like being in the modality by which you say, like, I've accomplished it, I've figured it out. Like, no, you haven't. You've moved too deep into the ego. The observation of working into the space by which we understand that we're always, like, there's always something else that we could be improving upon. Like, that is perfect, right? And in that modality by which we work through our own feeling of inadequacy, we find perfectitude there, because the inadequacy is the aspiration that we have that tells us how important it is to be able to find the self. And it's a continual journey. It's one of perpetual arrival. And that's why the guides always articulate that we have to hold ourselves gently as we go through those journeys, because that doesn't go away. And often the falsehood, right? Be conscientious when you're saying, why hasn't it happened yet? Ask yourself what you're waiting for. Like, right? Like, what is that observation? Make sure that you're not in that space of suspended animation by which you're always feeling the sense of saying, like, something that could happen. Be like, what? But I don't know. Be like, well, that's the issue. You're miscalibrating. You're miscalibrating in relationality to arriving. Like, you don't wait for things. You answer the energetic call, right? When you say, I feel like it could be better, right? That is not you waiting for the doorbell. That's you getting your coat on, right? Like, it's not the space by which you say, where is it? It's a space that says, I better hop to it, right? Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of cups in combination with our star card. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Yeah, and the page of swords, right? It's a reaffirmation, and I keep on getting, and I know that, like, look, I need to stress this, and we need to talk about this, because there is something that is really important in relationality to I keep on getting the feeling of moving towards moving towards something that is perfect, that creates the sense of energetic anticipation. Okay. And the anticipation is the energetic elation that we have as it relates to arriving towards ourselves, right? It's a perpetual state of anticipation. We feel energetically excited. We sometimes don't know what we're energetically excited for. Answer the call. Okay. Like, answer the call. It's a call which says, it's not the space by which you look around and go like this. It's a call by which you feel that energetic excitement in relationality to what you're moving towards, right? It's the space by which it's the higher self, like, ringing the doorbell of the self, saying, come on, get to it. Like, you know, like, don't it's, and here's the modality or the fallacy of effectively expecting others, right? Answer the call within the self. And I need to stress this, because, like, the modality by which we often feel like that, right? I keep on getting, like, that feeling of energetic anticipation in relationality to working through energy, like what we're experiencing now, right? And I want to describe it. Like, we've got a lot of that energy that feels like anticipation, right? I told you it's slingshot energy. So I told you, got, like, a lot of that Uranus and Taurus, which feels like, where is it? Right. And then you got Jupiter and Cancer in retrograde that says, I feel really sensitive, right? So the modality or experience of understanding, right? And then you've got Venus with Mercury behind it and Mars before it. What do I do with it? Right? You build, like, that is the stuff that energetic dreams are made of, right? You fill it with possibility, you know? You fill it with the understanding of what it is that you aspire and desire to create. You build the energetic connections. And that's not the space. And this is why we talk about this. And I keep on hearing, like, the message coming through all the frequencies. There is no relationship on this planet that will save you from yourself. There is no relationship on this planet that will save you from yourself. But if you do the work to save yourself, right? If you do the work to understand the self, if you do the work to be able to come into the space of being the person you aspire to be, you will find the relationship that is in energetic alignment to you. And that modality, and I keep on hearing, like, this is what's happening across the frequencies. For a lot of the energy that is in solitude right now, this is the energy that is potentially, and I keep on hearing this, 2 different modalities happening, sometimes 3. Either the space by which they're feeling, like they're feeling someone coming towards them being like, would you like to start the spring of a relationship again? And someone being like, no, I'm looking for a relationship that navigates all the seasons, right? I'm looking for a relationship that navigates all the seasons, not someone energetically addicted to the spring, not someone who's just in the space of liking the anticipation, feeling the hink, feeling the lingering, the feeling of energetic, like, again, aren't you surprised? Like, are you surprised by which I articulated? There's that feeling of inclination. And then all of a sudden the energetic bell rings in terms of someone saying like, hey, remember the energetic spring, but something I wasn't there for seasonally, and someone saying to another, like, I'm looking for a relationship that spans all the seasons, right? The modality or understanding that we don't, like, when things start feeling like they're energetically reaching a point of normalitude, one doesn't run from that. That's where someone understands that you create that feeling of spring all the year round, right? Whereas we see also those modalities or experiences right now where someone is building into relationship by saying to another, you are my perpetual spring, right? You are the space by which through you everything is easy, right? There's no anxiety. There's no uncertainty and relationality to what's going to happen, because the reliability in terms of how you navigate things builds that energetic stabilization point. So these are very, I keep wondering, the relationships that are coming together right now feel fortified in the ease by which they bring into the ease by which they bring things into each other's experiences. While for a lot of these relationships, there could be modalities by which both is happening at once. Final card for today's spread. We've got here the Empress card. Okay, all right, we like to see that. So let's talk a little bit about, like, that energy that we're seeing. And I want to stress this too. This is a beautiful pillar. If you're a tarot nerd, go ahead and take a look at today's spread, because it's a beautiful spread. We've got a pillar going down the center with the Empress, the 10 of Cups, and the Knight of Swords. And the thing that we understand in relationality to those energetic journeys is, and I keep on getting it, it's the difference between searching for the energetic spring and becoming the energetic spring, right? The understanding that we don't look to each other for excitement. We don't look to each other for a change of scenery, right? We look to each other for in the space by which we feel that space by which we're energetically fostering a connection. And even in the modality by which we foster connection, it's the understanding that beautiful things happen over time. But the modality by which we work, right? It's like, it's saying to me, it's actually a conversation on sublimity, right? And what do we get with sublimity? The space by which we understand and we recognize the gift that we find in one another, that always allows for the arrival towards deeper possibility, right? And I like to point this out. It has a lot to do with the difference between a demanding partnership versus a healing partnership. And the modality by which a relationship becomes demanding is often the space by which we hold expectations towards it. And the thing is, when we hold expectations towards a relationship. We're basically demanding that a relationship conform. And when a relationship has to conform, there's no possibility of a relationship transforming, right? Because the space by which we demand upon each other often makes us not feel like we can be in our full presence or sense of self. So I keep on hearing transformative partnership, not conforming partnership, which is the space by which we look towards one another in the space of the possibility, right? Into the space of feeling the exaltation of feeling excited in relationality to what we find around one another, right? It's a lot of that space that builds into the bliss that we identify when we feel the energetic stabilization point within. But I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, and that's what I meant about this being kind of the culmination of the moon relationship, that it's more of it's more of the understanding that when we feel a lack within, we will find a lack without, right? That if you feel that energetic lack within, and then you go, I know it'll fix me. A perfect relationship will fix this lack. No, it won't. You will enter into that partnership and you will bring the lack with you. And then you will build that lack into the space of looking towards the counterpart to fill it. We are not here to fill each other's lack spaces. And often a relationship is ruined in the space. You'll ruin a perfectly good relationship by saying to another person, hey, this is what you're for. You're here to fill the lack within me. Oh, by the way, I've had that lack my whole life, and there's nothing I found that can fill it. But you, guess what? You lucky thing. I have decided that you are going to be the special person that can fill that lack space that has been inside of me the entire time. And then we are surprised, right? And then we are surprised when another person like loses it, like in the space of trying to fill a lack space that was never their responsibility to fill in the first place, right? That is not what we look to partnership for. But when we understand that, like when we're doing our energetic shadow work effectively, we're able to effectively work through and understand what is our responsibility to heal in order to maintain healthy relationship. And it works, and it starts with confronting that part of ourselves that feels like there's something energetically missing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Hermit card in its reversal. It's not what we're here for, right? Can you imagine anything more diminishing to another person to say, hey, you're my missing piece? No, you're not your own person. No, my friend. No, you got it very confused. No, you're not your own person. You're my missing piece. Yeah, you don't, no, you're not, no needs. No pesky needs. No personality. No. You're supposed to just be my missing piece. Yeah, you're just supposed to exist and persist just to fill all of those parts of myself that I find energetically lacking. Yeah, and it's going to be a beautiful time for you. It's going to be beautiful. No, that's not how, like, that's when we find fulfillment, we complement each other, right? When we find energetic fulfillment, we build into complementary relationships. We don't look at someone and then say, hey, you're not filling you are not doing a good job filling the missing part of me correctly. You're starting to get a personality. You're starting to get feelings about things. Can you please, no, you're just supposed to be here to fill that energetic, like gaping hole within me. No, right? The modality by which we work to fill that within becomes the absolute blessing to everyone around us. It's the space by which everything becomes energetically possible. And it starts in that modality, and it takes work, and it takes time, and often it takes a lot of introspection. But once we start there and we stop looking at each other as the space by which we feel that we need to fill the parts of ourselves that are missing, recognizing that there's nothing you found in your whole existence that can do so, then we can start to build the relationships that are actually allow us to effectively become the people that we aspire to become. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading. You have to to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the judgment card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one recently, last night, and it's now published on navigating this full moon that we've got coming up tomorrow. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I would also invite you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we will be hosting this summer. You can join me and the collective on August 8th through 13th. We will be traveling to Italy to study the tarot in the space by which the tarot was originally discovered, sharpening our tarot skills, but also understanding the context of the culture that allowed the tarot to find a foothold and thrive. We will be traveling to Rome, Tuscany, and Florence, and everyone who participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship with me, where I will assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize that retreat to navigate towards your tarot goals in the future. You can find out more about that over on my Stack as well. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on our personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you, Julia. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Happy New Year, Phoenix. Good to see you. Megan, I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, but sending you support on that journey. Definitely being forced to slow down. First being sick and now back. Make sure, again, pace yourself right now, dear. Make sure that you're hydrating and resting. Sending you so much support on that journey. Oh, Kristen, I hope you feel better as well. That was a very cool gift. I know. Thank you guys to everyone who was gifting. Happy New Year, Minnie. Good to see you today. I know you hate being told to slow down. This is the type of energy. Listen, it's not about slowing down. It's saying being slow and steady. Consistency pays off. Don't get frustrated in terms of things not moving as quickly as you aspire them to right now. Absolutely. And Jay Lee, thank you for that beautiful, Bridget, that gift with the hot air balloon was gorgeous. I'm definitely being hard on myself right now. Yes. Oh, and thank you for watching my live for 100 minutes, Jay Lee. Appreciate you. Hannah, my inner critic is getting louder lately, but it's nice to be aware of her, tell her to be quiet. Well, and I want to point this out. Make sure that that inner critic is being proportional in terms of what they're expecting from you versus what they're expecting from those around the self. And thank you, Alexis, for the follow. Got to keep Little Miss Perfect in check daily. I get it. But if you carry a lot of Virgo placements, it can be hard. Capricorn placements too, right? Like Capricorn placements, Virgo placements, working through the context of perfection. That's why this Cancer full moon in Capricorn may bring a lot of those feelings to the surface. That was my quote for last month. Growth still counts when it's quiet. I love that. I absolutely adore. I'm going to pin that up, Bridget. I love that. Hi there. How are you doing, Julia? Welcome. Absolutely. And thank you, Channeling, for the heart me. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful year. Guys, make sure to give Channeling some love. Also a fantastic reader. And thank you as well. Absolutely. Hi there. Spot on. Thank you. Good vibes. 1111, Julia. Tap to claim. Paranormal. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I appreciate that compliment, Paranormal. Welcome. Queen. Good to see you. It's been a minute, Queen of Swords. How are you? Empaths got to learn to center the self. I know it's hard, right? Empaths hate doing it, right? They hate it. They hate it. They need to do it. They need to do it. This is like my spread today. The 8 of Pentacles, the World, and the Page of Wands. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, and like the 8 of Pentacles, right? Like, yeah, the 8 of, like, that is literally the 8 of Pentacles with the World and the Page of Wands, which is everything can be, that says everything can get done. It's just a question of priority and time, right? First things first kind of energy. Yeah, I know. The 6-7s today cracked me up. My 13-year-old would be tickled. I know. Thank you, Tiff. Grand Rising Avatar. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, I'm waiting for it. Yep. Full moon in Cancer, so I'll be crying. I mean, it gets emotional. We know that, though. But again, here's the thing. We can prepare for it. That part. No, I know. Exactly. Yeah, take these emotions. The sea without navigation will drown. Well, and that's what we, like, that's exactly put out, right? Like, that's a beautiful way of putting it, hardly, right? We need to have clear directions in navigating emotions. That's what happened yesterday, kind of spilling all on me. But here's the thing. Look, if you articulated to someone, right, and the way, look, I'll tell you right now, the way you can usually calibrate for somebody who's in a space by which they're pouring their emotions out into you, here are the magic words. Ready? Here are the magic words. What would you have me do? What would you have me do? What would you have me do? And Jonah, thank you for the follow. Potato, either mini. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Mamo. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Queen. I want to hop to it, Sin. And I mean, listen, Bridget, there's a book I want to like refer to you to, which is like the name of it's escaping me. I might send it to you in the disco in relationality to like working through body cues and being like, okay, I got you, Yep. Hi there, Discipline. How you doing today? And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Grand Rising, Gianna. And thank you for the follow, dear. Grand Rising, Ella. Good to see you today. C, I love the knowledge you give and everything about your stream. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, C. Thank you for being here and a part of this collective. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Alexis. You're so welcome, dear. Yep, the breadcrumbs are good size. And to Tanisha, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me, okay? And thank you for sharing the live as well. I appreciate you as well, Seamoon. Crystal, thank you for the follow and thank you for those gifts. I usually get the whole loaf right up front, but then I find out it's not gluten-free. Oh, dear. I'm sending you support, dear. I know. I'm looking forward to it, Queen. And again, there is a special discount on that retreat that is expiring soon. If you would like to have more information about that retreat, message me directly from this live with the word trip. Now, if you are interested if you are a super fan who's become a super fan today and would like access to our super fan only disco channel, message me a disco gift. And if you are a super fan, there is a big coupon in the perks section for our tarot class subscription program. But if you would like a discount that is only unique for this live and are not a subscriber, message me the word class. Is superfan the same as so basically, Queen, basically the clock app is phasing out subscribers. It's now superfan. You will continue to hear me use the word subscriber because superfan creeps me out. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Blessed Rising, Billy. We are going to be doing, Billy, we're doing one cards once we finish the personals. And if you want to get on the list right now, you would be the 5th person read for. And thank you for joining my fan club, Billy. I appreciate you. Dee, thank you for the follow as well. Mel, thank you for sharing the live. And Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live as well. Kath, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. It is Kath. Welcome and thank you. It is not, but why don't you put that one in the disco too? Because now I'm intrigued about it. Now I want to know what that is. Absolutely. All right, friends, we are going to get started. The first person we are reading for today is I've got you, dear. I see your question coming through. If you have information that is relevant for our read, if you have a past life you would like more information on or a dream that you would like interpreted, you can put those notes. You can put that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And if you get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. All right, perfect. I've got It's My's question here. I'm just going to pull it up. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Hold on, I got to find it. Where'd you post it? I saw it come through. Oh, I got it. Okay. Oh, we got to 50K. Oh my God, we're already at 95K. Holy smokes. Awesome. Okay. All right, sweet. Okay, before we get started, okay, I appreciate that. And Desiree, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. Okay, but before we begin, we got a couple things to do. Hold on a minute, pause on your question. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. And also, if there's anyone on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list today, please let me know so I can add you back to the list as well. Just let me know the date that you effectively got on the hold list. I'm currently thinking of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 53. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Ella, congratulations, you got it. All right, we will do that again when we get to 100K, which is very soon, and that will be available to you tomorrow, Ella. Congratulations. All right, let's get to it. And now, before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alchemist, look at you. Right on it today. It was the B. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And we've got a request from Pieces to do outside tea here. Minnie, you can absolutely get on the list from Sunday. Hold on a minute. Let me just confirm. Bum, bum, bum. Sunday. Yep, I got you here. Thank you. All right. You've been added back to the list. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. If you'd like to claim a spot. If you'd like to claim a spot, if you'd like to claim what is a spot? If you'd like to claim a spot, please do so sooner rather than later. If you'd like to have one of those readings today. All right, and I'm going to pin up spot. I'm going to pin up. It's my here. Bear with me a moment. Let me just find them. Boom, boom, boom. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I got you. And I'm going to pin up It's My Here, guys. Make sure to give them some love. Today, how do I quell this deep-rooted need to go back in time, pull up guilt about things when my soul feels lost in the moment, that my brain and body struggles to connect to? I just got back from an amazing vacation, just me and my loved ones. I feel so misaligned and have never worked harder to align. I got you. And thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll get 5 cards in your read. Yeah. You've got double 8 of Wands coming out. But here's the thing about it. It's reversed and it's upright. So we're gonna talk a little bit about this here. I want to stress there's an incongruity that we see that is happening here in relationality to and I want to okay, so here's what. Okay, and it's interesting too because you've got a guide coming through to work through this. Okay, you recognize. I want you to understand The need to go back in time. The need to go back in time. Do you not like where you are presently? That is the most important thing that you need to understand in relationality to that desire to go back in time. And it feels to me like the message is coming through the higher self. If you're working into, and I want you to understand, if you are in a space by which you feel the space by which we want to go back in time is only articulated in the space by which we feel that the present is energetically lacking, right? The past is effectively the legs that have carried you to this moment. Okay? You need to perceive it like that. And I think you need to write that down somewhere. Your past are the legs that have carried you to this present moment. Write it down because it's coming from one of your guides. Your past are the legs that carried you to this present moment. Change anything about it. Change anything about it, and you would not be where you are today. Good. I know it's hard, right? I know it's hard, good or bad. So, and the thing about it, and I feel like I see here, like I see the space by which I see you having a lot of contemplation on the past. Like I see you going through a modality of heavy contemplation in relationality to the past. And I keep on hearing something coming through. Recognize the past that you want to go back. Like recognize the disambiguation between a past that you want to go back to change something that you wish that you could do differently versus to be able to observe something that you recognize should never have happened in the first place. Right? I see a lot of trauma in that past. And I know how hard it is, right? Because when we discover, right? When we're on the journey of discovering our higher self, often the desire to go back and give someone a piece of our mind, this is what I keep on hearing. Like the desire, the inclination to want to go back to a past just to give someone a piece of our mind, right? You can do that presently. Is what I keep on. If this is a situation by which you want to go back to give someone a piece of your mind, let me introduce you to paper. Is what I keep on hearing your guide say. They're going, I would like to introduce you to this beautiful thing I've created called paper, is what I keep on seeing, called paper and a pen, by which we can effectively sort out our energetic feelings in relationality to something. I keep wondering, in relationality to something that we see, and I keep wondering, the further we get from it, the worse it looks, is what I keep on hearing. Like the further we get from it, the worse it looks is usually the sign that you're moving in the right direction. I know it's hard. But remember, that is the nature of the work. The nature of the work that is working through something productive is those modalities and experiences by which the further we move forward, like the further we move from it, the worse it looks. Never will you know that you're moving in the right direction more. And I want like, and I think that I see like, I feel like what's hard about this is, and I keep on hearing this, is this the desire you have to go back in the past, or is this the desire you have for the time to slow down? Is what I keep on hearing, right? Is this the modality by which you wish you could go back, or are you wishing that time would slow down? because everything I keep on seeing here, like I feel like what I'm just gonna unpack a little bit about what I'm picking up is happening right now on your life path. I feel like there is some energy that that finally feels the ability to connect with you. And the hard part with a connection is that some connections are interrupted by responsibility. I don't know why I keep on hearing something around you by which somebody says, now that I'm not responsible for you, I can finally get to know you, right? It almost feels like the observation of someone who's finally starting to see you correctly, you know? And I want you to understand that something I see that's happening right now on your journey. And I want you to write this down too. You are in a transitional phase. And what is a transitional phase? A transitional phase is saying, this is what I need to do to get to where I want to go to, but I don't want it to be my forever, right? And the observation of you saying to someone, this is not my forever home, right? Like you effectively identifying and recognizing that you're going through a transitional state, right? That is the observation of being patient with yourself. So the things I want you to do to help you through this energy right now is I want you, and it's going to be more emotional. You have to recognize this. We're moving towards a full moon in Cancer, which means a lot of feelings that come up. You're going to fortify through those feelings by writing purpose. You're going to write purpose into them. You're going to write down what your goals are, right? You're going to write down what would be your energetic ideal in relationality to what would allow you the space of feeling more grounded in whatever context that is. And it's even the modality by which you can articulate your dissatisfaction, right? If I keep on hearing, if a relationship is not in the space by which you want it to go, write down where it would be, right? Write down what it would look like that would make you feel energetically comfortable within it. If the place you're living is not ideal, write down, like, yeah, let this moon be one where you write down what that ideal living situation would be. If the schedule or the occupation isn't what you would aspire or desire it to be, write down what would be preferable. And you're going to utilize that, right? You're going to utilize that as the energetic template. You're going to utilize that as the space by which you're going to take all this transformational energy and allow it to calibrate. I keep learning calibrate upon the transformation, which is to say, I'm not there, but this is where I'm getting to. This is going to get me there. And if you recognize, I keep wondering, be prepared. Be prepared to potentially find incongruities there, right? Be prepared to come into the space of accepting and saying, this is not going to get me where I need it to go, right? Because the moment that you understand the modality of you looking at something and saying, this isn't going to get me where I need it to go, is the moment that you recognize that is what you're healing from, right? That's not you. That's not you trying to change it. That's not you trying to be comfortable with it. That's you coming into the space of fully embodying what that energetic change is. And I keep on seeing, especially with the Eight of Wands and the Eight in its reversal with the Eight of Wands and its upright, I keep on hearing the space by which and I keep on hearing your comfort. I keep on hearing something really important from one of your guides that says your comfort is also conducive to the manifestation goal, right? Saying that you want to do something comfortably is what I keep on seeing, right? Doing something comfortably is being able to do something in a way that feels like it's energetically comfortable as you move towards it. So I keep on getting, don't just work towards the goals, work towards how you can move towards the goals comfortably. Bottom of the deck on this reading is that no, that's not the, hold on. It's interesting because I felt inclined to reach for the Hermit because I feel like that's your inclination. Yeah, sometimes the work is not working harder. And I know you're going to hate to hear this. It's working softer, right? Sometimes the solution is not working harder. It's working softer. It's not doing more. It's understanding what you need to do less of, right? And I keep on seeing making sure that you're doing something in a way that honors the self, right? Or holds compassion to the self, right? Returning some energy back towards the self is what I keep on seeing, because I see you actively changing. But in the space by which you're changing, I keep wondering, our change as we move towards our manifestation goals should be changing in the best way possible. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. We also hit 100K. Thank you guys. I'll be gifting another reading back to the collective. Thank you guys for helping us get to that so early. Hold on a moment, just reading over the comments. Yes, highest gifter reading is always available day of. The 50 and the 100K ones are always available the next day. You're welcome, Ella. It's my no. I leave, I'm happy. I'm back and I'm horribly unsettled. So that's important, right? Because, and I want to see this, like the space by which, the space by which you may have to say to yourself, I need to go somewhere to get a better sense of perspective, right? Identify what was different, right? What did you find there? What was there or what was not there that was making you feel so energetically comfortable? Oh, I gave it at the time. I don't now. Thank you. I just miss what I made as my home. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing that you're doing right now. Remember when I said that transitional space? This is you finding your forever home, right? Like you saying, this is not where I aspire to be, but this is what's going to get me there. And Raw Authentic, thank you for the follow. I've unpacked my bag while listening and in tears. I'm tired of moving over the last 5 years, sending you support, dear. But and I see even now, like even in the space by which you're articulating, or a lot of feelings are coming up, like allowing the space of understanding or working through what feels like it's moving towards you, like what it feels like you're doing to move towards that sense of purpose. Like even in the space by which I keep wondering, like a lot of those tears that are coming up, I want to stress this. Like this is you finding a new perfect, like I feel like I see some kind of path work in your past by which something was easier, but there was also something that was harder. So I want you to take that energy and try to put it into what would be your ideal, to help you observe that and recognize that that is the goal that you're working towards right now. I know the Cancer full moon, it always brings up a lot of emotions and tears. I want you to think less of codependency and more interdependent, right? You do not want to strive for codependency. You should be afraid to be codependent. You want to be interdependent, right? And what is interdependent? Codependency is feeling the sense that you need someone, right, in order to do something. Interdependent, right? Interdependent is having the modality of saying, it's easy, it's better with you. It's easier, right? It doesn't create the feeling, I keep wondering, it doesn't create the feeling by which you need it, but the feeling that you're trying to create, that you aspire for it, right? So I want you to kind of correct not codependent, interdependent. And Nanette, thank you for the follow. I never unpack after a trip. Oh, but I feel like but here's the thing, if you're doing so now, right? If that's something that you're doing now, like this could be like, it's interesting because I feel like that's what you're doing. You're unpacking after a trip, right? Like emotionally and tangibly. Absolutely. Good to see you today, Deborah. You're welcome. I know. And thank you for having this reading with me. And the thing is, like, and I want to, like, I keep on hearing, allow the space by which emotions are coming up to help you recognize the difference, right? The gift of feeling like what you felt there versus what you feel is lacking here, so that you can build that into the energetic experience that you're working in terms of finding your forever home. Because even that, like, and I keep on hearing the same message coming through too. Remember, nostalgia is 2020 because nostalgia is faulty. Nostalgia is 2020 because nostalgia is faulty. It's easy to be nostalgic in the space by which we feel different. Don't let the nostalgia cloud your perception of what it was actually like to go through something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are going to be doing, oh, but yeah, that's very much like me too. You know, that's very much like me. I'm the same way, Nikki. It takes me forever to unpack. All right, we're going to continue right now. So the next reading we're doing, before we continue, I am going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys for helping us get to 109K. I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No, 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 mm-mm, no, 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 no. Oh, Avatar, congratulations, dear. We will do that again when we get to 150K. Avatar, that reading will be available for you starting tomorrow. In the meantime, whoop, come back here. In the meantime, the next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. That's the funniest response. That is the funniest response I've ever seen to someone winning the giveaway. That is so satisfying. I'm glad it was satisfying. Yep. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Julia, for letting me know where you sent it. In the meantime, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. I've got 4 spots left before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, I'll read the list right now for anybody who's on the list. So the list that we have right now, we've got Julia, we've got Claire, we've got Bridget, we've got Kathy, Desiree, and Minnie. And 4 more spots. If I have not named you and you sent me a donation, please give me the initial. Just the initial where you sent the donation, and I will confirm you're on the list. Vindicating even. I like that. It really is so satisfying. I don't know what it feels like. I'm never on the other side of it. Shane, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right. And then Julia, is this inside tea or outside tea? And before we continue right now, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. the wolf. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Whoop. Well, he has to do a mock one for you today. All right. Outside tea, safe space, y'all. I love that. Okay, cool. Okay. Whew. Oh, Lord. So my ex and I broke up about 3 months ago. And if you recall the dreams and visions I was receiving with his close friend, I ended up confronting the friend and just wanted to speak clarity around the dreams and visions. It turns out the friend was taking pictures of our messages. He ended up showing all his friends except my ex. Then I was feeling really, really anxious and just feeling like overwhelmed. New Year's Eve, and my guides were like, Julia, this isn't your energy that you're feeling. You're feeling someone else's energy. And I was like, okay. So then about an hour later, I got a call from my ex. Basically, he found out from some other person about the dreams and visions. And he's been berating me ever since, saying things like, oh, geez, Louise, just saying really awful things. Like just a lot of projection. I say all of this to say I was not dating my ex when I reached out to his friend to confront him about these things. And I confronted this friend because he very much believes in the paranormal. So I thought maybe he would understand, but obviously he didn't. So any guidance for the highest or best in regards to the situation and not internalizing the projected energy and shame. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. Wow. I mean, what I'm basically seeing here is I feel like there's something that you were picking up in the dream about the fact that that energy was interfering in a relationship. And I just want to point out you got validation in terms of the fact that you see that they caused a rift. The hard part the thing we have to navigate, and I need to point this out, our guides show us stuff. Our guides show us things in relationality to karmic connections to help us understand the energetic nature of what feels like it's in our best interest. And the thing is, energy tells on itself. So I recall a lot of those dreams. You had dreams by which you recognized that someone kept appearing in your dream space. And where did you find them? It felt like they were constantly in the space by which they were energetically interfering, right? Not necessarily making something better, but making it worse. But this is often and I want to stress this, like the space by which you effectively got a read on somebody in the modality by which right? You know the fact that they feel energetically connected to these things. So again, you articulated to them the fact that they were showing up in your dreams to try to get indications if they could bring some kind of input to it. And what did they do instead? They utilized it to create a further rift between you and that person. You're getting full validation in the terrestrial on everything that was happening in the dream space, and potentially working through the space of navigating the fact that they recognize that another person is afraid of this stuff, right? I would not be surprised if they energetically sent it to someone who they knew would potentially get it back to your counterpart, to that person, right? Like the modality of them taking something that you gave them in confidence and not only sharing it, but sharing it with energy that they know would effectively bring it back to the source. Like this was potentially their way of getting it to that person by spreading it everywhere, like everywhere but the source, means that it's only a matter of time before that person was going to energetically receive it, right? So even in the modality by which you recognize that you articulated something to someone from a place of concern, but their space was not the space of basically trying to build into the confidence by which you were trying to give it to them, but understanding that someone was afraid of this stuff and then not wanting to say it to them directly, but giving it to everybody with the understanding that if they gave it to everyone surrounding a person, beyond that person, that they would effectively be able to deliver it to them without actually delivering it to them. You just got confirmation of the dream space. You got confirmation of the fact that this is an energy that interferes with this person's relationships. And what's hard about that is it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You probably can't say this to that person because they'd refuse to believe it, right? Because they say he didn't do anything, like that person wasn't doing anything except being a good friend. But were they? Was that a good friend? Was that a good friend by which you reached out to someone saying, I'm concerned about someone, and instead of saying, I'm concerned about someone, they took that and said, I'm worried about her? See how easy? See how easy manipulation can occur? See how easy manipulation can occur? It's nefarious. You picked up on nefarious energy, and there was something in the dream space that was articulating to you to be energetically wary of that person. And this is the confirmation of it. I know it's difficult. I know it's painful. I know that they've probably taken something and they've widened a rift. Hopefully the day comes where this energy understands that this is someone that they hold close to them, that they shouldn't. Because I would not be surprised if there was a history of this person ruining relationships to them. I would not be surprised. They won't know until it happens again. It'll happen again. Usually the first time it occurs, the second time, if it hasn't already occurred before, because I do feel like the thing I keep on picking up here is potentially someone catching wind. Right? I feel like I see somebody who's afraid about another person falling into a relationship and ruin. And like, I would not be surprised if this person's single. I would not be surprised if this person's single. And I would not be surprised if this person is the kind of person that's like attached to the hip to somebody. Right? Who often potentially talks about the fact that they feel that there's always people trying to get in the way of their friendship. I'm sorry to read for it. It's painful for me to read about something like this, because when I read about something like this, you want to grab someone and say, this is the worst person. This person does not take your happiness into consideration. This person only sees you in the space by which they don't think about happiness. They look towards energy that comes towards them as interference, is what I keep on seeing. So, and even in the space by which somebody says, like, I keep hearing somebody like, I'm looking out for you. See how I look at, like, even the space, and even in the space, like, even in the space by which the energy gave it to every, like, if this person, again, if this person was smart, they'd realize the observation of a blast radius, something that someone gave to everyone but them that was meant to be delivered to them. I keep on hearing, if they were smart, they would pick up on that, right? They would understand the power of a blast radius all around to drive to, because someone didn't want to be the energetic source, is what I keep on seeing. And even in the space by which you said that, and I need to point this out, the fact that I need to stress this here. There is something here that I want you to understand, which is good energetic riddance. Okay, if this energy, if you're articulating upon the fact that you told someone that there was something that you observed in the dream space that made you worried, which we now see is completely true. And in the space by which they articulated things like you need to be medicated, you're evil, or your life is going to mess you up so bad, like the space by which they would say such horrific things to you, this is not they're showing you why this is not someone that you could keep energetically close to you. This is energy that's effectively showing you why that is not someone who is safe to keep in proximity to you. Because even if all that occurred was the space by which you articulated to someone that there was something in a dream that made you feel energetically concerned, that you just wanted to make sure wasn't happening, that's normal conversation. Like that, and here's the wild part about it. You just got the confirmation on it. You just got the confirmation, right? It feels like you got confirmation in the worst way possible. And again, I send you a lot of energetic sympathy that this is happening. But again, the one, like, I want you to understand, like, the word I just keep on seeing is confirmation. Like, you know what I mean? Confirmation that everything you saw in the dream space was energetically factual in relationality to what's happening to someone in the present circumstances. Bottom of the deck. What a guy. What a pal. What a pal this person has. What a pal. Look at them. Look at them looking out. I bet they've done it before. I'll always look out for you. I'll always look out for you. Looking out for you, or looking out for who? Who are they? This is like, doesn't have to end yet. This is a type of energy that they will find something wrong with anyone that this person comes into contact with, because it's ruining their I keep on hearing, this is my play partner, right? This is somebody who goes, this is somebody going, this is my buddy, this is my pal, this is my buddy, this is my pal. Not going to let anything interfere, right? Friends before anything? No, that's not a real friend. A real friend would never say friends before anything. A real friend would say, your happiness is my reward, right? Real friends do not say friends before anything. That's not a real friend. True friends say, your happiness, my reward. Your happiness, my reward. Not the modality by which we say, I will not let anyone get between us. That's not healthy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh dear, sending you so much support. And yes, Crystal, I've got you on the list. You've been added. Yep, I know. No, here's the thing about it. You could have done the most innocuous thing. They were going to turn it into a weapon, right? They took it, they took what you gave them, and they're like, look at the weapon I can craft with this. Pay attention. Yes. Absolutely. I got you, dear. And thank you, Hardy P, for those gifts. As long as it's a safe space, yeah. Yeah. We'll have to, my guys have to be like, I'll be the one saying the numbers, yeah. No, tower moment. But here's the thing again, I feel like the tower moment that you're seeing is another person creating, like, it's another person creating false towers. Like the tower moment that you're observing is another person's tendency to create a false tower for someone, right? Like, ooh, look, good thing, look, good thing, look, you just dodged a bullet, right? Like you just dodged a bullet, they're the one holding the weapon, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, that's wild. Oh, I'd worry about that. Like again, but there's nothing you can do. When you see situations like that, if another person isn't observant of it, and the hard part is anything you articulate will just validate the other person, you know? Yeah. I initially thought it was a dream reading because it sounds absurd. Just tell me, Bridget. I just want to talk to them. Yep. Yeah, I remember the dream readings. They were there and they shouldn't have been. And now you've got validation as to why. Yeah, all I did was call it out and it was invasive. True. Yeah, the friend kept saying, I understood. I understand. Yeah, and the friend just kept saying, I understand this is a safe space. Exactly, right? With no accountability. Ugh. Yeah, and so that's what I keep on seeing, like them trying to articulate, like that's what I keep on, like if that was in the dream space too, right? Like the modality by which you gave them something and they're now utilizing it as a point of concern tells you everything you need to know about them. And yep, ugh, it's yeah, they are single. Yeah, thank you for confirmation. Yep, absolutely. Hmm. There's nothing to blame. Like I don't blame yourself is what I keep on. Don't blame yourself in that mode. Like here's the thing about it. If somebody does not have the perception to notice somebody who's like tangibly working on creating interruptions for them, that's their lesson to learn. It's not yours because energy like that, the problem is when someone has someone like that around them, they will weaponize anything, right? The failure isn't yours in trusting someone. It's the observation it should never even have happened in the first place, right? You literally just watch someone make a problem where a problem didn't exist to effectively like that reaffirmed your own energetic, like, and that's what's wild about it. What's wild about it is I wouldn't be surprised if like the articulation of you mentioning the dream to them, right? Like the observation of them being in the dream space, like they just confirmed it. Yeah. I am sending you support, C. No, I mean it's the worst thing when you have moments like that. It is worse than an enemy. Beautifully stated. Oh, sending you support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. But here's the thing about, and I need to point this out. All right, true people who care about you do not create witch hunts around you. Like the modality by which another person articulates upon the fact, and I want to describe this like healthy energy, the space by which you say like I had a compelling dream that had you in it. Like most energy would navigate that with a sense of interest, not in the space by which it would create like, and I want to point out the fact that I feel like you struck upon someone's shadow work, right? The unreasonable reaction in relationality to something that they refuse to see, right? The unreasonable reaction in relationality to something that they refuse to see. Like even in the space by which I feel like even in the space by which they might even recognize, some small part of them recognizes that's happening, but can't navigate the enormity of it. Yeah. So, and I want to point this out, and I know it's difficult. Healthy energy understands, like I need to stress this. Healthy energy understands that those who have stories, those who go around spreading stories, usually have something to hide. I need to stress this, Julia. Healthy energy profoundly understands that those who have the tendency of telling stories are usually in this capacity by which they're trying to hide something. Don't let it affect you. Allow it to inform you. Don't let it affect you. Allow it to inform you. Exactly. Beautifully stated, Bridget. Ugh, that's wild. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Well, and here's the thing, and I need to stress there, like I need to stress this. Healthy energy wouldn't do that to you. Even, I need to stress this, even in the modality of separation, even in the context of separation, right? We can be separated and still be energetically respectful to one another. We do not need to energetically salt the earth in the space by which we come into separation. And everything we're seeing there, it feels like somebody who is utilizing a moment of separation to drive a stake between you and another person to prevent you guys any possibility of coming back together, right? Like that's what we see is happening. We see a modality by which somebody was like, I'm going to eliminate the possibility of energetic reunification by driving a stake between them, is what we see is happening there. And your observation of that, I keep on hearing, let it inform you. Don't let it affect you. If that person that you are with is conscientious, they will see it too. And I guarantee you, if they don't see it this time, they'll see it with the next person that this person's with, because they're going to do it again. They're going to do it again. I wouldn't be surprised if it's happened before. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. Next person we're reading for today is Claire, right? And here's the thing, and this is what happens. Like when we're in a healthy space, we recognize when others are trying to drive stakes between us in relationships, right? Usually that's the context by which we say, like, somebody, I never shared with that person again, right? Oh, I see. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that person trying to drive a stake between us. Isn't that interesting? You know, the modality or experience by which we observe it, it's painful, but it helps to fortify our own sense of perception. Thank you, dear. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you support on that journey. I know it's not easy. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 115K. When we get to 150K, we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So, woo! I'll keep that one out. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. All right, where were we? And Claire, while we wait for Claire, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close, Kath. Very close. We had the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Second call for Claire. If Claire is not here, we're going to move on to Kath. Kath, if you're here, well, I know you're here. Can you let me know if you'd like? It's not basically a stag. I mean, there's a similarity in the energy. I mean, I can see it, but come on. Kath, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anybody else who'd like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list is closed today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I can't even get behind. They look, Nikki, you lost Nikki. Okay. Okay, I want to know what to expect this year. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. What did you do? Mhm. Okay. Ooh. Oh, snap. Um, I don't know why I keep on hearing something here. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I keep on hearing, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. You guys see these cards, right? I've got a star card in its transverse with the high priestess in its reversal, with a knight of pentacles and the hermit card. That is a I'm sorry I ever doubted you energy. And I want to describe, like, the thing I keep on seeing is I feel like I see some kind of situations. Um I don't know why I'm getting this, but, like, I feel like I see some kind of situations by which another person comes towards you and gives you, like, every cause and reason to want to effectively, like, lash out, is what I keep on hearing. And I don't know why I'm getting this message from one of your guides, which saying paying attention, like paying attention to when someone tries to hand you a dagger, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why they keep on saying in 2025 you were handed a lot of daggers, is what I keep on getting. And the space by which another person hands you an energetic dagger is the space by which another person says, "Aren't you mad about that? Like, don't you want to do something about that?" You know, it's the space by which somebody goes, I keep wondering, somebody going, somebody should teach that person a lesson. Like, I don't know why these type of, I don't know why these kind of like messages are coming up, or if that was something that you felt like you were surrounded by a lot. But I keep on seeing you kind of working. Like, I see you like work, like I almost see like you working and pushing it back and being like, yeah, they should. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of like that's the type of energy that I see that you've been kind of like working through, right? Like the modality by which, you know, the modality by which someone tries to say, like, if you did that, I would be perfect. Like, almost you saying, like, if you did that, I'd be perfectly fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, and I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person says that to you about someone that they hold close to them is what I keep on getting. You know, like that type of ugliness is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really important in relationality. I keep wondering, there's something really important by which I see you having energetically refrained from something. And I want to point out, and I keep on hearing, like, from one of your guides, the difference between refraining and reframing is what I keep on hearing. The difference between refraining and reframing is the modality by which you look at something that someone says and say, why would you tell me that? Why would you say that to me? Like, I feel like that was a little bit of the work that I saw that you were doing last year. The observation, I keep on hearing the observation, like the observation of another the observation of another working into the context of, I keep on hearing, like, the modality or experience by which another person tries to, I keep hearing the modality or experience by which another person tries to rile you up to do something for them that they lack the courage to do themselves. I feel like that was all 2025 was. You having the observation of seeing energy around you, trying to get you riled up to do something that they themselves would never do, is what I keep on seeing. And so that like that type of energy, that is what I see that you're effectively moving clear from. And I want to stress this, and like the guides are being very clear about it. There is a difference. Like, and I keep on hearing, there is a difference between cowardice. I keep on hearing, there is a difference between cowardice. I keep on hearing, whose cowardice is what I keep on hearing. Because I almost see the modality by which energy, and I want to point this out. First they'll ask you to do something. And then they'll argue that you're selfish because you're not doing it for them, is what I keep on hearing, right? First they'll try to get you to do something, and then they'll try to articulate that you're being selfish because you don't do it for them, is what I keep on seeing. And something about that experience, I feel like this is you having overcome some kind of energetic obstacle in relationality. Like I keep on hearing, like you're leaving something in the past. You're leaving something in the past in the massive way. And I keep on seeing the thing that you're leaving in the past is others. I keep on hearing, you're leaving in the past others utilizing you as an energetic scapegoat for their own lack of courage, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like all of that I keep on seeing has a result. And I keep on hearing, you should be really proud of yourself if you did that work, because I feel like I see some kind of modality by which I see new opportunities coming towards you, right? Like it says to me, like, this is the year. Like, this is the year that you actually get to knuckle down, like buckle down and focus on something. And I keep on getting the space by which you're able to knuckle down and focus upon something I keep wondering, is helping you to amplify like what nonsense you're energetically staying clear of, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that I feel like there's something really, really energetically significant about that, because I feel like it's you being able to do the work. Not only, I keep hearing you being able to do the work, not only to see, like, and I feel like this is you kind of working through something in such a way by which you're like, I feel like I see you like moving towards a new opportunity. There's some kind of new, I feel like there might even be a job on the other side of this, because like there's so much of this work that I'm seeing right now by way and by means. Like I keep on getting like the same, like I keep on seeing like the same message in relationality to like something coming towards you, but in a big way. But the space by which it's coming towards you has to do with the fact that you're not energetically engaging in some kind of nonsense. And I keep on getting like the space by which you're working to like, and I feel like it's interesting too, because like, especially like this is, I like this because this is all that you're leaving behind in 2025, right? And that says to me, like, that is almost you like articulating to another person that like your vulnerability is a gift. It's not something to be taken advantage of. And this is you kind of moving towards a healthy energetic connection with someone that appreciates what you bring to situations or scenarios, but not just what you bring to situations or scenarios, like the fact that you don't make it, like the fact that you don't make it your responsibility to try to teach another person lessons. is what I keep on hearing. You know, like there's some kind of message here that says that, like, the guys always say this, like, our job is not to teach each other's lessons. Like our job is to focus on what we're focusing on, and let the universe sort out the rest, is what I keep on hearing. Like we like this is you like and I feel like this is, I keep on hearing, this is you minding your business in the best way possible, because I feel like you minding your business is like allowing for the context of building into new energetic opportunity. And I keep on seeing, like, even in the space, like even in the space of another person, like trying to get under your skin, like I almost see you, like I almost see you like observing it, but like not letting it energetically impact you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, look at that with the King of Pentacles in its reversal. Like the message is coming through with this reading. I keep on hearing, it's funny because like I keep on hearing like it's actually, I'm hearing the message, it's funny, it's the opposite message of saying like every time a bell rings an angel gets its wings. It's like I keep on hearing every time someone articulates that you're selfish, they lose everything, is what I keep on hearing. Like the mode, I feel like there was some kind of path work in the past by which somebody could have articulated by which you were being selfish. And I feel like you would have, I feel like the space by which you would have bent over backwards to identify the fact that you weren't, right? That is like when somebody, like it's like pay attention to energy, that when you're giving everything, they have the audacity of saying you're being selfish to just see if they can get a little bit extra from you, right? Like, and that's what I keep on getting in terms of like, I feel like that was you potentially hitting your limit on situations by which you already recognized that you were being profoundly generous. And I keep on hearing it's not just, I feel like it's not, I don't think it's monetary. I think it's emotional, you know, like the modality by which you do everything possible, right? Like the modality by which you do everything possible to energetically please another. And then in those moments by which you're already in the space by which, I keep hearing the space by which you're already forgiving everything, is what I keep on hearing. The space by which you're already forgiving everything. And someone has the audacity to articulate that you're being selfish in that moment, right? The space by which you've been actively forgiving everything. And then they articulate upon you being energetically selfish, right? I feel like that is you kind of reaching your limit on things in terms of like, I feel like that is you effectively reaching your limit on things in relationality to like what you energetically, like what you tolerate, right? Because I keep on hearing like you can't build, like you can't build a healthy relationship with someone that says, is that it? Right? You can't build a healthy relationship with someone that's always looking at everything you bring from a point of dissatisfaction, right? Like that is the space, like I keep on getting like that is the space by which, and I think that I feel like there's potentially some connections that you're leaving behind in 2025 with that type of structure, right? The modality or the experience of effectively like not coming into the space of energetically appreciating the gift that you are in situations, but the space by which I keep on hearing that the space by which you're doing everything possible to energetically forgive another, but then in the modality by which you're working into the context of forgiveness, they have the audacity of effectively articulating in some way, shape, form, or fashion that you're being selfish, right? Like I just keep on seeing, like I feel like that's you being like, I feel like that's you, like you know, like I see you being like, well, I'll just take this somewhere else, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like something about you, like just letting, I keep wondering, not trying to change someone's mind, right? But letting it, like, I keep wondering, not letting it change, not trying to change someone's mind, but letting it, like, I keep on hearing letting it open the door in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing you say to somebody, like, I hear somebody saying to you, you're being selfish, and you saying, go find more. And somebody being like, wait, and you being like, no. Like, no, no, wait. Like, there's nothing else. Like, I see you saying to somebody, like, there's nothing else we need to energetically discuss, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, it says to me like that is a lot of the, so, and I feel like even in the context of that, I feel like it's hard because I see some kind of opportunity coming towards you that, like, I just keep on, like, and I keep on hearing you say to somebody, like somebody coming through and being like, I want to talk to you about something, being like, there's nothing to talk about, you know? Like, I feel like it's you, like, I feel like it's you effectively, like, I keep wondering, it's like you closing a chapter in a big way. But I feel like the space by which you're closing a chapter in a big way has a lot to do with, like, the appreciation of the energy coming towards you, but not just the energy coming towards you, like, what feels like, I feel like I keep on hearing you're letting go of that overly demanding energy by which it feels like you're constantly in the space of having to effectively, um, like, help another person see that you are not the place for them to work out their egoic journey, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Like, you almost saying to someone, like, what you think is like, like, that is almost like, I feel like that was like, I almost see you like putting some kind of distance between someone and being like, that's not me, that's you, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I didn't. Did Claire come back? I'm still looking. And Mitch, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Kayla, for those heart me's, and thank you for the follow, dear. And Vicky, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you saw how wild that combo was, but it's interesting too because it has to do, like, it has to do with the star card in its transverse, with the high priestess in its reversal, is understanding that some people, like, when someone's not, like, when someone's not in a space, like, and when someone's not feeling good about themselves, they take it out on everybody around them, right? Like, it almost feels like somebody, it almost feels like like, it's the acknowledgement point of another person, like, working through, like, working their feelings out on the energy around them, you know, like, it feels like somebody, like, stepping back for that reason. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I kind of felt that dagger in 2025. I didn't see a Claire come through yet. Yeah, I guess I need to set, I feel like you already are though. Like, I feel like you set them last year, and that's what's allowing you to kind of be able to really drill down and do something this year. Yeah, claiming the new and better opportunity. Thank you as well, BB. I'm focusing more on myself now. Yeah, they lose everything. Yeah, this, bless you. It speaks so much to similar experiences. Sending you support, it's my. Yeah, in that case, I'd rather forget them. Exactly. Absolutely. Renee, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation of 29 or more, and I'll be happy to put you on the list. Binks in my Lio. Yeah, the book of that past is already closed. Always saying to them, like, bye, exactly. Right. I can imagine saying that too. There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. And that's the hard part about it. Like, I almost feel like, I almost feel like there's some kind of energy around a situation by which like another person is like, oh, I want to talk to you about something. And I almost see you saying like, not, nah, don't really need to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like I see, like, I literally see you being like, what's there to talk about? Like, because I feel like it's you saying like you've made your energetic determination point on something. Like I feel like that you saying, I don't want to talk about it is you saying you made your point. Right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like I see a situation by which another person tries to come towards you and you being like, I want to talk to you, being like, oh, there's nothing to talk about because you saying you've made your point. What's there left to say? You've made your point. You know? Thank you so much. All right, the next person, I'm still looking for Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Well, and I think it's interesting because again, and I want to stress this. It feels like, and I'm just going to point this out, Kath. Like I feel like it has something to do in the space of relationship, and I keep on seeing like the space of relationship is. I keep wondering like the space of relationship is where we do everything we can to energetically support each other in the best way possible, right? We help each other. I keep wondering, we help each other put our best foot forward, right? And so those modalities or those experiences by which we recognize and observe, right? Like that's what I mean in relationality to you potentially navigating conversations of someone who wants to talk to you more about something and you being like, you made your point, which is saying, I'm very aware of where I stand with you. I'm very aware of how you perceive the world. I'm very aware of what you energetically do when you're in a space of holding another person at a point of vulnerability, right? Like I feel like that's what I keep on getting in relationality to you, kind of working through something, and it feels a little bit like you saying like energetically like access denied around something, you know? Like it's the observation, like it's like, and I feel like it's like, I feel like you saying to somebody, you've made your point, is you saying to them really, how could you? You know, like that's what I keep on seeing. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person on the list for today, second call for Claire. If Claire, oh, and thank you, Per, for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots today if you'd like to get on the list, and then the list will be closed. The next person on the list, I'm looking for Claire or Desiree. Claire or Desiree, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we're also at 124K likes. When we get to 150K, let me know. I'll be not let me know. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Oh, Claire, I see you now. Yeah, your comments getting filtered. That's the first one I just saw. Desiree, please hold, dear. I see you too. Claire's question keeps getting filtered. So, Claire, all I need you to do is I need you to effectively try to restate, make sure that you're restating what you're trying to say. Potentially there's either something you're saying, either put periods between the words or change how you're phrasing something. If it doesn't come through either, you can also send me a direct email with the message. Oh, I see. Hold on. Oh, thank you so much, Per. I appreciate that. You'll send it in the disco. That's perfect. Okay, I see it now, please. Thank you, dear. Excellent. And yes, I'll be happy to read the list right now. So the list we have right now is Claire, Bridget, Desiree, Minnie, Crystal, and Per. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Got it. And thank you guys for helping each other with that. And thank you for helping me. Perfect. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Moon, thank you for letting me know. Did I not say, okay, so Moon, if I did not state your name, can you just send me the initial where you sent the donation so I can confirm that you're on the list, please? Yep. I'll read the list again just to make sure that we're clear. So the list I have right now is Claire, Desiree, Minnie, Crystal, and Per. Excellent. And I apologize, Bridget. I've got you on the list as well. Sorry about that. Bridget, you so the list I have right now is I've got Claire and then Bridget and Desiree. That's where we are right now. Thank you. So Claire, Bridget, and Desiree. Thank you. And Moon, did you say that you sent? Did I not say your name? If I did not say your name, just tell me the initial where you sent the donation and I'll confirm I received it. All right, and we're going to continue right now. Perfect. The next person we're reading for is Claire. Oh. So Moon, just to be clear, so we don't do we don't do readings for gifts here unless it's with the exception of the baby dragon. The baby dragon is the gift that is, it's okay. No, it's totally fine. Let's be clear. The baby dragon is the gift that would get you on the list. So if there was confusion there, there's the gift that you give for the baby dragon gets you on the list. Everything else is just a gift. So I hope that helps. Okay? All right, perfect. Or you can send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Just a reminder to anybody who'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue right now, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Claire. Just bear with me a moment. And thank you for the help, Per. I appreciate you. Oh, where'd Claire go? All right, perfect. And it looks like to me we are doing a life path for 2026 for Claire, please. 4 cards, highest priority. And one more. Wow. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of about what I see. You leaving behind in relationality to 2025 versus what you're stepping into with 2026. I don't know who this person is that is always I keep on hearing like Apologies don't change things. Fixing things changes things, is what I keep on getting. Apologies don't change things. Fixing things changes things. And I feel like I like, and I keep on hearing, like, as it relates to connection, I see somebody that says, I like, I see a connection that's around you that says that when we care about each other, we only apologize for something once, is what I keep on hearing, right? A healthy relationship is built not on the fact of being perfect, but the fact that we work towards not having to constantly articulate the same apology to each other over and over and over again, right? Because that's when our apology becomes meaningless, right? A true apology is I keep wondering, a true apology is a two-part system, right? A true apology is a two-part system. We articulate upon what it is that we're sorry about, and then we put our apology becomes our purpose, right? I'm sorry, and this is what I'm going to do so that I don't have to basically say sorry to you for that again. And I feel like that is what I see. And often, and I keep on hearing, like, paying attention to the different quality, right? I keep on hearing paying attention to somebody who uses an apology as an excuse, right? The modality of someone who says, I'm sorry, but not the space by which you say, I'm going to do anything about it. I'm sorry you have to put up with that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, that must really suck for you. I'm not going to change it. Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not going to change it. No, I'm not going to go about the business of doing something. That must really be hard for you. Like, the sorry, like, the pay attention to the sorry that feels like somebody else extending an apology on the fact that you have to put up with something that they refuse to change about themselves. The difference between a true apology, which is someone that says, I'm sorry, you shouldn't have to put up with that. I'm going through the active work of doing something better so that you don't have to experience it, right? Versus the energy that says, sorry. No, it's going to happen again. I'm just sorry that you got to keep on dealing with the blank. I keep on hearing the blank sorry of another person having complete understanding, like the blank sorry of someone having complete understanding of the pain that they put you through, but with no intention or direction of changing it. That must really be hard. Like the sorry that says that must be really hard for you. That's what I see that you're leaving behind. I keep on hearing no more blank sorries. Like nobody saying, like, and it's also, I keep wondering, it's often worse when someone does that, right? And often I see, like, the energy that says, like, oh, like, or somebody who perseverates, like someone you can't say anything to, because the moment that you say something to, they just start, I keep on hearing, they start like flagellating themselves. Like somebody who's like, oh my God, I'm the worst. I'm absolutely terrible, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like somebody who goes through the song. I keep hearing the person who goes through the song of how horrible they are. Every time you try to tell them something that allows the context by which you can't tell them anything because you're worried that they're going to go into that space of energetic misery, right? Like I see you kind of recognizing the space, not, I keep hearing, not just the space of energetic sorrow, but the energy that goes into sorrow overdrive. So somebody who you try to say something to in order to effect a change, and instead of them affecting the change, they like basically like they like go through that process of energetically collapsing in on themselves that makes you regret saying anything to them in the first place. I keep on hearing healthy energy can take notes. Healthy energy does not break into, I keep hearing healthy energy does not break into song about how wrong they are in the space of hearing that there's something that they can energetically improve upon, right? And I keep on hearing like you effectively, like you recognizing that is helping you understand or identify. Like I keep on hearing like, this is why we talk about like working to heal the feeling of feeling sorry for ourselves, right? Because when somebody tells us something that is helpful, and we're not in it, and we're in a place by which we're constantly in the place by which we're apologizing. Apologizing doesn't fix anything. And going into the song of sorrow, right? Going into the song of sorrow in relationality to how horrible we are doesn't fix it either. But it's very convenient for someone who doesn't desire to change, rather than saying, you're right, that's something I need to work on, to go into this, like I keep on hearing, like go into this profound modality by which they articulate upon, like it's like the one wrong that becomes all the wrong of all existence. And then meanwhile, you find yourself apologizing for having said anything, and everything stays the same. I feel like that is what I see that you're clearing. I feel like the space by which I see you identifying, like I keep on hearing, let's return back to the subject. We're getting off the subject. I feel like those are your words of power. I keep on hearing those are your words of power as you move into 2026. We've somehow found ourselves off subject, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing you say to somebody, we've somehow found ourselves off subject. So I see that your ability of being able to articulate and amplify, I keep on hearing healthy energy will always want to stay on subject, right? Healthy energy will allow the clarification of being able to move through things, right? Not getting energetically confounded in the process of being able to articulate upon something. We're getting off the subject. I don't know why I keep on hearing that. Write it down, because I feel like it's going to help you. I feel like it's going to help you energetically. I feel like it's going to help you energetically move forward on things in profound ways. But I keep on seeing it's you effectively saying to someone like the space by which you're able to effectively reorient conversations. Like I see this, like I feel like this is some kind of ability that you're going to be bringing forth, and others are going to appreciate you for. Because I keep on seeing like the modality by which another person like effectively crashes out in the space by which you articulate a note, and you being able to effectively, like I keep on hearing you being able to effectively just kind of move through it in a way that another person can see. I keep on seeing somebody coming up to you and going, you really didn't deserve that. Right? Like it feels to me like it's almost like you saying to another person coming towards you and being like, I almost feel like I hear somebody saying like, you handled that really well. You didn't allow, like, you didn't allow them. I keep on hearing somebody say you didn't allow them to make it all about themselves, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, because it's not about us. Right? Like that is what I see a lot of the work that I see you doing in the following year, right? It's not about, it's like I feel like I see you like working through very rough, like not taking certain things personally. But I keep on hearing when we stop taking things personally, we can take them profoundly, right? Like you doing something and saying it's not about me. Like I feel like it's almost like you kind of working through that observation in relationality to like I keep on seeing like And I keep on hearing you say to somebody, let me tell you a story. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like I feel like I see you saying to another person, like the observation of a story or something that you do in relationality to a story is like, I keep on hearing like the modality by which you try to articulate to another, that, you know, like I feel like it's almost like you seeing somebody with a tendency to self-sabotage because they can't, like I keep wondering, you can't tell, like you can't say anything to them productively because they take everything personally, right? Like I keep on hearing it creates its own space by which everything has to either be about them, right? Like it's like how it has to be about them because it's like nothing can stand that doesn't feel like it reorients to them is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important about that I see that you're building into. And I keep wondering, it has to do, like, it has to do with the energetic dialogue of someone. I keep wondering, somebody who is, I don't know why I keep on hearing the words performatively, like performatively generous is what I keep on getting, like someone performatively generous. So somebody who says like they're creating something that feels like it's energetically welcoming, but not really, is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? Like that's what I keep on picking up on something here. Like I don't know why I keep on hearing like performative generosity or something by which another person tries to make it seem like they're creating the space that is energetically welcoming. But I keep wondering, like, upon closer inspection, we noticed that that was energetically performative, is what I keep on seeing. There's something really important about that, Claire. Thank you so much for having that reading. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I like that, Ella. I like the way you stated that. All right, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Before we continue, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. How you doing, dear? Yep, Desiree, you are right after Bridget, dear. Mm-hmm. Got you. Hi there, dear. Yep. Thank you. Trying to plan my grocery shopping. I got you. And Moon, were you able to resolve through that? Thank you guys for helping Moon there. And thank you, ZB, for the follow. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, BB. Yeah, when people do that to me, I just agree with them. I mean, that's sometimes what you have to do. You're like, okay, I see. Yeah, it's not about taking things personally. It's about taking them profoundly. Tap to claim Za. You're welcome, Claire. Yeah, exactly. We noticed that was, I need to point this out. Spirit sees all. Like energy is like, we noticed that was energetic. Yeah, absolutely. Understood. All right. Absolutely. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And so for anybody who is interested in the list right now, the list we have is Bridget, Desiree, Minnie, Crystal, and Per. We've got 2 more spots today if anybody would like to claim a spot before the list is closed. All right. Got you. Okay, on the disco inside T in the DM. Also, friends, we're at 132K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. And I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to read them before we're going to do an intuition check before we continue. All right, I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Thank you. All right, where were we? And you'll have to hold on a moment, my friends, because this is Inside Tea. So I just need to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. I just need to take a moment to read this privately. Sending you so much support on this journey. I know it's not easy. 4 cards, please. And that the animal spirit that came out feels really, really relevant for this reading. I know it's hard, but I feel like the conversation that you need to have with someone is working through healthy boundaries. And I want to describe this. Like when we're in the space by which we're energetically supporting each other, the word should be, and I keep on hearing, support is not energy that supports. There needs to be more than one supportive system, right? And that's what I feel like the conversation that you need to have, right? The difference between a pillar and support is that there are others, right? There are others that can effectively do something if you are not there to energetically facilitate that something can happen, right? And I keep on seeing the space by which, and I keep on hearing you have to say to someone that if there is a manifestation goal, and I need to stress this, if there is a manifestation goal that is only possible if you are energetically present, if someone's manifestation goal completely falls apart in the context by which you are not there to help serve something happening, that is not supportive. That is critical. And that is something that you need to have a conversation with another person about. The difference between you serving in a supportive role versus you being mission critical. And that is the space by which you say that, and it has to talk towards having a conversation with someone about healthy relationship dynamics. You are effectively in a relationship with this person. And the space by which they're saying you are critical, you have to say to them, I cannot be critical here. I need to be supportive, right? The space by which you say, I want to do everything in my power to help facilitate something, but the facilitation should not come into the space by which you say, if you're not there, all of this falls apart. So you need to have a conversation about them effectively expanding that support system. That is the work that you need to effectively have in terms of having that conversation. How can we let others in? What would be the pathwork that is necessary to effectively allow the point by which another person can effectively do something? And so that modality or experience, like having that conversation, and again, we are talking strictly in the space of the energy, nothing in relationality to anything happening in a legal way, in any way, shape, or form. The ability to have a conversation with another person in relationality to what is effectively possible, like what you can energetically provide in a long-term contextual space versus what feels like it's too energetically demanding. That is the space by which you have to articulate what they can expect on the short term versus what they can expect on the long term. So I feel like it's really difficult because I can see the space, like I can see the modality by which you and another person, like I feel like it's almost the space by which, like I see a bunch of energy saying, like, you are that person, right? And I see you having to say, I need there to be more. I need there to be more of me. How do we get to the space by which there are more of me? And that is the space by which you articulate to them and saying, like, look, I'm happy to do it in the capacity that I'm able, but this isn't something that is energetically sustainable in the long term because, right? Because there needs to be more of you in order for it not to feel like it's energetically critical, right? I keep on hearing it should feel helpful, it should feel supportive, but it shouldn't feel critical. Like either you are there or nothing energetically happens. And I feel like something about facilitating upon that conversation, something about you being able to articulate to them upon that, that is the space, like that is what you need to effectively amplify or articulate in terms of what can happen in order for something to be energetically sustainable in the long term. So make sure you're having those conversations with someone. And the way that you have those conversations with someone, and this is how you're going to bring it practical, right? You're experiencing that right now in the practicality point, right? You're literally, and I need to stress this. Remember when I said I want to refer to you to that book? What if you're in a position by which you literally can't facilitate upon something? What if you're literally in the space by which you're not physically able to do something? What energetically happens then? So even in the modality or the experience by which you're working through your own healing journey right now, right? The observation, and the recognition that you're going through a moment right now that you're not your energetic best, right? You're working into the space by which you need to prioritize your own recovery around something. It brings attention, right? It's bringing energetic attention to something, right? You're like, I feel like in a way your body is working in the space to show you, like it's helping you understand that alarm bell, because the modality or experience by which you're saying to another person, what if this energetically happens again? What if you're in a space by which you are physically incapable of energetically doing something? There should be a backup plan, right? And that is effectively the conversation that you need to have with another person, which is to say, you need to have a backup plan, not in the space by which you say it's not that you don't desire to do so, but things happen, right? Circumstances occur that we do not, I keep hearing circumstances occur that we have no energetic control over. And the modality by which you can bring that attention to someone, right? Allow that to be the modality by which you're bringing it to attention to another person that says, look, for the capacity of the energy involved, there needs to be an energetic backup plan if you're not in a space by which you can effectively arrive to take care of something, right? And I keep on seeing this is something that you can identify that you find professionally, right? In a professional context, we would never I keep wondering, in a professional context, we would never put ourselves in a mission critical position. In a healthy relationship, we never say, if you're not there, something is energetically impossible. I keep on hearing, even in, right? Even in an intimate relationship, right? Even in an intimate relationship, the identification point that we say, I need you to do something is always articulated by saying, if you can't do it, I'll figure out something else, right? Like the modality by which we articulate upon need is not the, even in healthy, intimate relationship, we don't say that your position is energetically mission critical. We always have that modality by which we energetically recognize or facilitate around a circumstance or situation. So the ability to articulate, right? The ability to articulate to them and saying that that ability of you being energetically supportive is one that you say exactly what it is. A support system is there to help facilitate, but a support system isn't in the space of being mission critical because it doesn't require you to have to do something or else it doesn't occur. That's not supportive. That's too, I keep wondering, it's too much intensity. It's like, I keep wondering, it's creating a pipe dream situation by which they're saying, oh, nothing can change. You have to effectively arrive or else nothing can occur. It's too much of a concentration on your person that does not allow for the observation that things happen, right? And I keep on seeing it's the observation, and that's a conversation you have to have with energy. What is the backup plan? And if there isn't a backup plan, then it's a poor plan, right? If there isn't a backup, I keep hearing, if there isn't a backup, it's a terrible plan. And something, bottom of the deck, right? Yeah, something about the circumstance that you find yourself in presently is putting a highlight, is like, I keep on hearing, it's highlighting how bad a plan it is. And I keep on hearing, good friends tell each other when there are bad plans. Good friends, right? A good friend will tell you if your plan is terrible. Okay, that's what I keep on hearing. Remove yourself. The problem is you need to remove yourself from the perspective. You have to look at it not from the space by which you are in it, but understanding that this is you being a good friend. A good friend tells someone if their plan is terrible. Okay, good friend. A good friend, this is what we do. Like, I love you, but that is a terrible plan, right? The modality by which we say to each other, even if we're involved in the plan, right? I care about you, but this plan is awful. It's a terrible plan. There needs to be a better plan. Allow that to be the way that you effectively facilitate the conversation, because a good plan is contingent on having backup plans. So make sure that make sure that you're not allowing this. And I keep on hearing, if this is the type of friend where you articulate to them it's a bad plan and they say, how dare you? What does that say about the friendship, right? When we care about each other and we articulate to one another that something is in need, like that is you giving someone the full amplification of care, right? Do they care about you? And in the modality by which you articulate to them and say, I care about you guys, but this is a bad plan. If they say, how dare you, instead of saying you're right, like, let's be conscientious, then I feel like you know everything you need to know about that friendship, right? You know everything you need to know about the friendship by which you are trying to articulate to say to someone, this is not a good plan. And the space by which another person doesn't take it personally, but says, you're right. What can we do to energetically change it? What can we do to create something that's more balanced? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We've also got 2 spots available today. Once if you'd like to secure one of those spots, please go ahead and let me know, and I'll be happy to add you to it. Or send your donation, and you'll be able to have one of those spots. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, EU, for the follow. Oh, thank you so much. What you do is so balanced. I do my best, dear. And I'm so glad that these messages help. And thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this collective. Yeah, exactly. So the ability of articulating upon it. Yes. Okay, so and again, even in the space by which you are able to recognize that there is an endpoint. But and this is what I keep on saying, the conversation of being able to navigate the backup, right? Like that is what you have to say. Okay, exactly. Mm. But and this is I need to point this out, right? Like if you need to say if you articulated to another person the space of your energetic limitations, when we care about each other, like when we truly care about each other, we don't take those limitations personally, right? We recognize and understand what is achievable. And like I keep wondering if those are the spaces by which you're articulating your boundaries. If someone comes into the space of being offended, like that is an informational moment. Hmm. Absolutely. Thank you guys. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Desiree. Desiree, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. How are you doing today, dear? Welcome. And friends, we're also at 137K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and you'll get to 150K in no time. All right. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I've got Desiree here. Let me just pin up Desiree. Guys, make sure to give Desiree some love. Okay, perfect. 3 months, please. Highest priority. Got you. Thank you. Oh, wow. This is looking lovely. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. So the one thing I'm seeing, I feel like this month is it's very much about finding balance. I feel like this is like this month I see you kind of like, and I think that this is positive. Like I feel like this is you healing from some like tendency of procrastination, you know? Like this is giving me a little bit of like a band-aid rip moment, like doing things like I keep wondering like doing things way ahead of time so that that way you don't need to like I see you almost being like not worrying about them is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like that's all I keep on getting in relationality to this energy that I see surrounding you. Like this is like and it feels like I feel like this is the month that you energetically rip the band-aid off of something, right? But and I like to point this out. Like I think I want to stress. I think that that's really really important. And I want to stress this too. If you are feeling some kind of inclination, like if you're feeling some kind of inclination right now about doing something ahead of time, go do it. Just do it because I feel like the thing about it, there's something coming to you. There's something coming to you in the second month. And I keep on hearing like it's like I don't know what this is that I'm seeing, but like I feel like I'm just getting the strong message. You'll be really glad. You'll be really glad that you did not. I keep on hearing you'll be really glad that you did not wait to the last minute to do something, because I just keep on seeing. I don't know why I keep on hearing some kind of off to the races energy. I just keep on. I feel like I see something here. Like, and I want to stress this. It's in the second month. Somebody gets back to you on something that happened like a year ago is what I'm seeing. Like I keep wondering, like practically a year ago. It's saying to me like something. I feel like something. Like I keep on getting something that you just said, like, oh, it's fine, like it's not going anywhere. Like it's like you made peace with it. Um, and it does feel like it's coming towards you in the professional context. Like I hear somebody saying, like I literally see a situation of someone saying, I'm sorry it took me so long to get back to you. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I literally see a situation like of someone saying, like, I am so sorry it took me so long to get back to you. If you only knew. I keep on hearing somebody say, if you only knew the pile of work, is what I keep on hearing. If you only knew the pile of work that I have. Like I literally see somebody saying to you, if you only had any idea how much work I have to do and how long it takes me to get back on things. I feel like that is what I kind of see that's happening. And that's why I said, like, let this be the month that you just. I keep wondering, like, let this just be in the month that you just get all of the stuff that you need to get. Like I keep wondering, anything that you've been energetically procrastinating on, like let this be, like let this be the month that you just take care of it, because I keep on seeing, and I don't know why it feels very much like it feels very much like somebody saying, like, thank you for your patience. We're ready now. And I keep on hearing, like, when they say that we're ready now, it's like off to the races. Like I see you, like I see a lot of things happening very, very quickly. And it feels very much like it's coming towards you around February. So I think that there's something right now. Just be patient. Just be patient on something right now. Just be patient. And I know how frustrating that me saying that could be, because I almost see something like I see some kind of situation or circumstance by which your patience feels like it's at an energetic limit. But I feel like there's something about that, or you being able to effectively, like I keep wondering, like you being effectively able to move through something. And I don't know why I keep on getting this, like moving through something with like I keep wondering, like with a smile on your face is what I keep on seeing. Like some kind of situation by which you just kind of move. I feel like I see you like navigating a space by which you're working through a bright spot. And even in the context by which you're working through the bright spot, like I keep on seeing a situation or a circumstance by which you're building. I feel like I see you kind of building towards something, but not just building towards something, but building towards something with a sense of positivity or a sense of positive direction. I keep on seeing like it's going to allow for something to work towards you in some capacity in a big way. So keep that in mind, because I keep on hearing, and get it, like just get, like, let this be the month that you get all your ducks in a row about something, and you're going to be very thankful you do, because after that, like, I feel like things pick up in the second month, so February, a lot of things coming to fruition in a big way that feels like, and I keep on hearing, like, that's why I keep on getting, like, by March, like, I keep on hearing, like, by March, like I keep on seeing, like, the space by which you're able to navigate a situation, but not just navigate a situation, but have a sense of energetic strength that you bring to something, like not worrying, but just like being able to kind of go through like cruise control. I feel like that is like it's saying to me, like, this month all about balance. Second month, something from the past coming back in a big way. Third month, like huge, like a lot of energetic strength coming to situations and circumstances. And I keep on hearing something about March changing everything. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this Hanged Man in its reversal. Um, the Hanged Man in its reversal, and I want to describe this, like, particularly and especially as it relates to scenarios by which you've been working through or feeling the energetic inclination to walk away from things. Um, I see somebody, like, I almost see somebody, um, like, remember when I said thank you for your patience, right? Like, the modality by which another person says, like, thank you for your patience is like almost like, I feel like it's the space by which another person um, works through something, but not just works through something, is able to see your perseverance as it relates to something that you yourself have been working on. And I feel like there's something really significant and important there because, and I don't know why it's coming through, but it has to do with, like, I keep on hearing, it has to do with, like, it has to do with, I don't know why I keep on hearing this with this bottom of the deck, but it has to do with eggs and baskets, right? Eggs and baskets, like, I feel like the space by which another person says, like, I almost see a situation of you being like, I see a situation of you being like, it's fine. And someone being like, what are you doing? And you're like, I'm moving my eggs. I see, like, I see a situation of another person, like, noticing that energetic tendency in you in terms of, like, not being in the space by which you put all of your energetic effort into something. It's the space by which I keep on hearing, like, you're very, like, I feel like I feel like it's somebody else recognizing your practicality in relationality to working through something in a way that you articulate upon the energetic options that you have. So I feel like there's something very interesting about that in relationality to also you coming out of closing. Like, I feel like this is you effectively closing chapters in relationality to situations that feel like, and that's what I meant about this being a very healing moment, because I almost feel like it's the difference between somebody articulating to you and appreciating the energetic patience that they have that you've been bringing towards a situation, like, versus those modalities by which another person, like, builds into the expectation of you being patient about something, which is that I feel like that's what I meant. It's interesting because I feel like it's like there's two different modalities happening for you in the next few months, and it has to do with, like, I keep on hearing, like, healthy energy doesn't go, what are you doing? And you being like, oh, this is me being patient, right? Like, you saying to somebody, like, yeah, being patient is not waiting. I'm being energetically productive. I'm moving my eggs into other baskets, right? And energy, like, I feel like it's helping you heal from the difference between energy that appreciates, like, I keep hearing the energy that appreciates that practicality is what I see. Like, something about somebody seeing, like, or observing, like, your ability to effectively move through things and letting go, right? Like, letting go of situations or circumstances by which you heal from somebody who is energetically testing your patience, because in the modality by which they ask for more of it, they then question them seeing you being as energetically productive as possible that reveals to you the space by which they were holding, like they weren't effectively holding you preciously, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing healthy energy appreciates our patience, but never tests it, right? Healthy energy appreciates our patience, but never tests it. I feel like there's something really important that's coming through in relationality to whatever it is I see that's happening over the course of the next few months. So keep that in mind, because I feel like that's going to be important in relationality to conversation you have, like you being able to ascertain and recognize the patience that is appreciated versus the patience that is tested. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 141K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time. Excellent. This is my reading too. I love it. Thank you, Ella. You're welcome, dear. All right, my friends. Next person on the list for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And as we wait for Minnie's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll do it again after the next reading. Second call right now for Minnie. Second call right now for Minnie. If Minnie is not here, we'll move on to the next person on the list, which is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call right now for Minnie or Crystal. Second call right now for Minnie or Crystal. Minnie or Crystal. If Minnie or Crystal are not here, the next person on the list, thank you so much, Kayla, for getting on the list. If Minnie or Crystal are not here right now, the next person on the list for today, and Esteban, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. The next person on the list for today, I'm looking for Minnie or Crystal. If not, Per, if you're here. How you doing, dear? So good to see you. Per, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? We're also, again, at 142K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time. Hi there, Per. Welcome. All right, let's do it. And I'm going to pin you up here. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, make sure to give Per some love. Healing, intimacy wounds, 4 cards, please. And 2 more. Hmm. Yeah, let's get into it. Um, there's something, it's really interesting too, because I don't know what this is that you're letting go. Like, I'm gonna talk a little bit about this karma that you're letting go of here. Um, and there's something important to be said about, like, there's something really important to be said about. I'm like, I'm at a loss, because I'm like, I'm looking at some of this and I'm just like, you know, I don't know why you're healing from some kind of take me as I am kind of energy, is what I keep on getting. There's nothing more ridiculous than somebody who is in the context of saying, if you cared about me, you would take me as I am. Because it's the observation that, like, relationship um relationship is not a restive state, is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing it's the work that we do, um, to make each other energetically comfortable. And I feel like you're like, and this is the hard part about it. Like, I almost see somebody, like, potentially trying to come towards you in the amplification. I don't know if this happened this year. Someone being like, I thought you cared about me. And you being like, I do. And they're like, why aren't you chasing after me? And you having to say to another person, because when we care about each other, we don't, it's not the space by which we feel energetically inclined to have to chase after each other to apply love to things, right? Like, it's literally the understanding. And I keep on hearing, like, that is never, like, never will we see somebody, like, more in the space of the unhealed. Like, what does the unhealed inner child say? What does the unhealed inner child say? If you loved me, you'd catch me, right? There's never been anything dumber than that, right? Because when we're grown, right? When we're grown, and a child says, if you love me, you catch me, you say, get over here right now. Like, right? Like, the space by which you see somebody, like, literally, like, the space by which you see somebody, like, in that, like, and that's why, like, often, and the funny part about that is, energy will meet, like, energy will meet the best thing that's ever happened to them, and lose them in the context of someone that says, I don't chase, right? And it's literally not, I don't chase, I attract. It's a space where we say, I don't chase because it's ridiculous. Do you realize how ridiculous you look? Right? Like, literally, like, it's not even like I don't chase, I attract. Forget that. It's, I don't chase. Do you know how ridiculous it looks that you're looking for love and you're running in the opposite direction for it? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You're like, it's like, what? No, you're not, like, no, you're not attracted to love. You're attracted to, Like like it's not, you can't get anywhere with someone like that, right? Like you just, you can't, like, and I feel like it's like I see you, like this is what I see that you're bidding adieu to, right? And I keep on getting like the fact that you bid adieu to it is like I wouldn't be surprised if you were recognizing someone being like more and more energetically ridiculous in relationality to them articulating like I don't like make it make sense. So I'm being like this, like so, like, and I keep on hearing the message. So I'm going, have you noticed I'm ignoring you? Like that type of stuff, like the space by which another person tries to make it or tries to articulate upon the fact that they're energetically ignoring you, that helps you recognize or feel the entire energetic focus that is upon the self. That is what I see that you're energetically leaving behind, right? Like I feel like you, I see you having to say it to somebody, and this is the hard part about it, right? I feel like the work begins, and this is what I see that you're bringing into 2026, right? Like the hard part that we recognize is when we why do we move towards energy that runs away from us? Because it, we get to decide the distance, right? Right, and I feel like that is what's going to be like the challenge point that I see that you're navigating towards 2026, right? The understanding of the convenience of moving towards someone that perpetually makes us feel like they're being energetically unattainable or impossible, that often masks our own internal wound in relationality to working through the relationship that requires us to be energetically present in it. And I feel like it's important too, because like in relationality to you working through the context of I keep on hearing like be prepared to see somebody do things for your benefit. Be prepared to see somebody do things for your benefit. And I keep on hearing if you cringe, right? If you cringe, like if you cringe in the experience of working through that, like I feel like it's cringing for the right reason, right? Like the space by which I keep on hearing, like the space by which I hear somebody trying to say to you, like you deserve to go, like you deserve for me to go out of the way, right? I see somebody saying it's no trouble, and in fact I love doing it, right? The modality by which you see somebody doing things for your benefit because they care about you, right? I feel like this is hard because I was recognizing that you've got a lot of that like you've got a lot of like it feels like it's going to be amplified for you because not only are you working on it in the context of the present, but it's also helping you heal the wound of a past life energy as well, right? And the modality by which another person says, right? Like it's no trouble. I don't mind going out of the way. I don't mind going out of the way for you. Like in fact it's I keep hearing in fact it's a gift for me to be able to give you things. Is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I'm identifying there. But what's beautiful about it is like I feel like it's going to be one that like it's hard because it's like the space by which you work to heal the intimacy wound is the space by which you identify that you deserve nice things. And I keep on hearing it's not selfish. It's not selfish to say that so long as it's reciprocal, right? That's what I see that you're here. So long as what you're like, so long as what you're identifying as nice isn't like, I keep on hearing isn't ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, so long as like what you identify as nice isn't exorbitant, is what I keep on hearing. Right? You know, like the space by which you're understanding, like the beauty to be found in those little things. Like I feel like it's almost like I feel like the hard part about that is you kind of like working into the context of someone like wanting like you having to heal from like the modality by which another person wants to give you something, and you just working through the fact that like I feel like I literally see you being like I see you being like, why are you being nice to me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you almost like wanting to pull out a sword and be like, what's the catch? What are you trying to do? And someone being like, I'm trying to like literally saying to somebody like, you're trying to get me to like you, and someone being like, yes. Like, yes, like that's what yes, like that's the point. Like somebody like I literally see you like working through the space of someone being like, like, yeah, like, yes, like that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make you feel comfortable with me telling you that I care about you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, here's the thing about it. Healed energy, like healed energy, there's no catch to what we give each other, right? Healed energy, there's no catch in relationality to what we need to each other, or what we give to each other, right? There's no and I feel like this is almost like helping you identify the shape of healing that you're working through, right? I keep on saying like the modality or experience by which one can just have a nice thing, right? Like the experience of working through something in such a way, the nice thing, like in a healthy space, a nice thing is just a nice thing, right? Like it's the modality by which, like I keep on hearing, some nice things don't require having lessons attached to them. And I don't know, like I don't know why there's something about that with which is the shape that you're working through. But I just keep on seeing that like something really beautiful about the context by which I keep on hearing you're working through something. But even in the context by which you're working through something, like the energy that like I feel like this is the shape of you healing, being like, I want to give you this because like I care about you and because you energetically deserve it. And I feel like even in the space by which like I see you kind of like having to navigate those spaces or places by which another person articulates something, but not just in the space by which they articulate it. Like I feel like this is helping you to heal, because I keep on hearing it's possible. It's possible with healthy energy. It's impossible with someone that's not healed, right? Because and the way you can usually tell somebody's not healed is the space by which another person says, "Oh, I did that, so you do this for me now." Right? Like the energy, like the energy the energy that we understand. I keep on hearing something about you healing an intimacy wound is recognizing that gifts are not an exchange rate, is what I keep on hearing. Like gifts are not an exchange rate. It's not the modality by which someone gives something to another and says, now you owe me this. But I feel like that is the level of healing that you're working through in relationality to the space by which another person effectively can give you something, and not feeling like I keep wondering, not feeling the energetic weight of expectation in relationality to what they energetically expect from you, right? Like that is like a lot of that heaviness that I see there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just bear with me. No sad faces. Sorry, I have like no poker face. Yes. Yep. But it's not something you need to heal. I feel like it's something you're actively working to heal. Oh no, what's up, Bridget? That's interesting. Make him sweat. Oh, that's really funny. No, 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 nothing about someone coming forward with that. But that's what I keep on seeing. That's what you're leaving behind, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I'm done taking care of others without reciprocity in some way. But and I keep on, and it's interesting too, by the space by which you identify reciprocity, right? Because I keep on hearing like that's a lot of the work that you're doing with intimacy. It's understanding, right? Like it's you understanding what true reciprocity is in relationality to not someone saying like, not somebody saying like, and I feel like that's the hard part. Somebody saying like, oh, if you cared, you would go out of your way, in terms of another person saying, and I feel like I see somebody saying, I did this for you because I care about you. Like that's what I meant in relationality. Like I feel like you're healing from someone saying like, as if you ever cared, versus someone saying, I'm doing this because I want to let you know how much I care. Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautifully said. Why would you have to chase someone who's supposed to already love you? Tap to claim. Yes, exactly. Goodbye, circus. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's grow in 2026. It's difficult as well. But this is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like this is you getting to the bottom of that avoidance, right? Like recognizing and understanding the shape of what made you feel that way. Yep. Bring on the gifts. Beautiful. And thank you, Sandra, for the follow. Absolutely. I cringed out loud. I cringed, but excited as well. Absolutely. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Beautifully stated. You're welcome, dear. Nikki, lately I've been a little bothered. The terms healed, unhealed, because I think we're always healed. Yeah, but like, and I want to point this, well, I want to like, how can you feel? No, I agree this. So okay. So it's a very good point, Nikki. Let's address it. Right. So, and the best way I can describe it is the way that we want to talk about, and the way I like to identify healed versus unhealed is the observation of someone saying the problem isn't me, the problem is everybody else, right? Like we understand that healing is perpetual, but there is like listen, there is a modality by which we have to identify, and usually usually the way that you can ascertain what it is in the space by which another person doesn't feel like feels like they're perfect, right? I'll tell you right now that the space by which you identify the unhealed is somebody who thinks that they're energetically perfect, right? Like this is what we talk about. Like none of us are, and I agree. Like it's hard because, and I don't even like, we always try to move away from like binary systems. I know that there's always something to be lost in the space by which we get granular, but the best way we can work into the context of describing, like if you want to talk about a lost cause, right? Like often, and that's the wild thing about it. Usually, a lost cause is someone who's like, "There's nothing wrong with me." Oh, everybody else. It's everybody else. It's everybody else. You know what I mean? Like we all understand. Like it's the understanding that we're all working through something, right? And even in the modality by which we do that, and that's the irony of it. Like those who are healed are usually the ones who feel like they're energetically unhealed, and those who are convinced that they're healed have a lot of healing to do, right? Like it's like it's a perfect system. But like and so even in that space, like I know that even, and I want to stress this, right? Like even in the, like what one thing we have to be conscientious about, and this is what I mean too. It's okay in the context of us being in this space and talking towards healed or unhealed. What we want to be conscientious about is pointing to another and being like they're unhealed, right? Like that is what we want to be conscientious or be wary to avoid, because this is what we talk about in relationality to accepting another in terms of where they are on their journey, not feeling like we're being energetically patient to someone who is perfectly content in their experience. Like that is also a projection where you're like, I'm being patient. I'm like, are you being patient? Because they seem pretty content. They seem pretty content in their experience. So are you being patient, or is that the space of your projection? Like these are the things that we effectively, like these are what we want to watch out for as we're continuing on our own journeys. And I know it gets more confusing. Usually the more confusing it is like the better, like the closer you are to, it makes like, things get more confusing. Isn't it great? All right, let's continue right now. But that's the thing about it. Like that is the investiture of effort, right? It's to understand and work through the nuance. Yep. No, not. You see, you tell me you're being sarcastic. Like we are all healed in this collective because we work. No, but like like it's like, even like we understand, and that's the thing about it. We work through the inside outside problem, right? Like that's the space by which you understand that you're doing it. Like which is working through saying this is something that I'm trying to get better at. This is something that I'm energetically dealing with, right? This is something that has nothing to do with me, but that's another person's projections, right? Like it's just understanding where you are on the map, right? Absolutely. But it's a great question. And listen, Nikki, I appreciate you bringing it up because it's something that we have to address, right? Like it's something that we have to be conscientious and wary about even as we proceed. Absolutely. Especially when you cuss out from exactly. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Minnie or Crystal. Minnie or Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If Minnie or Crystal are not, oh, hi there, Crystal. How are you doing? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, wait, actually, wait, pause. Don't. We got to do 150K. Thank you guys for helping us get to 150K. All right, excellent. We're going to be doing, I got you, dear. We're going to be doing a giveaway. I'm going to be giving a reading back to the collective. I am thinking of a number right now. Between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. Nope. No. No. Mm-mm. 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 No. Avatar, congratulations. Twice in one day. All right, wonderful. That'll be available for you tomorrow. Guys, we'll do that again when we get to 200K. Thank you guys for participating. All right, and we're doing a general right now for Crystal. Crystal, if you're still here, can you comment? Avatar's like, ugh. All right. How are you doing, dear? Excellent. And I'm going to pin them up here. Guys, make sure to give Crystal some love. Excellent. I'm holding in my excitement. Can I get 3 cards, please? Oh, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird, thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, we're doing a general right now for Crystal. 3 cards, please. Highest priority. And 2. And 1 more, please. Mhm. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. Um, why am I getting like, why am I getting some kind of message in relationality to performative rejection? There's something really important that I see that's coming through on that. Um, I'm trying to drill into it further too. Uh, and I want to like, there's a few different messages that are coming through in this reading, and the first thing we're going to talk about, um, like the first thing we have to talk about is the different is like like I don't know why there, and I feel like there's a very specific message is coming through. It says, "Be wary of someone who gets off on rejecting others." Is what I keep on getting. You know, like specifically and particularly in relationality to. I don't know why they're saying that. Like, be very attentive to someone that seems to like come into the space by which they love, like I keep on they love, and I keep on getting, you'll usually tell somebody like this because they like to wind someone up, is what I keep on seeing. Like, and it sometimes feels like it comes out of the blue, is what I keep on getting. Like the way you'll know is, I keep on hearing, the way you know is that it'll come out of the blue. It doesn't make sense, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that is, and they're saying if it doesn't make sense, that is the answer. Literally, if it doesn't make sense, they're saying that is, here's the answer delivered to you, is somebody who literally gets off on energetically rejecting others. Ugh. Ooh, I've never read for that before. It's gross. Ooh, sorry. Sorry, I'm like, ugh. Sorry, I don't like it. Ew. Sorry, but like, it's sorry. Some energy is really, it's hard for me to like. It's really hard to me for me to read on some energy, and I keep on getting like the answer is ew, is what I keep on hearing, which is not you, which is saying don't take it personally. Recognize that like when you recognize that in somebody, like that's all. Like let the I keep wondering, let the ew, like let the ew guide you, is what I keep on hearing. Like let like I keep on hearing like the sacred ew. Is what I keep on hearing. Like, this, like the sacred ew in recognizing another person who goes to all of this, who goes to all of this energy. Oh, well, this is wild when I'm reading for like somebody who literally goes to all this trouble to get somebody like all like invested or energetically excited about something, only to like at the last minute, like energetically just do something that feels completely, and I keep on saying, recognizing, you'll know this because it's completely out of context. If it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't make sense, if it's weird, and it's funny too because your guides are like, yeah, it's a weird thing. Like it's a weird, and they're actually, the way they're saying weird, they're going, yeah, it's a weird thing, isn't it? They're going, it's a weird thing. Like that is, if that's their yum, yuck it, is what I keep on saying. If that is their yum, yuck it. Which is to say, like, ugh, like just like steer clear. Steer clear. That's why they're saying ew, because they're saying ew, they're saying ew, but they're saying steer clear of it. Because it says to me, like, and I keep on hearing, if it doesn't make sense, this is the sense that they're helping, they're trying to say, like, yeah, it's a thing with them. Like it's a thing. Like they like it. Like, bleh. No, I don't like reading for it. Ew, I don't like somebody like, I don't like it. I don't like somebody like that. That's awful, right? Like it's really, it's like, I keep on hearing they're going, it's like that. They're literally, they're going, it's like that. And the thing is, like, they keep on going, it's like that, because it's saying to me, like, when you meet somebody like that, it never goes away. It's never going to it's never going to go away. Like that is that, it's funny. They're saying yuck their yum, which is saying, like, you saying to someone, I'm not interested. Like you having to say to someone, like, I am not interested in this weird little rejection game that you seem really, really heavily invested in, is what I keep on saying. Like you literally need to say that to someone. Be like, it's very clear that you've got something weird in relationality to I keep on creating a false tower of hope so that you can get off on rejecting others, and you saying to someone, like, I wish you a good day. Like you can find, yeah, I literally see somebody, you having to say someone, you can find someone to pay, is what I keep on hearing you having to, like, and this is coming from there, like I literally have someone saying you can find someone to, the reason they're saying you can find someone to pay, I respectfully ask you to go away, because it's a space by which you have to effectively articulate to someone and saying, we don't do that to each other. Like you can, like, I keep on hearing them say, you can find someone to pay, respectfully go away. You say to someone, you can literally tell somebody, I hear their guide going, you can literally go somewhere and tell somebody, like I see them saying, you can literally go somewhere and tell somebody that you like that, is what I keep on hearing the guide say. You can find somebody to do that, but they're going like this, right? Like I see them being like, you need to stop doing that to people who are not, you need to stop doing that to people who are not invested in your little rejection game, is what I keep on hearing. I'm sorry. Like I typically, like, there's like, and I keep on getting the reason, and I'm not, and here's the thing about it, and I want you to be very clear in terms of why I'm reading on this, and it feels so energetically gross to me. It's not the fact that there's something there that they can navigate, but if they're doing it in a way that energy around them, if they're doing it in a way that energy around them is not in a space of energetically consenting to what they're doing, there's nothing worse. Because I feel like I need to stress that is what I'm looking at with a sense of distaste. Somebody who's doing something in a way by which they're hurting. Like I see somebody, they're hurting other people because, Like I keep on hearing they're hurting other people because they're energetically getting off on it, but they're not even letting others, it's like it's working through this space by which, and I keep on hearing like the reason I see it is like they're getting others' hopes up, right? Like it's literally the type of energy that I see is like bringing something to an energetic crescendo point in relationality to what you can expect from them, only to like literally, like I see that like somebody like only to like, oh, wait till like it's like that type of energy, right? Like wait till I like that like it's like a body slam. And that's what I and I keep on hearing when you see some, and I keep on hearing, especially if they've done this to you before, especially if they've done this to you before, if they feel like they perpetually get your hopes up, only to try to throw those hopes on the floor. The guides are saying steer clear of them. Steer clear of them, and they're saying you have a right. It's weird. It's weird. And sometimes, like I keep on hearing, let the weirdness bless the situation. Be like, that's weird. You're being weird. It doesn't make any sense. That's your confirmation. And they're articulating that, like they're saying, like, if it doesn't make sense, like this is why it doesn't make sense, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. No. Like star energy. Like star energy, and it's like bottom of the deck. I don't like star energy bottom of the deck because that's literally someone that does not hold another person's vulnerability preciously, right? Some kind of like I keep on hearing like somebody, some kind of like it's I keep on hearing it's really twisted. Like it's really twisted to get someone's hopes up, is what I keep on seeing. That's why I keep on hearing it's really twisted to get someone's hopes up. Only to energetically disappear at the last minute. And I keep on saying, if that's something you're picking up on another person, let it inform you. Let it inform you. There's nothing you can change about it. That's who they are. You wish them, I keep on hearing guides say, you wish them a good day. You wish them a good day. And it's interesting that they keep on saying you wish them a good day, because they're almost articulating, like it's the space by which they're articulating that when we are when we build into vulnerable, healthy vulnerability, we don't, I keep wondering, when we build into healthy vulnerability, we don't play with each other's hopes, is what I keep on seeing. Like energy like this is too far gone. When somebody's in the space by which they're playing with another person's hopes, I can't tell you, like it, and that's what I mean in terms of saying it's not your responsibility. Like the guides are just saying, you just don't, even your anger. I keep wondering, even your anger is too good for them. I keep on hearing your guides say, even your anger is too good for them. Write that down. Your anger is precious. You give your anger to those that understand. Like you give your anger to those that understand the space of not wanting you upset. Not somebody who feeds off anger, is what I keep on hearing. Pay attention to someone who feeds off anger. Somebody who feels like they get you upset and they go, I don't know what's gotten into you. Yes, they do. Unhealthy energy feeds off anger. Don't give them the courtesy. Don't give them the courtesy of making you upset. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. I know, right? The Page of Cups, but not just the Page of Cups. I need to point this out, Alchemist. It's the Page of Cups in its reversal. In its reversal, right? I've noticed this as well. Yeah. Yeah. Performative rejection couldn't be more accurate. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for confirming. It was weird when it coming up. I was like, I have to dig into this a bit. Oh my gosh. And thank you, Kimberly, for the follow. Yeah, I honestly feel a lot of like this. But and I want you to stress it has nothing to do with things like it, like the guides are effectively articulating has nothing to do with the space by which energy is like in a place or of identifying what like they're saying the reason that there was a modality there that was difficult was someone that was doing that to another person non like in a space by which they don't recognize what's happening is what I keep nothing worse than that. Yeah, I know who this is about. You throw all dry. Nice. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so you know who this is. They're coming in and out just to reject you. Yeah. Oh, sending you support on that journey. That's not okay. I know it does. Like, you just need a palate cleanser card. Yeah, exactly. Sending you support on that journey. hmm They just did it again, and you said, ew. Thank you for confirming. I mean, like, here's the thing about it. I like the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is a beautiful card in the right context, right? Like the Page of Cups in the right context is like working through playfulness. But the problem is that the Page of Cups that keeps on popping up right now is and that's why a Page of Cups in its reversal can often work through hardship because it's working through someone who trivializes another person's emotions, right? Like that's like honestly, like Page of Cups in its upright, I'm actually fine with. A Page of Cups in its reversal can often be indicative of someone who toys with another's emotions. Like, oh, look what I can do with this. You know? Exactly. Thank you, good vibes. Sending you support. Exactly. Exhausting and unnecessary. I know this. The intuition slapped me on Tuesday. Sending you support, dear. Oh, thank you for the thank you for the compliment. And yeah, the star card bottom of the deck. Thank you for the compliment, Sauce. Christmas Eve, he did. We're strong. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding? Sending you support, dear. Oh, and sending you support as well, Alyssa. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today. I'm still looking for Minnie. We are looking for Minnie or we're looking for Kayla. Oh, thank you, Sauce. Appreciate that. Minnie or Kayla, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, oh, Minnie's back. Okay, perfect. So Kayla, if you could just pause a moment. Minnie's first on the list, and then Kayla, you're right after Minnie. Thank you, dear. And thank you, Nikki, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Minnie, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, yeah, Alyssa, can you just, first of all, make sure that you don't mention the apps. The apps don't like it when we mention them. The list is closed today, but can you give me the date that you got? Can you give me the date that you got on the list? I'll see if I can honor the, where are you? I need to know the date that you got on the list. So if you can provide me the date, I can confirm the reading. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I just need the date. Okay? Excellent. I appreciate that. It's okay. All right. Hi there, dear. And Minnie, welcome. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you, Julia. I appreciate that. Let me confirm. Hold on a moment. The 26th. I'm not seeing them on the 26th. Hold on. Yep, all I need is the date and we can go from there, dear. Okay? Perfect. The 29th. Thank you. Hold on a moment. Oh, no, it was the 30th, dear. I've got you on the list on the 30th. So what I'll do is the list is closed today. But if you'd like to get on, but I can add you first to the list tomorrow. So we should be starting, we'll be doing the collective. We'll be doing the collective tomorrow at our usual time. We'll probably wind the collective up. So the personal readings will be starting tomorrow at, if we get on at 10 to 11, I'd probably say around 11 or so. 10, like maybe closer to noon. So if you can come on, I can add you first to the list tomorrow, if that works. So I will have you, I'll add you now. Okay, so let me just mark you off here. Just bear with me a moment. Thank you. 1 second, please. Yep, I've got you marked off here. And I'm going to add you tomorrow, first on the list tomorrow. Excellent. Thank you so much, dear, for coming back to claim your reading, and you'll be first on the list tomorrow. I would just say suggest coming here around like 11:30 a.m. like Eastern. So and we'll be able to. You'll be first on the list. No, it's okay. Totally understand. But that's why we'll and again, even if you come on because you're on the list, you just let me know when you're here, and we'll have that reading. Thank you for the help, dear. Hey, a bird. Nice, Nikki. All right, where were we? And thank you for the help, Julie. I appreciate you. Okay, Minnie. Can you let me know, Minnie, are we doing a general or do you have a specific? Oh, I got you. 2026 life path, please. I got you. And I pinned up Minnie here. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. Can I get 4 cards, please? What's being left behind? What's being brought forth? Thank you. Yep. Thanks. So, all right, so I'm just going to tell you, like, you know, there, and I feel like I want you to understand something. You can be in the capacity, and I'm sure you understand this if you've been here enough. You can be in the capacity of doing everything for everyone. You can be in the capacity of doing everything for everyone. And even in the space by which you're doing everything for everyone, someone will be upset that you're not doting on them. You will literally be in the space where you're doing everything for everyone. You're bending over backwards. You're doing somersaults. You're doing everything possible, and there will be energy that articulates upon the fact that you're not doting upon them. Right? I feel like you're letting go. Right? And often the observation, and this is what I keep, like, the observation of looking someone dead in the eye and saying, it seems like I can't do anything right. when I'm around you, right? There it is. That's it. There's no fixing that when you observe it. The recognition of working into the context of, and I keep on hearing, healthy energy will provide clear directions in relationality to what one needs to do in order to effectively facilitate a positive change, right? It's never more simple with healthy energy, because healthy energy says all you need to do is this, right? How easy it is, the gift that we have in being able to give each other the resolution in terms of navigating the source of a problem, right? Is in how easy it can be able to fix something when we're able to articulate clearly upon what those things are. But I feel like the hard part is, I feel like that's what you're leaving, like that's what you're leaving behind. The energy that articulates upon the space by which you can't do anything right, instead of being able to talk about what can be done. And I feel like I see, like I feel like that, and I feel like I see you moving into, like, and I keep on hearing what a difference positive energy brings. Because I see you in some type of relationship that's showing you how easy it can be, right? Like, like how easy it can be with someone that wants the same things that we ourselves aspire to have, right? And I see even now, like I feel like the hard part, I see that you and another person are navigating is like is working through, and I feel like it's hard because when you're in a healthy relationship, like prepare to be rocked is what I keep on hearing. When you're in a healthy relationship, prepare to be rocked, because you get rocked in relationality to what is actually something that you need to work on versus what another person was trying to project upon you. Right? Energy, what is energy that takes advantage say? You're the problem, not me. Right? What is energy that wants to take advantage say? You're the problem, not me. Right? Or even in the space of someone saying, I feel like I see a situation being like, like I see some kind of situation you're healing from, with you being like, I just keep on seeing a scenario of someone being like, I talk to a bunch of energy that takes advantage of you. And we've come to the agreement that you're the energetic problem. Wow. Wow. What was that? What was that I saw? I talked to a bunch of energy that's in the habit of taking advantage of you. And we've come into the agreement that you're the energetic problem. I just keep on hearing that. That's the level of stuff you're healing from. I've talked to some energy, right? Somebody who reaches out to other energy that takes advantage and says, I've talked to some other energy that takes advantage of you, and we are of the collective opinion that you are the problem. It's a lot. It's a lot. And that's why, like, the space by which you build, and that's why I keep on hearing, if you're building into a healthy relationship, right? if you're building into the space of someone, like someone who effectively puts the same amount of effort into something as you yourself do, right? Somebody who matches your energetic standard. Like, I keep on hearing, prepare for your stuff to be rocked, is what I keep on hearing. Prepare for your stuff to be rocked. But I keep on hearing the rocking, like the rocking is not coming through in the modality of understanding. And I keep on hearing, even in the space by which you're working through the fact that you're not perfect, right? You were never, you don't have to be perfect to be in a healthy relationship. You just need to know what you're working on, is what I keep on seeing. But boy, when you're around the wrong energy will say there's something wrong with you because you're not giving me enough. There's something wrong with you because I keep wondering, you're not doing everything fast enough, is what I keep on hearing. Not just doing, and that's the level of healing I see that you're going through. Listen to what I just said. You're not doing everything fast enough. You're not doing everything fast enough, which is the space by which not only are you doing everything, the modality by which you could be doing everything, and somebody tries to fault you for not doing it quickly. Like, that is the level of the healing. And I keep on hearing when you see that, you say you're right. You say you're right. You give them exactly, I keep wondering, you go, you're right. You should find someone quicker. Find someone quicker. Find someone quicker and see how fast the song changes. Find someone quicker and see how fast the song changes. Because, and I keep on hearing, whatever I see that you're moving towards, healthy energy understands it's not a race. Healthy energy understands it's not a race. Healthy energy is not going to make you like lose your mind trying to keep up. Healthy energy is going to want to keep pace with you. Healthy energy is going to want to keep pace with you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, nine of Wands in its reversal. 9 of Wands in its reversal. I keep like, I feel like I feel like I keep on hearing you're healing from energy that feels like it knows where to place. Like it's like, and I need to describe this because this is what I'm reading for. Like, why do I keep on hearing like know your energetic place is what you're healing from, which is often the space by which, again, somebody gives you something to do that feels like it's energetically impossible, right? And then in the modality by which they say it's impossible, they try to articulate and say, I guess you're not, right? Like this is the level of healing that I see that you're working through. Like the space by even when you're doing the energetic impossible, someone then tries to say you're not doing it fast enough, right? You give it right back to them, right? It's not, they don't get more, they get energetic. It's the space by which we understand that appreciation, like energetic appreciation, is the understanding of the gift that we have in relationality to the energy that we expend upon one another, right? It's not the space by which we split hairs. It's not the space. And that's the thing about it. Projection is the sound of someone splitting hairs. Projection is the sound of someone splitting hairs. Projection is the sound of someone working through something and then finding energetic satisfaction in the space by which, even when you're doing something from a place of satisfaction, they energetically split hairs because they can't bring themselves to articulate the fact that you energetically intimidate them. Right? Healthy energy that is intimidated by you will split hairs. Healthy energy that is intimidated by you will split hairs. They'll come into the space of always articulating that there's something, no. Like it's a lot of that negation energy, right? Don't let another person fulfilling their negation fantasy out on you affect you. Recognize it for what it is. I keep on hearing stand taller. And even in the space by which I see you do that, I feel like I see energy around you that is supporting you. I feel like there's something about that. This year is what I keep on seeing. This year, I feel like something is energetically changing for you in a big way. But I feel like the space by which something is energetically changing for you in a big way has to do, like I keep on hearing, it's like, I feel like I keep on seeing this like situation by which like someone tries to throw a fist at you and you catch it, is the best way I can describe it. It's like the space by which someone tries to someone tries to throw a fist at you and you catch it, because it's the modality by which you say to someone, you're going to stop, like you saying to someone, you're going to stop that this minute. Right? Like it's almost like, I feel like it has a lot to do, like, and I keep on seeing like you being able to move through things in that way. Like that is the gift that this year is bringing to you. And I also feel like, and that's what I'm, and like, I think that I feel like there's something really profound about that too, in terms of, I keep on hearing, and it's interesting because it's saying to me like, and I don't know why this is coming through, and it's coming through specifically from a guide, is saying like, when we talk towards the space of, and it's interesting too, because, and I want to stress this out, like I want to point this out, it feels like almost a fist coming towards you, and the hand that catches it isn't even yours. Like that's the wild thing about it. Like it almost feels like energy that articulates and says, you're going to stop that this minute. Right? Because I feel like it's the understanding, and this is what we mean when we're with healthy energy, right? Like sometimes the observation of another person saying, I see what they're doing to you, right? Like it's the observation of another person seeing someone picking on them and going, you're going to stop that this minute, is the amplification of articulation of another person saying like, why don't like why are you doing that when my energetic back is turned, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's something, I feel like there's something really important there that's occurring. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with the energy that I see that you're moving towards, that feels like, and I keep on hearing, healthy energy has our back. And I keep on hearing healthy energy has our back, so that we, like I keep on hearing, so that we try, like so that we can do something. Like I keep on hearing, so that we can do something going forward that is better than what is energetically behind us, is what I keep on hearing. Right? And that is what I feel like I see you moving towards this year. Like healthy energy that says you're going to stop you're going to stop that this minute, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that, and I think that, and I keep on pointing this out, like what's happening for you is understanding that like when energy has our back, it doesn't create the space by which we're constantly having to watch it, right? And sometimes the modality by which we recognize we're surrounded by energy by which we have to constantly watch our back, like that's what allows us to effectively move forward, right? Like that is the understanding of what we find in relationality to healthy energy, right? So I keep on hearing, don't look behind you, look forward. And if I keep wondering if someone hurts you when you're not looking, pay attention to that, but don't let it energetically stop you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Angela, thank you for the follow. Yeah. You're welcome, Alyssa. Wow, it is. Yeah, a lot of eel energy in today's readings. I'm looking for the eel in reversal because my life is a roller coaster right now. Sending you support, Alchemist. Yeah, their egos feel threatened. And Angela, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is wild because I never feel like I'm doing enough for others. But that's what I mean. Like again, like the observation of like when you're working like, and this is the thing, when energy is in the space by which you don't feel like there's enough you can do for others, pay attention to energy that says I would like a little more. Right? The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. That was the message I got from my ex when I was literally fighting for my life. Be quicker, please. Wow. Sending you so much support, Ella. Yes, exactly. Like I keep wondering, rolls are for bakeries. Rolls are for bakeries. They're not for relationships. Yep. I love Bridget. Just tell me where they live. I want to talk. Even with Bridget, who's like in the bed. I wonder how it's going to unfold. I feel like it's actively unfolding around you right now. And Ellen S., thank you for the follow. You're welcome, dear. Yeah, and they complain behind your back, but they don't offer to reciprocate. Sending you support, Ella. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kayla. Kayla, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have, how you doing, dear? If you'd like, if you have a specific question. And also, friends, we're at 161K likes. When we get to 200K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 200K in no time. I got you specific. Excellent. All right, we can definitely do the 3 months. And before we continue, I am going to take a moment to step away and we'll come back and do that reading, but we'll also go do the intuition check. I'll be back in a moment and we'll proceed. 1 moment. All right. Oh, where were we? Okay. Hi there, dear. Okay, where were we? And before we continue right now, thank you so much for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, LNS. All right. Where were we? Okay, can I please get, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And okay, 1 second. And I'm going to pin up Kayla here. Make sure to give Kayla some love. All right, can I get 3 cards for Kayla, please? Thank you. And 1 more. Oh. So this first month that I'm seeing is all about channeling creativity. I feel like there is, like, in the space of working through creativity, like if you're looking for a space to be able to articulate or amplify something in a creative way, this is the month to do it, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that this is really important as well, because it feels like idea energy. It feels like sharing ideas. It feels like putting ideas forth into the world. So I want you, like, if there's something that you've been doing right now in relationality to working towards, I keep hearing the context of collaboration, the context of effectively trying to, like, build forth on an energetic connection. It feels like this is the energy that one wants to effectively articulate or communicate through, because something I'm seeing there in relationality to, like, working into the context or the space of ideas next month. And I want to just, like, and the one thing I want to be conscientious about, okay, is when it comes to that idea energy, make sure that you're being very, very energetically specific in relationality to navigating your own timeline. Because the one thing I'm identifying here that you want to be, like, the one thing you want to be conscientious about is what I keep on seeing is I feel like I see some kind of modality by which a lot of energy potentially, like, wants you to be energetically a part of something, right? And this is what I want you to be conscientious about. Make sure that you are prioritizing in terms of how you are energetically trying to do something, but not just how you're energetically trying to do something, like working into the context of possibility or like not just positivity, but like there, and it's interesting too, because, like, I don't know why it feels like the second month, like someone comes towards you in the modality or experience of like trying to energetically apologize for something. And there's something I feel like there's something important in relationality to, and I want to stress this. Like there's something really important that I see that is occurring in terms of like, and I keep on getting putting oneself forth in terms of doing something. And I don't know why, I keep on getting this, like almost someone apologizing and being like, oh, I didn't know who you were. And you almost having a conversation with them and being like, it shouldn't matter who I am, is what I keep on seeing. I'm not sure why this is coming. I don't know if you do it, like, I don't know if you review things. It's like, it's giving me, I often feel like I pick up energy like this in relationality that does something but based upon reviewing, right? Like the modality by which I keep wondering, like the modality by which another person comes towards someone and goes like, I am so sorry. I didn't realize that you energetically knew what you were doing, or something of that nature is what I keep on seeing. Like the space by which I see you kind of having to navigate into a space by which you articulate upon your own energetic investiture on something, right? And then in the modality, like I'm not sure what happens in that second month, like someone coming towards you in the space of almost like, I don't know why it's like somebody trying to issue you an apology in relationality to how you effectively like triggered them, is what I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels like the energy of someone saying like, how did you know? You know, like I see like I see someone being like, how did you, I feel like I see something like, how did you know? And you being like, duh. Like, so I want you to be conscientious about that, because you know, I feel like in the space by which you're working through, like I keep on hearing like there's something that's happening with you in relationality to trusting the process. And the funny thing, like the funny thing about trusting the process is the observation of feeling like we're doing something in a way that we don't feel the need to energetically prove ourselves to anyone, right? And I need to stress this because like I almost see somebody having a conversation by which somebody says to you, oh, you didn't look like that, right? Or you know, I didn't expect that because, and you being like, yeah, well, it's because I don't try to look like something. I just am it. Is what I keep on hearing somebody, like that's what I mean in relationality to another person, like completely misperceiving you. But I do feel like there's something important in relationality to the third month in terms of navigating through others' misconceptions of you, right? Versus like, and they're saying to me like that is helping you with the energetic hurdle, right? Because it almost says to me like you being able to figure out a way to help another person understand how you can help them more, right? I feel like there's something really important about the first 3 months that is working and facilitating upon healing from others' misperceptions of you, right? Or the space. I keep wondering, like, I feel like you're going through this modality by which someone comes towards you and you say, no, I don't do that, right? So, and I keep on hearing often the space by which we have to go towards someone when we're doing something unique, we have to be in the space of educating, because it's the modality by which we have to say to someone, no, that's not the way I facilitate or do something. Like I keep wondering, don't take it personally. Take it educationally, right? Like if someone's coming towards you and they're persistently in the space by which they're misconceiving you, your lips are blessed. So the ability by which you can articulate to another person what you do and how you do it is going to help with that issue. But I do feel like it's hard because it's helping you work through the space of confidence. How's that talking about yourself going? I know, I hate it too. Like I see you being like, no, and the guys are like, yes, right? And I keep on hearing it's not, and I keep on hearing the messages coming through in the 3rd month, which is reminding you, it's not tooting your own horn if you can actually energetically do it, right? Like they're saying it's not you, like the space by which you talk about yourself is not the space by which you're full of yourself. And I know that's something that's hard for you, right? Because it does feel like there's some ancestral healing connected to that, right? I keep on hearing, we are proud of what we do. We're proud of what we do. And it's not inflating ourselves to clarify around a misconception, right? And the space by which you help another person. I keep on hearing, think about it as help me help you, right? The space by which you say to another person, this is what you can bring to me that'll be helpful. This is what doesn't, like something about you facilitating that conversation that's going to effectively be healing or healthing in some capacity. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's, I don't know why. I feel like you keep on having this modality of you having to say to another person, I don't do that. Right? Like, and I keep on getting, when someone's constantly coming towards us saying like, I heard you do this, I heard you do that, like the space by which you have to recognize that you're in the business of healing others of their misconceptions. See, it's difficult, right? Healing others of their misconceptions is potentially working through, like, I almost feel like it's something about somebody coming through to you and being like, well, I've never seen somebody do something the way you do. And you're like, because I do it. Like, I feel like I see you saying to someone like, because I really do it. I feel like I see you saying to somebody, which is like, it's working into the context of having to energetically trust the process, but also having to help another person. Like, I don't know why. I feel like you're having to help another person, like, understand. Like, I feel like it's helping another person understand what, like, why you, like, what you're, I keep wondering what you're unique. And it's interesting. I keep on hearing you've got a guide that says it's a unique gift. And I want you to understand, like, the reason the guide's saying this is unique gifts have to be explained. Unique gifts have to be explained. So it's not you talking about yourself. It's you helping others understand. So just think about that a bit in relationality to what you're doing, because I feel like it's going to help you in something that you're doing more effectively, right? I feel like it's hard because it feels to me like it's you healing the space by which you learn to talk about yourself, but in a way that feels like it's cathartic, not working into the space by which you're, and it's not, I keep wondering, it's not full of yourself if you're articulating to something that you're proud of that you can do, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We're doing personal readings. The list is closed right now, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes, that's basically a duck. What is an alchemist, really? This is reminiscent of the frog, yeah. I was thinking about that as well, but I thought it was silly of me. I was going to say adder. Yeah, the coloring in the face. Okay. Yeah, I had to put my heater on. Yeah, definitely. I feel stuck. I've got that all my life. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, like, and that's why I like, they're one of your guides. Like, you recognize that they're one of your guides. And I feel like the hard part about it is they're saying to me that you need to get better at talking about yourself. Whoever got you out of the habit, that was jealous energy. is what they're saying. You know, whoever got you out of the habit of talking about yourself, that was jealous energy. You got to get back. I keep on saying, you got to get back into the space by which you feel like it's good to talk about. Be proud of something that you can do. Yeah, I would say that. I don't know all that I have, so yes, I understand that. Some will never understand. Beautifully stated. And thank you for sharing the live, LNS. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. Welcome back, Estevan. Perfect timing, because you're next, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for friends who are here, we're going to get started on one-card readings for super fans in just a few after this reading. If you've been sticking around for your one card, now is the time to receive it. And if you're interested in receiving a one-card reading, your superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. So just go ahead and become a superfan now, and you'll be all ready when we get to the one cards. Estevan, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Estevan's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8. I still don't like it, Nikki. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. No. I just don't want to create, I know that there's confusion, so I'm trying not to be the source of the confusion. I'm trying to accept the change. All right. And Estevan, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? How you doing today, Rainbow? You were trying. Yeah. No, that's worse. Actually, I like that, but again, I don't want to confuse people. Like, you know, like it's as long as, yeah, exactly. All right. Yep. Oh, thank you for letting me know, dear. Hold on a minute. I just got to pull up Estevan's question. And just a reminder, friends, the list is closed today. But if you want to get on the list, for tomorrow, you can go ahead and do so. You'll be the second person read for. And I'm just pulling up, just bear with me a minute, I'm pulling up Estevan's question. One moment, please. Okay. Hold on a minute, dear. Yep. Got it. Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Snake equals landfish. Good Lord. Oh. Okay. All right. And I'm just confirming if this is inside tea or outside. Okay, thank you. And guys, I'm going to pin up Estevan here. Let's make sure to give Estevan some love. General reading for the new year, please. What is the year bringing? All right, 4 cards, please. What are we leaving behind? What are we moving towards? Whoa. I feel like you're leaving behind comfortable stagnancy. And we gotta talk about it, you know? Like comfortable stagnancy. I'm identifying some situation or circumstance by which like and I wanna say, like, I see some kind of situation by which, like, I think it's you kind of like understand. I want to point out comfortable stagnancy is often the space by which you say to someone, like, I've seen some things that we could do that could really make this place like beautiful. And the space by which another person says, like, I like it just the way it is. Like, don't, like those modalities or experiences by which we recognize that we are not in the space of being energetically appreciated is the observation of like I keep on hearing, I like why mess with perfection, right? Why mess for perfection is the rattle of something ending, is all I keep on hearing. Write it down. Why mess with perfection is the rattle of something ending. Because while somebody is not trying to mess with something, somebody else is energetically innovating upon it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is the hurdle that I see you're navigating. Like, I literally see a situation by which you've identified the source of something reaching a termination is because somebody is more invested in not messing with their own feeling of perfection. That means, like I keep on hearing, it's the observation of something that is no longer serving. I keep on getting this too. It's not, I feel like it feels like a double betrayal because it's you looking at somebody and saying, there's literally a better way we could be serving this. And if you actually cared about the thing that we're supposed to be doing, you would be invested in wanting to do it better rather than, I keep on hearing, like, rather than just trying to build into the context of doing something that is not working. And I feel like that is the hard part about it. Like, I literally see a situation by which you're saying to someone, this doesn't make any sense, right? And another person says, we didn't make the problem. And being like, that is not going to, like, I literally see a situation by which you say, that is, like, you've become the problem. Like, it's one of those moments where you've potentially looked at someone. I keep on hearing it's hard because when you have those moments, you're like, you've lost your integrity. The sound of someone losing their integrity is someone articulating and saying, let's not mess with perfection. Right? Like, the space by which you're trying to say to another person, there's a better way we could be doing something, and they say, like, that sounds like work. Like, that type of energy. The positive is I feel like I see you moving towards very bright possibilities. And I keep on hearing, even in the space by which you're articulating, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which you're articulating the observation of another. Like, I keep on hearing, like, this is going to be, like, that is going to be what you talk to, like, what is going to help make sure that you don't move back into that space again. Because I literally see a situation by which you're moving towards new opportunities. And when they ask you, I keep on hearing, like, when they say, why are you leaving? You talk to them about the stagnancy. You know, like, I literally see a situation that you say, like, when somebody says, like, why are you leaving a situation that feels like it's so ideal? I see you saying, well, let me tell you a little bit about the stagnancy. Because everything about this says this is the year that you attenuate to leadership. And I keep on hearing true leadership is not a restive space. Like, true leadership is not the space by which we say, don't rock the boat. True leadership works to keep pace, right? True leadership is the space by which we say, okay, that's what we did this year. We're going to do it even better next year. It's not the space by which I keep on hearing it's not some kind of, I feel like it's not some kind of like wishy-washy place by which another person says, like, oh, we don't need any of that type of innovation here, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that it's beautiful because, like, I see the space by which you're navigating or articulating to another. Like, I keep on hearing the faulty conversation as it relates, the faulty conversation as it relates to, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, but I'm going to say it because I think that maybe you'll understand. The faulty conversation that occurs as it relates to performative representation, right? The faulty, I feel like there's something about this that's important I'm going to articulate. The faulty conversation that results in performative representation, which is the modality by which another person articulates the fact that they're energetically open to opportunities, but then in the same breath says, oh, that's a little too energetically extreme, right? Like, that is what I keep on seeing in relationality to the space of you kind of working towards something. But even the modality by which you're working towards something, I feel like it's almost you taking some kind of energetically avant-garde approach towards something that you energetically care about. And I keep on hearing, the reason I keep on hearing avant-garde, right, is you, like, I feel like it's you kind of occupying the space by which you say to another, you should feel uncomfortable, right? Like, I keep on hearing you say to somebody, it's performative if you don't feel a little rattled, right? If you don't feel a little unsettled, then it's not something that you're doing because you care about it. You're doing something as an energetic gesture, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like the reason I need to bring that forth is because it feels like there's something in relationality to you having that conversation with someone that helps them, I keep on hearing, that helps them recognize and understand I keep wondering, like, recognize and understand what actually, like, I keep wondering, like, what actually fixes things or what actually works into the context of being, like, energetically healthy. And I don't know why this keeps on coming through in your reading, but it's the observation. Like, I keep on hearing, like, none of this, like, pat on the head energy, like, not the space by which we articulate how proud, I keep wondering, not the space by which we articulate how proud we are, is what I keep on seeing in relationality to how far we've come, but the conversation that is inspired by being able to articulate upon how far we're going. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like, it feels like, I keep on getting, like, it feels a lot, like, it's saying to me, it feels a lot like an avant-garde year. And I want to say, like, the thing about avant-garde, like, why I keep on getting, like, avant-garde is the space of understanding that when we're doing something in a proper way, we should prepare to feel energetically uncomfortable, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which, I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which we feel, like, the modality by which we feel, like, energetically, like the sound of progress is the space by which we recognize that we're rocking something, right? The modality by which we feel like we're pushing something in a positive direction. It's not, I keep wondering, it's not the space by which we feel energetically proud of ourselves, is what I keep on getting. And this is what I mean in relationality to you healing from something, because I feel like this is you getting away from some kind of petting energy, which is someone being like, oh, look, like aren't we so good, like look what we did, like it's giving me a lot of that, like someone who's like more invested in the quality of their energetic appearance, or for trying to amplify the space of being energetically proud, versus I keep on seeing like the real work that is energetically accomplished in terms of talking about what it is, like I keep wondering, like the space by which we articulate how far we have to go, right? Like not the space by which we articulate, like not the space by which we articulate in the space of feeling, like I keep wondering, like not the space by which it feels like we're just in the space of personal contemplation by which we feel energetically proud of ourselves, but the conversation that truly articulates in relationality to how far, right? Like I keep wondering, this is the year that you look forwards, not backwards. And not even in the space by which you look forwards, not backwards. It's almost like you help another person understand that something that they're trying to do is energetically, I keep wondering, it's energetically, like it feels, I keep wondering, it's energetically passe to overly concentrate on what you've done instead of talking about what you're doing, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is what I keep on getting in relationality, something that you're working through this year, is helping someone understand. I keep on hearing, I keep wondering, uh, the purpose of an energetic institution is to make something better. It's not to be able to rest on the energetic laurels in terms of what you've done in the past. And so that's what I think is really interesting, because I feel like I see you having a lot of those productive conversations and potentially working into the context of critique in relationality to others, like some kind of experience that you've had that articulates more, like more on an energy. I feel like I keep wondering, the energy, when the energy that tries to help becomes overly proud of itself, it stops being able to help anything because it talks too much about the energetic. And it says to me, it's like navel gazing energy. Like I feel like you're healing from navel gazing energy in relationality to another person that like works into the space of being like, oh look, look how proud I am of something, and being like, well yeah, it's good, but there's other things, like it's not this space, like you if you're gazing at your navel, you're not doing anything. You're just talking about the energetic space of being energetically proud isn't enough. It's putting that pride into a sense of purpose, is what I keep on getting, right? It's like pride with purpose. Pride with purpose becomes progress. Write that down. Pride with purpose becomes progress. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 169K likes. When we get to 200K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 200K in no time. Absolutely. Hi there, Big. Um, It's so here's the thing, Big. It depends on the person. Like the reason that you may be having vivid dreams, it's something that requires its own reading because there are different contexts by which dreams arrive to us. So there could be a lot of different things happening there, and usually a reading is helping us get to the bottom as to why those dreams are vivid. All of today's predictions were about growth and healing. I love this. I want to get one now. I'm really surprised you haven't asked about that already. The bits and pieces I get to hear were amazing, and I think I need one now. Thank you, guys. Well, you can get on the list for tomorrow, and we'll be happy to do those readings. Lots of French words coming up in this reading. I'm here for it. Yes. The potato is perfect for today. Fair. Fair, yeah. Well, it's hard too because that's a word, like it's hard because you have to find a word that has an equivalent. And so sometimes we have to stick to words if there isn't equivalents in other languages. Yeah, that's probably why I don't remember something about boundaries. Yeah, the navel gazing. Yeah, exactly. I love that. Yeah, 60% already asked about what was that per? Yep. No X's in 2026. Pride with purpose becomes progress. And that's the thing about it, right? There's like holding too much pride towards things will stunt progress unless you're able to effectively like that's the thing about it. Like you have to have pride with purpose because if not, pride becomes the blockage point, right? Like articulating upon how proud you are doesn't create anything, right? Like it's the identification. Like pride with purpose becomes progress. It's the understanding of recognizing what we need to do that gets us there. No, it's fine. I like this conversation. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we have gotten to our one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber to receive that one card, your super fan status will make you eligible for one card. So make sure that you become a super fan. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of the one card, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs. Got you. Ella, one card please on energy. Oh. One card, Pete, please, on the energy being avoided by that person. I feel like the message I'm seeing here is it's saying very much the same thing, which is like working, like it has to do with understanding and facilitating upon the like when we want change to occur, we have to be ready and steady to be uncomfortable. Right? Like if you want change, be ready and steady to navigate uncomfortability, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the 3 of Swords, bottom of the deck, right? Like our own ability, of navigating through our uncomfortability allows us to face things, right? But when we're worried about like uncomfortability, when we're not ready to be uncomfortable, we will avoid anything that makes us feel uncomfortable. I keep on hearing healing is an uncomfortable place. It's not an indulgent one. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bee, right? Like it's not about, it's like feels good is good. is the understanding, right? It's the understanding of working through, right? Like working through the modality by which we can feel energetically uncomfortable, but not allowing that uncomfortability to steer us away from things, but move us closer towards it, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something in relationality to them working through something, like I keep on hearing, like particularly as it relates to their feelings related to someone, I keep on hearing you can't just say you don't like someone for this reason, right? Like, what, can you go into detail as to why you don't like them? No? Okay, well then that's you avoiding something that they bring out in you, right? Julia, one card, highest and best regarding move. Got you. It's so interesting because I just keep on hearing your worst energy, your worst enemy becomes your best friend, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I don't know why I keep on hearing this. Your worst enemy becomes your best friend, because the modality by which, even in the space of you doing something, seeing the ugliness that it's bringing out in others. Yeah, Knight of Swords energy, right? I would not be surprised, like I would not be surprised, and I keep on hearing the same message. Nobody makes us do anything, right? Nobody makes us do anything. And I feel like there's something really important about that, because even the modality by which I see somebody trying to come towards you and say, I didn't realize what they were doing, I keep wondering, you don't need to realize. I keep wondering, you don't need to realize what another person is doing in order to know what you should do. I keep on hearing that. You don't need to realize what another person is doing to do the right thing. You don't need to realize what another person is doing to do the right thing. Yeah, the bull energy. Nobody makes anyone do anything, because I keep on hearing, you don't need to realize what another person is doing to do the right thing. You should just do it. So be very conscientious if someone tries to come towards you and say, I didn't realize what they were doing. Be like, it doesn't matter what they were trying to do. What did you do? Right? Particularly, right? Particularly when another person is taking energetic advantage of us. And I feel like that, I feel like there's a lot of, like, I feel like there's something about this. This is creating a space of peace in relationality to, I keep on hearing, like I feel like there's some kind of gift of clarity that's happening right now in helping you see, like what, like helping you see, like what is possible to heal versus what another person's healing journey, like what another person needs to heal within them. I keep on hearing, even in this, a blessing. Estevan, one moment, please. One card. Oh, and yep. And Julia, I think I owe you another card. Yeah. Right? Like I feel like I feel like there's something about this that is helping you see, like helping you truly see the energy around you. I keep on hearing, you did not create that in them. That is not something that you've created. That's something that you are, like, it's a get, like, better to see it than to have to exist within it. You are moving towards positive energy, right? The space by which you say another person says, I would never do that to you, right? It's never a failure point to trust. The discernment, the working through the observation of discernment is going to fortify you as you continue forward. I got you, Estevan. One card on that move, please. Highest party messages. This is your card. This feels beautiful. I feel like you're healing some kind of abandonment wounds. I don't know why. It feels like a return to something, you know? I feel like there's something important about there. Like I keep on hearing the word reclamation. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords, you know? Some type of observation in relationality. I keep on hearing like this is the move you make, not trying to prove yourself to anybody, right? Like this is the move you make, not trying to prove yourself to anybody. Animal spirit guide, yeah. Like this is you knowing, like knowing who you are. And something about you, like something about you feeling energetically comfortable or confident with yourself would not, I feel like something about this move would not be possible unless like if you hadn't, like if you hadn't gone on some kind of journey of self-understanding, right? It keeps on saying to me like it feels like, I feel like you're building your decisions on locationality built upon, I keep on hearing not about impressing others, but about like the space of feeling energetically connected to something. I don't know if you've been there and you feel very energetically drawn there, but I do feel like there's something nodal that's occurring there in relationality to feeling like you working to space of being like, I feel like this is where I need to be. One card from your guide, please, for Bridget. I keep on hearing somebody say it's happening, but in a positive way, you know? Um, and I think what I'm seeing that articulates upon something happening is working into, I keep on seeing like it's almost, I feel like it's you like working into the space of not saying hypothetically, but saying like practically, like what can one do in the event that something happens, right? So the modality by which you articulate to another, like working through a modality by which you say like this could energetically happen again, or the space by which I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing healthy energy always appreciates being told that something is a bad plan, right? Bottom of the deck, right? The space by which you say like it's a gift to tell someone, I don't know if you've thought this out properly, right? And I keep on hearing the modality by which you can ask questions, right? Questions, I keep wondering, questions are not there. Like I keep wondering, questions are not there to sow doubt in each other, is what I keep on seeing, right? Questions, we do not give each other questions to sow doubt. We give each other questions as gifts, right? Because the space by which you say to another, I'm not trying to make you doubt yourself. I'm trying to help you do something in a better way. I keep on saying, think about giving someone ideas, right? If there's something there by which another person says, I don't know what to do, right? Being like, well, I can help you because I can help you with ideas. I can help you with finding energetic solutions, right? Help comes in many different forms. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the frog energy, right? Not effectively having to say, like, this is what I can't do, but saying to another person, this is what I can do, right? The observation of saying that when we say to each other, I'll do anything I can do, does not require us to do the impossible. It's a space by which we say, I'll help you figure out the energetic solution to the best of my capability without having to effectively, like, without coming into the space of being overly demanding on the individual self, is what I keep on hearing. Minnie, one card on this weekend, please. This feels like a little R&R, you know? I feel like I see you coming into the space of giving something back to yourself. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly and especially with this Seven of Cups in its reversal, you know? Like I keep on hearing, like, think about, like, I keep on getting, like, I don't know, I keep on getting some kind of like staycation vibes or doing something in a way that allows you to feel, allows you to feel energetically fortified or building into that context of appreciation in relationality to, I keep on seeing I keep on hearing like formalizing a concept that's coming through. yeah, like a lot of this hair energy. You know, I keep on seeing like I don't know why, sometimes we need to step away from a problem to see the energetic solution to it. I keep wondering, there are many different ways to work. And this is why sometimes like nourishing the self is the best thing we can bring to work, because it says we can come back to a situation with a fresh perspective or a fresh idea. Denise, one card from Spirit, please. This Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. We don't get into the habit of trying to convince another person why our manifestation goal is ideal. Right? I keep on hearing we are not in the business of selling each other our manifestation goals. We either want what we want or we don't. And sometimes the observation, like often, like this is why we get into the observation of working through it with another person in relationality to like what they say that they aspire for versus what they're doing. I keep on seeing healthy energy. Healthy energy does not, I keep on hearing healthy energy works towards, like it does not get upset when we ask questions, right? Healthy energy is eager. Like I keep wondering, healthy energy is eager to answer questions. Yeah, your questions will never upset a manifestation goal. They'll do a real number on a false manifestation, right? Like the modality by which you ask a question will bring all of that work or all of that possibility to the surface in relationality to what feels like it's stabilizing and practical, versus working through modalities and experiences by which, like I keep on hearing, our questions don't ruin anything. Our questions are blessed. Yeah, the bee energy, right? Like don't allow that, like I keep wondering, your manifestation loves your questions. It's the modality of understanding that questions are healthy, because I keep on hearing, when we care about something, when we love something, we love to talk about it, right? Like the space by which another person says that they want the same thing as us, but then they get upset when we ask questions, can often be indicative of someone who's articulating, like talking about a manifestation that they don't effectively mean or they don't really desire, right? Yep. Hi there, Lydia. How you doing? One card, please. I know it's been a minute. Good to see you. One card. I feel like this is you finding connection with energy that's in alignment with you. You know, the space or place by which we understand and identify. We support. Like I keep on hearing, like, and I need it. It talks about the space of friendship. Healthy friendship is not the space by which we feel we need to keep pace. It's a space by which we understand that we're energetically busy. Yeah, bottom of the deck with this the 7 of cups in its reversal, right? I keep wondering, don't let a new connection, like don't allow a new connection to assume old friend, like don't allow a new connection to assume old friend privileges, which is the space by which another person like articulates something at the last minute, right? But then holds you into a state of frustration if you don't drop anything. And you can usually tell when someone's doing that because they have a boundary issue. Because the thing is, with old friends, right? With old friends, we ask something because it's just come up, and then if we can't do it, we're like, no big deal, I just wanted to throw it by you. But you'll notice those with like boundary issues will try to assume like old friend privileges by which they'll try to bring something to you at the last minute, but then they'll take it really personally if you don't drop everything to address it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, blackbird, right? Like just recognize when someone's doing that, because I keep on hearing healthy energy. Healthy energy does not make demands in terms of what we energetically expect from one another. Yep. I got you, Alexandra. I got you. One card on improving quality of life. Whoa. Work on that vision board. You got to start looking at your purpose. You got to start looking things from the option of your purpose. Is this bringing you closer to your purpose or further away from it? You know? And I often see that this is important. Yeah, there's a lot of energy that like, I feel like there's a lot of energy around you that like wants a bit of your time. You are not cake. And this is what I feel like your guides are trying to kind of show you. You are not cake. Not everybody gets a slice of you. And energy that's not like energy that effectively like is in the space by which they take it personally, in the space that you're busy, tells you everything you need to know in relationality to who you should hold close to yourself versus who you need to move further away from in order to accomplish something. Animal spirit guide, be energy, right? The gift of feeding back into oneself provides the context and clarity of what we're receiving from those around the self. And I keep on seeing you are strong tea. You are not for everyone, right? And the space by which, right? The space by which another person, like the space by which another person potentially feels like they energetically project something onto you, it's not your fault that you bring out strong feelings in someone. That's their responsibility. It's not yours to deal with, right? And so I feel like a lot of the space by which you're working to improve your quality of life is learning that others, like respectfully, their feelings are there. Just as you have feelings that you work to sort through, their feelings are not your responsibility, which means if they are your responsibility, healthy energy will tell you, right? Healthy energy will articulate and say, hey, this energetically bothered me. Hey, there's something that you could be doing better, right? It's the conversation that fortifies. But if somebody is being energetically reactive around you, and they can't be in the space by which they can talk to you about it, that's on them to sort through. You're not creating that in them. They need to sort through their energetic emotions. Avatar, one guard, angelic. Direction currently, please. I feel like that's interesting because it feels to me like it says to me that there's something about this angelic that's working with you that has a lot to do with navigating through healthy cycles, right? Like it's understanding the goal is not to move away from a cycle. It's understanding that cycles are in everything. The determination as to whether it feels like a healthy cycle or an unhealthy cycle helps us recognize what it is that we're working on doing better versus something that we're working to effectively move away from. So I feel like I see a lot of that energy there in relationality to helping you. Like I feel like this angelic is helping you see cycles, but not in the space by which it says you have to eradicate every cycle, but understanding what cycles feel like they're productive, nourishing, beneficial, right? Versus the unhealthy cycle, which is something that feels like an energetic hurdle that you're constantly having to navigate. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hair energy, right? Nothing in an unhealthy cycle prefers to do more than making you feel like you're the energetic problem, right? Nothing in unhealthy cycle prefers to do more than making one feel like you are the energetic problem. When you recognize that that's the first song that an unhealthy cycle sings, it helps us understand like what what the nature of our healing is. And I keep on hearing it starts like you will be liberated when you understand what it is that you're working to fix within the self, right? Because your observation of knowing the self helps you identify like what it is what work you're trying to do versus somebody else trying to project that work upon you. No problem, dear. Thank you as well, MR. Good vibes. One card, please, on energy surrounding connection with that person. There's nothing more frustrating than someone who's perpetually talking about a problem, but then doesn't want to hear a solution towards it. Right? Like, I keep on hearing a healthy conversation is not just the space by which we articulate upon the problem, but it's a space by which we're receptive to what another person articulates to us would cause the energetic solution. So don't get upset. Like, if this is one of those situations by which another person calls to talk about something, but then becomes wildly reactive in the space by which you posit a solution to them, like, understand, like, it's like, I feel like you have to have that conversation with another person in terms of saying, like, what are you looking for, right? Because I keep on seeing, like, the space, like the space by which we don't just desire to dwell upon something is the work that we try to effectively correct. We don't just, I keep wondering, we don't just come into the space by which we're constantly articulating something that's bothering us in order to feel better, right? There's nothing positive about that, because the space by which another person says, oh, it feels so good to talk to you about something, being like, yeah, it's good to talk to you, but it's not allowing you the context of being able to alleviate or to resolve upon the circumstance, right? It's like, I keep on hearing, this is the difference between talking about our problems versus having practical conversations in relationality to what would make it better. And it almost says to me, like, you have to say to someone, being like, look, am I the right person to be talking to about this, right? Especially, I keep wondering, especially if someone has a tendency of talking about others, instead of coming into the space of being able to do the work to energetically confront something, to make it possible to be able to fix, is what I keep on seeing. Some circumstances, it's impossible to navigate change upon, but I keep on hearing other things, like, even in the space by which we're working through the difficulty, there's always possibility there. There's always something that we need to be energetically receptive that we could be doing or bringing to a situation that would allow something to be easier. So make sure someone's not in the space by which they're in the modality by which they want you to just listen to a problem, but then not be like giving like a their energy instead of being energetically receptive to what they could be doing that might be able to facilitate something being better. I got you, Nikki. One card on guidance on the get together. I feel like it's the space of identifying and recognizing the sound of energy trying, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting the sound of energy trying is the ability to navigate something uncomfortable, but in a space of hoping that navigating the uncomfortable will make something energetically possible. So I feel like it's requiring you and them to kind of approach the situation with with a sense of hopefulness and positivity, but also incredibly strong boundaries, right? Like creating, I feel like creating, like not coming into the space, like not coming into the space by which another person can project something onto you, but being able to be conscientious in relationality to how we make one another feel. So I feel like it's a continuation of understanding that, like I keep on seeing, we work through personal discomfort to heal, particularly in relationality to, like I keep on hearing, our own misconceptions is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially this B card does not want to stay in the deck right now, right? The B energy is beautiful because it's the observation of allowing the context by which we facilitate change, right? And I keep on seeing like what's important about the bee is that we work like, and I keep on hearing honey, like it says to me like honey is a collective, like honey is a collective endeavor, right? It's not something by which we have to be the sweet one. It's understanding, right? It's understanding the valuation that we find that we are able to create sweetness for each other by doing the work to try to make something easier, right? So making sure that somebody's not like trying to be in like a resentful space, right? Like working towards that productivity space, working towards the possibility that allows for I keep wondering like allows for beautiful things to happen, but also not, I keep wondering, not being overly proportional, like not, like I keep wondering, not putting, like not having to grin and bear something that is clearly not, like that is clearly and energetically intentional, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on being like, I keep on hearing like sweet but firm, right? So being kind, being the energy that the energy, like being the force of change that you hope to see, but also having a limitation in relationality to what you're receiving. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see this, I feel like I see somebody that is like working on understanding that we have to be energetically strong in the face of our manifestations, particularly and especially like, yeah, again, with this Two of Pentacles energy, like the Two of Pentacles energy, it says to me like, not like recognize, like somebody who's trying to recognize, like somebody who's working to try to recognize when energy is trying to like is trying to distract them, you know, like the modality, I keep on hearing like the space of the space of recognizing, um I keep on hearing like them working through the space by which we don't, like we don't talk energetically negatively, like towards those we care about. And often, and like often, like, and it says to me like somebody who's trying to heal from too much of that buddy energy, that has a tendency of trying to diminish another person in someone's experience by, I keep on hearing like saying something, like the observation of saying something that is like, I keep on getting like somebody saying something that is wildly like somebody saying something that is like wildly distorted, right? And them not working to energetically defend, right? Yeah, like it says to me, like I feel like it's somebody understanding like the slippery slope that we identify as it relates to when we hold each other with care, right? We don't allow others' misperceptions to cloud our own perception on someone. It's the space by which we're working to energetically correct, right? And I see somebody that's potentially working through those spaces or modalities by which another person feels proud of themselves because they got to watch them energetically diminish another person through the space by which they I keep wondering like the space by which they like tease them and somebody else agreed with them, is what I keep on getting, right? Like the modality by which they're working through that and they're starting to effectively heal. You're welcome, dear. Yeah, and thank you. Just taking a moment to read over the comments. Yeah, that makes sense. Like it says to me, like it almost feels to me like somebody who's working on not letting others like destroy what's precious to them. Yeah, Julia, that makes sense. When my ex spoke to me, they said I would never. You see, that's a crazy thing to say. Like, that's an absolutely awful thing to say to another person. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. One card, please, for It's My. I feel like you need to write down you are in the midst of a transition. And when we're in the midst of transition, we focus on our purpose. Yeah, we focus on our purpose. We don't get frustrated in terms of where we are. We talk about where we're going, right? Animal spirit guide, right? It's okay to say this is not my forever home, right? Like the modality by which you may articulate something that feels like it's unhappy for you or something that feels like you're working through allows you to effectively aspire and recognize what it is that you're working to change, right? The observation of being able to identify what gets better that helps us get there. I always left feeling like I said something wrong. It's exhausting. Sending you support on that journey, dear. It shouldn't feel like that. How you doing today, Yaz? You're welcome, Nikki. One moment in movement. Thank you for becoming a super fan. I appreciate you. Hold on a minute. The list is closed today, movement. We're doing one card readings for super fans, but if you want to get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry about that person asking someone to inbox. Guys, please remember, true readers will not ask you to inbox them. Also, this is my only account. Stay safe out there. I know the bee doesn't want to stay in the deck today. Yeah, I know. It just keeps on popping up. And Audrey, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yep. Are we allowed for one card? Audrey, the one cards are for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Okay? Yep. Claire, one card on incoming communication. Make sure that it has clear directions attached to it. Healthy emotions have directions attached to it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially as it relates, I keep on hearing, I miss you isn't a productive conversation, right? Like the modality by which I keep on hearing, I miss you is no way to start a conversation. It's understanding, like, it's not like, it's like understanding what is the difference between someone energetically sentimental, like I miss you is the observation of the fact that it doesn't, like, don't let that be the point of access by which another person tries to articulate. Don't assume change in the space by which another person articulates that they miss you. That could be them being like, I wish we could go back, right? Yeah, animal spirit guide. Yeah, healthy energy talks about moving forward, not backwards, right? Not the space, like not allowing the sentimentality to effectively steer, but being able to talk about what you're doing to heal that allows for the possibility of what could occur going forward. Eight of Pentacles in its reversal and Seven of Cups, bottom of the deck 3 times. I know, that's a lot of energy there. That's wild. You're welcome, Denise. You're welcome, Alexandra. I know it's a difficult feeling, but again, it's going to potentially intensify as we get closer to this full moon. Thank you. And thank you for reporting them, Hardly. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yep. One card from Melissa on the dream. Oh. It says to me you had a past life connection to them. Past life. And again, it's hard. We can't do a full dream reading with one card. Yeah, like I feel like there was something about the feeling of familiarity that's helping you recognize the fact that they may be in your soul family, because it's like that familiar feeling that you can't shake. It's like you must see animal spirit guide. You feel familiar. Right? Like it's a lot of that, like it's working through, like sometimes it's a space by which we recognize that there's a past life connection. Like, I swear you feel familiar, you know. The list is closed right now, movement. But thank you. But now that you become a super fan, that makes you entitled to a one card. I would argue, Cosmic, I don't think worrying is poisonous in any way. I think we often worry about things that we energetically care about, right? Like worry, healthy worry Healthy worry is important because it articulates upon the things by which we're energetically invested, right? Like it helps us figure out our pathwork of purpose. Yeah, talking with no resolution has been the challenge. Sending you support on that, good. Hi, Movement. Thank you for resubscribing, dear. And you can absolutely have one card, Highest Priority on Love. And it's interesting, too, because you've got this one here. And I feel like I'm drawn to give you two right now because it says to me, and it's interesting because it has to do about understanding that when we're in, and it has to do connected with what I was reading for Cosmic. When we care about things, we worry in the best way possible, right? Like that is the shape of love. We energetically worry in the best way possible, which is the space by which we transmute our worry into energetic concern that feels supportive, right? It's like the worry that becomes the energetic safety net in the space by which we energetically check upon one another. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with Two of Pentacles, pay attention. The things that you will bring to a healthy relationship will be the reasons another person tries to end a healthy one, an unhealthy one, right? Like the space by which someone says like, oh, you're too attentive to this, right? Often those that aren't ready for a relationship will try to see us being attentive and try to articulate as being needy, right? It's like the healthy relationship is the space by which we're mutually obsessed with each other in the best way possible, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with the bee energy, right? Don't let somebody apologize. Don't get in a space of apologizing for something that should be a blessing, right? So if you're in the modality, I keep on hearing like in the space by which you are expressing your emotions with directions, that's a blessing. Don't let somebody say that you're damaging a relationship by bringing emotions to it. Don't let somebody be in the space by which you're being energetically attentive, right, in a reasonable way, and they articulate that you're needy, right? The observation of understanding, and again, you got that card that just fell on the floor, right? There are those that'll claim that they want an energetic relationship, but being able to effectively navigate all the feelings that come with it, right? Like I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship is not a place that is damaged by feelings. So long as we're doing the work to refine them, it's the space by which the feelings become even finer. You're welcome, dear. You're welcome, Chrissy. You're welcome, It's My. Hold on a minute. Thank you, Adam. 1 second. Oh, well, you don't have to miss me. I'm right here, Adam. Thank you for that. That's sad. I need my next move. Well, I need to stress this. Like we do not put our autonomy in the cards. So if you were trying to come here to find your next move, like that is not what the cards are for. The cards effectively advise us. They help us with energy. I do offer a free collective reading each day that was done earlier. If you want to catch that free collective, it's up on the place where we keep the videos and photos. So, and again, often sometimes the messages that come through help others that are here as well. So I hope that helps, and thank you, dear. I didn't see your question come through, Yaz. Can you please repost it? One card for Rainbow on the new year. This is you coming into your Queen of Wands. This is you like working into the space of feeling energetically stabilized. And I keep on seeing like you finding, like I keep on hearing like you channeling into your energetic voice to be able to articulate upon, I keep on seeing like working into something that feels like it's energetically productive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Two of Pentacles. Like I feel like this is you, like I'm not sure what I keep on seeing here, but this is almost saying to me like there's something in relationality to like working through, like I feel like there's something about this that like this is the year of you energetically expanding, because I keep on seeing it's like working through the space of identifying, like I see you saying like not working into the space of like what do I do with these problems, like who do I need to arrive to solve these energetic problems. I don't know why that's coming through. Like I feel like there's something about this full moon to help you with that. Like who do I have to become to energetically address these problems is like I keep on hearing like working into the space of not feeling like, I keep on hearing like not working into the space of feeling like the problems are against you, but working into the space of helping them attenuate in terms of what you need to do to energetically get there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. You know, like this is some intense energy, right? And I like to point out like the difficulty with Queen of Wands and stag energy in combination is working into the space of recognizing our own intensity, right? Not demanding the intensity that we bring to situations from others, but recognizing, I keep on hearing like recognizing the space that intensity is a blessing, but in the context by which another person is ready to energetically receive it. And I feel like this is the year that you're coming into the space of not apologizing for that, but recognizing if another person energetically appreciates it. Yep. You had a wild dream. Well, I'm always happy to read for those. Thank you. And sending you support. And I want to describe this too. Like, I don't want you to think of yourself as stuck. I want you to think of yourself as resting, right? Like, allow the observation of understanding why you're navigating that hurdle to help you move through it, dear. I hope these messages help. Yep. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. That's the Aries energy in my 10th house. I can see it. I feel like this is you stepping into it this year. Movement, thank you for sharing the live. Absolutely. I'm no longer putting my candle out. I like that. Excellent. And guys, make sure to give Rainbow some love. Beautiful astrology work too. All right, my friends. I got you, Yaz. One card on acting or being in movies. Ooh, I like that. Being a part of the life path. It feels to me, I feel like there's something about it that feels really healing for you. And I feel like there's something about it that feels very attenuated to your past, like to trauma, you know? And I think there's something, I feel like there's something energetically performative there. Like, it's interesting too, because I almost feel like it's helping you heal a wound, right? Like, I feel like there's something about that it feels like that work is like, it's not just the fact that you'd be good at it, but it would heal a wound, particularly as it relates to, I feel like, again, with the two of Pentacles in its reversal. Like, I don't know where your Aquarius placements are, but something about a wound by somebody says, I don't even know who you are anymore. And like you working, like I see this with like, I feel like I see this a lot with Aquarian energy that like has the ability of stepping out of body, being like, who do you want me to be in this moment? Right? Like something about that modality by which you're able to amplify that, being like, that is a gift, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bear energy, right? Like it says to me, like there's something about you moving out of body or something about another person articulating that your ability to effectively, like I keep on hearing like the ability to move out of body is an energetic blessing, because it's like when you work through the space of doing that in a healthy way, you're like, who do you want me to be? Like, who do I have to energetically become? Is often like the attenuation point of the healthy energy, because it's you working through that adaptability point, but in a way that feels like it's energetically restorative, right? Not another person that was putting you through so much trauma that it required you to disassociate, but being able to reclaim that gift for yourself is what I keep on seeing. I got you, Ava. One card on the mentor. They driving you a little crazy? Are they driving you a little, you want them to tell you what to do and they're not telling you, are they? Right? Just tell me what to do. I feel like there's something really energetically important that's effectively, I keep wondering, like, it's interesting too, because like I can see the energy being like, I know you want me to tell you what to do. I'm not going to do that. In fact, I might be energetically, I feel like the energy going, in fact, I might be in the space by which I'm encouraging you to tell me, like, it's like I can see you kind of working through the inclination of being like, right? Like it's, I think that there's, and I want to get animal spirit guide. Like, it's saying to, like, a lot of that, like I'm getting here with a lot of that bull energy. I don't know. I keep on here, like I keep on getting something about like somebody going there's that pesky pride there, right? But here's, and I need to point this out, um, like like energetic, like pride is the most, and I want to describe this too, and this is what I keep on seeing. Um, the ability, to work through, something like energetically, I keep wondering, the ability to work through something energetically frustrating. But I keep on hearing like the modality by which one is able to stay context. It's interesting I say context, because I was trying to say present, right? Like I feel like there's something about them helping you through stillness, which is the modality by which you work through something. But you find, I keep on hearing like you tap into the energetic patience within us, like within the self, that allows us, I keep on hearing, instead of being frustrated, to find that point of stillness. I feel like there's something about that another person is trying to help you with. But like I can even see, like I feel like it's hard, because I feel like it's almost somebody trying to come towards you and say like it's not so much about what we look for in one another, so much in terms as it relates to the ability, and it's very attenuated, so it's hard for me to even read upon it. But like I keep on seeing that like a lot of that is potentially, I keep wondering, a lot of it is helping you to work through some kind of feeling of I keep on getting like some kind of feeling of wrongness in relationality. Like I feel like they're trying to heal your modality of perfection by coming into the space of recognizing or understanding that perfection is something that we bring to an experience. It's not something that we seek. It's not something that we seek within it, which is like a very attenuated message. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird energy. I feel like I see a lot of that work that I see that you're doing in relationality to like working through or like healing some kind of shadow work as it relates to like, I keep wondering like as it relates to like, I feel like as it relates to trying to identify like what you're trying to heal within, right? And I feel like there's something really important about that in terms of helping, to recognize or identify the space by which the space by which another person um like how do I describe this, like especially with the blackbird energy, someone surprising us in terms of what we expect versus who we find there, is what I keep on getting. Like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to that, right? Like I keep on seeing somebody be like, I almost see somebody saying like, I imagine you're surprised to find that. You know what I mean? Like there's something really important about that. But I feel like in a space, it's helping you to identify and recognize like what you are working to heal within the self in the same capacity. Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you for having that. And wishing you luck on that journey. Hold on a moment. Absolutely. And thank you, Hardy, for those gifts. Happy New Year, Sly. And Carmi, thank you for the follow as well. You're welcome, Ava. All right, my friends. Final call for anyone who is a subscriber who has not caught a card pulled today. If you are a super fan who just became a super fan today, I said welcome. Thank you for joining us. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel to introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find when you go there, if you head over to send me the disco gift, and I'll send you an invitation to that disco. You'll also find there in the perks section a special coupon code for our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card. If you would like to take also if you are not a subscriber and you message me directly from this live, I can also provide you a unique coupon that you can only find in this live. If you are interested in as well in learning more about the trip that we have planned, the retreat, message me the word trip and I'll send you the details on that as well. I want to thank you guys so much. I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10 to 15 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these. Oh, so Carmi, I actually do dream interpretations. So if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm happy to read for you on that. You can just send me the donation and put the information on the dream there, and we can definitely read into that dream. We would have to read into it because the details of the dream help us understand the nature of what was happening in the dream space. So I can't tell you immediately as to what the message is until we were to do a reading on it. I hope that helps. And if you're interested in doing that, you just need to go to my profile, and when you send the donation, you can also just put the information on the dream, and we will read. I can put you on the list for second tomorrow, and we can read for it there. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Oh, thank you, Bridget. I really appreciate that. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.